Good morning from London and day 2 of the UK Open. So many stories on the opening day. Defeat for Albin Ocean at the hands of Phil Wildman. Snooker star Gary Wilson getting through a couple of matches. And 14-year-old Walter Lecra stunning the American Moscone Cup player Tyler Steyer. And it's a double treat to start today's play with back-to-back matches featuring two of the most exciting stars in the game. Jason Shaw will be up a little later. First though, it's the defending champion Joshua Filler. And he will be starting his bid to retain the title against Jaspal Bhamotra. Big day for him, the player from India. And then Shaw after that in an all-British clash with Jamie Mocock. Ko Pin-Yi, winner of the World Masters just a few weeks ago, will be getting things underway on table 2 against British player Danny Johnson. And another member of the home contingent who has a big challenge today is Bash Maksud, second up against the world champion Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Really enjoyed the opening day here at the Copper Box Arena, one of the Olympic venues from 2012. We were here for the first time 12 months ago to see Joshua Filler win the title, beating Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the final. And today is when he starts his bid to go back-to-back. Jeremy Jones alongside me. What did you make of the opening day's proceedings, JJ?
Well, for the most part, how we expected. We did expect some type of underdog coming through, and we saw that in a couple spots with Albin Ocean getting defeated, but a very capable player and with Phil with that win. And then Alex Kazakis took a defeat later in the day, but for the most part, pretty standard.
Yeah, I think we were saying that all day, that most of the big names would get through their matches without any difficulty, but with so many matches going on, you were bound to see one or two upsets, and I think we got not as many as we could have hoped for. And here's a man hoping to avoid an upset here. Overwhelming favourite to win this match. Let's see what happens for Joshua Filler.
And Josh, who's starting his bid to be a defending repeat champion here. Defending champion and trying to repeat as champion. And I believe, my memory serves me, I think Josh's win here at the UK Open was probably the last time we played with the old break rules.
Yeah, because it was Fulda, wasn't it? It was the first event that we had the new ones. So yeah, I think you're spot on there.
Yeah, and I think that old rule really, set up for Josh. And I don't think there's really any rule changes that doesn't set up for Josh. He's just so talented, but I think it's evened things out a little bit when it comes to Filler and the rest of the field. A little more tactical battles at times. And of course, Josh, one thing, he's one of those players when he gets deep, he just seems to win. And no one really smells the blood and reacts to it better than Josh Filler.
Well, it's the second time this month we've seen him defend a title. World Masters didn't go so well for him, beaten in his opening match there in Brentwood by Niels Feijen.
Yeah, and I think Josh recognizes he's got to be better in certain situations. Just the way the break rule is, and of course the tighter pockets. It's just difficult to make up for mistakes like when we had the previous rules. Seemed like the corner ball was going in and Josh could make a mistake or two and just really kind of got himself going and certainly could overcome them. On table 2, Whirlpool Masters champion Ko Pin-Yi off to his bid to get this UK Open title.
Well, it isn't one of the things we keep stats on, but I can't imagine there have been many faster opening racks in the tournament so far than this one. Joshua Filler, break and run, reminding Jaspal Bhamotra of just what he's up against here today. Joshua Filler leading 1-0. Yeah, you mentioned Ko Pin-Yi. We'll be keeping an eye on him throughout the morning. It's his birthday today. He's 34 years of age. Looking at some of the other players in this 10 o'clock session. Shane Wolford, someone you'll be keeping a close eye on. Riku Rompainen, who made a real impact here last year. Robbie Capito, who whitewashed Albin Ocean in this event 12 months ago. We'll see Victor Zielinski. And Jeremy Sosai, an American who you were talking about yesterday, Jeremy, he's also playing in this session.
Yeah, super solid player from the upper Northeast. Really been a really great player, actually, for a long time, and good to see him out here, and hopefully he can make the rest of the events throughout the year. Could certainly have some impact on that USA Mosconi Cup points. I think Fedor Gorst's birthday as well today.
Yeah, it is indeed, yeah.
Skylar Woodward in action here this morning. And that's where the tighter pockets, we saw that at the Whirlpool Masters so often. Players trying to play the one in the side, catching both jaws. And now surrendering our first look at Josh's opponent.
Well, it doesn't need saying, does it, that if he's to have any chance at all of even making a contest of this, Bimotra really got to take advantage of chances like this.
Yeah, most definitely, and getting the arm kind of going early. Nerves are a funny thing. If you can, you know, you kind of recognize them that you're nervous, but if you can get a few balls down, it's not the worst thing in the world.
I'll tell you what is the worst thing in the world, though, in this situation is missing a ball like that early on. And of course he's going to be nervous. It's not something to criticise him about, but he's going to have to overcome that pretty quickly if he's to have any chance at all. Long way out, really.
Yeah.
You can often tell early on, can't you, Jeremy, when someone is very much the underdog and they're not used to being out there and they're up against one of the very biggest names. Those who acquit themselves well, they just settle in from the start. It doesn't faze them at all. Generally, those who show nerves early on, it tends to set the tone for the match, so that doesn't bode well in that regard, what we've just seen from Bimotra.
No, and quite the opposite for Josh. He's going to feel pretty calm in this situation. Of course, bringing back good memories from last year here at the Copper Box Arena, so which Josh doesn't have many bad memories in any venue, I believe. But he's got something to prove, I think. Since the rule change, we haven't seen him really hoist a title in the matchroom setting, so I didn't happen to notice if Pia is playing this year as well.
I'm pretty sure she isn't. So went through the whole draw yesterday. Don't remember seeing her name.
Yeah, I didn't as well. And really, I haven't seen her here, so I don't know. Maybe she's playing the European Championships.
It was Filler who ended the last remaining hope of a home winner of the inaugural UK Open when he beat Imran Majid in the last 16. That was comfortable, 11-3. Very different match, though, the quarter-final. Full of tension and drama against Alexa Paychel, who was left in tears after a hill defeat, 11-10. Then another big margin of victory in the semis for Filler, 11-4 against David O'Cady, and he just grew stronger and stronger as the final went on against another Spanish player, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, pulled away for a 13-7 win. So the miss on the 2 from Bimotra, really not a good sign. And Filler did the rest. He leads 2-0. Winner of this will play Kostas Koukiadakis of Greece or Jonathan Ballard of Britain in the next round, and it's Koukiadakis who's won the opening rack there. Skylar Woodward has won the first against the jealous Stephanopoulos. Alex Pagulayan also playing this morning. Beat Filler, of course, at the World Championship. Well, he's won the first rack against Paul Corrigan. Birthday boy and World Masters champion Ko Pin Yi 1-0 up on Danny Johnson. Ho Ping Chung has won the first against Andrew Morris. Shane Wolford 1-0 down to Ashik Nathwani, who you may remember from last year's event was 6-0 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and ended up losing.
Yeah, I certainly remember that. Right here on table 2 it was. Yeah, Nathwani is a dangerous player. He can pocket the ball really well. A little loose with the cue ball at times, but we all are, it seems.
And David Al-Kadi and Noyuki Oi have both won the first rack in their respective matches. Remember, this is the, sorry Jeremy, just to clarify, this is the first match for these players. I know there's some players who've played multiple matches already, but it's effectively played in 2 sections. So for these guys this morning, this is the start of their campaign.
Yeah, he lost the cue ball a little thin on the 1. We're going to see some golden breaks from that kiss on the cue ball, but sometimes some scratches as well. So real good look with ball in hand. Usually settles you quite a bit. And I believe he's made 3 on the break, so not that much work to get on the board.
Yeah, a bit of a gift really, and an unexpectedly early opportunity perhaps to try and put that miss on the 2 ball out of his mind.
And he's gotten a little funny on the pink 4. He's going to have to cheat the pocket to come to the backside of the 6. Nicely done. These open events, you're going to see some lopsided matches in the early rounds, and you know, even as early as round 2, we're going to see some quality matches, and then again from there it really starts to heat up. Decent shot there. Really couldn't get the snooker most likely. Only 3 balls on the table. We'll see how Josh wants to play it. You would figure some kind of cue ball and 7 behind the 9. Oh, he's going offensive. Kind of wonder, does he play that shot later in the tournament in a more, you know, demanding match?
I was thinking exactly that same thing. He knows he's an overwhelming favourite, highly unlikely to get beaten here, but it's never impossible.
Yeah, big draw stroke there. Missed the pocket, and we're going to get to see something special from Josh. He's going to have to elevate the cue, and he's certainly going to go offensive from here. And big draw stroke. And the thing for me, you know, it's one thing, you know, to test out the break shot, right? Certain things, but I hated starting to shoot loose shots, and not saying that was any problem. That was just a miss. But on the bank previous from Josh, I just hate to start thinking that way, even early in the event, even as a big favorite. And this has gotten difficult. Really hard to avoid the side pocket if you play the 7 in the corner, especially trying to come back with the cue ball. Awfully thin cut into the middle. May kind of 4-rail this around, kind of bank it around, kind of follow the cue ball through, putting the 7 near the black 8 up the table. Yeah, you see this shot here, trying to stun the cue ball, and how good a control is that? Of course, it's set up well for what Josh likes to do, which is stunning the ball, but really good control. Slow, kind of slow creeps the cue ball behind the black and yellow 9. Maybe our first look at a jump cue here. This could get fluked. It's going to set up for Josh. Pretty routine cut shot on the brown 7. Natural position on the 8. Should carry him into a 3-0 lead. Our recently crowned Scottish Open champion, Jason Shaw, will be in our second match. Some more fireworks to come.
Yeah, sure, you would have to say probably the only player you would look at and say there's a realistic chance of a home winner of the title.
I'll tell you, you can't totally count out Chris Melling, I don't think. I think he's shown some class. It's just a matter if he can handle his nerves when it comes to the, business end of the event.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you were going to throw another name into the mix, it would be Melling, but we will see how all that unfolds, and how this match is unfolding is concerning for Jaspal Bamotra. 3-0 down to Joshua Filler. You could look at this and say, Jeremy, Bamotra's had enough chances to actually be leading the match at this stage, but that's all in theory, isn't it? When you're out there in an alien environment playing one of the best in the world, everything is so difficult.
Yeah, the tables are difficult. Of course, he probably can't swallow much. A lot of nerves, of course, and he's not alone in that regard. All the players get a bit of nerves, but, it's just a little outclassed here in the opening round, but hopefully he can soak it up, get a few balls down, and get some confidence. You never know, of course. I don't want you to tune out. We'll see what happens in this match, but definitely running uphill.
Skylar Woodward is level at 1-1 with Vagelis Stephanopoulos. Alex Pagalayan also is leading 2-0 against Paul Corrigan. And Ko Pin-Yi is a 2-0 lead over Danny Johnson. Joe Prince, who came through one of the qualifiers to get one of the last places in this event, making the most of it so far, winning the first 2 racks against Michael Puk of Poland. Shane Wolford 2-1 down to Ashik Nathwani. And Ryuki Oi is leading 3-0 over Danny King. David O'Cady 2-0 up on Robert Hart. 3-0 here to Filler.
He's made a ball on the break. Cue ball got lost below the rack. And the yellow one is not agreed. Couple kisses on the 9. So much talent in the building, Michael. I was just looking around at the outer tables, and as a former player, and of course now in the booth, you try to think about all the players in the event, and you just can't do it. Robbie Capito over there, another great talent from Hong Kong, originally, of course, Filipino descent.
His opponent has got one of the best names in the field. It's Germany's Markus von der Strass. You won't forget that name.
And I'll tell you, for Sky Woodward, these early matches are important, it seems like. I mean, they're important for everyone, right? But if he can play that good match early, I think that's something he really feeds off of. He's been out of competition now for maybe a month, something like that. So, big event for him. Nice safety there. Going to be a bit of a difficult hit. A lot of things in the way here. The pink 4 is a big ball. They're trying to come 2 cushions at the 1. He could come 1 rail cross. I think that's about all he can do. He's looking at if he gets 2 rails behind it. So he'll shoot between the blue 2 and the brown 7 with a little spin.
Still only 25, Joshua Filler, but he's done so much in the game already. Seems a long time ago now, in fact, that he had that run of a few months where he won both the World Championship and the US Open. Even at such a young age, he's already built a Mosconi Cup record that would be the envy of just about anyone else.
Yeah, that 2019 US Open where he beat Wu in the final. And we're going to have a treat in Spain getting Wu back on the circuit. Narrowly missing that kick shot, and another ball in hand from Bamotra.
Yeah, Wu Cha-Ching you're talking about there. Former world champion himself, of course, won it as a teenager.
Yeah, I was there for that exhibition. What a week it was watching him play, and kind of doing it in a way that no one really had at the time, just overpowering the table the entire event. I'm not saying Earl Strickland's, and I always talked about Mika Immonen when he won his titles. It seems like he kind of overpowered the field, but one thing to overpower the field a little bit, you're in stroke, getting the rolls, but what Wu did that week in the World Nineball, it was just amazing. Yeah, that's definitely a sign of nerves. Maybe fluke in the pink. I'll tell you, I know it's early, but as Kazaka said, with all the Greek players that came over, pretty much the top 10 players from Greece in the field. So don't know much about the man that Skylar's playing, but kind of feel like he could be a sneaky player.
A total of 16 players from Greece. Only the host country itself has more in the field this week.
Nice kill shot there, and the lefty can reach over easily. Probably could come one rail or two. Josh likes the 2 rails here usually. No reason to be really upset about that. Very natural with a high ball, or he could draw the cue ball.
Well, there was absolutely nothing that Jaspal Bamotra could have done in the first rack. Feller broke, ran out from there, but really, he's had chances in all 3 racks since. Really just looks an absolute bag of nerves, more than ever, I think, in the ball he missed in this rack. It turned out to be his last shot in rack 4. Joshua Filler is already leading 4-0. So let's look at some other scores. So many players worth keeping an eye on in this early session. Skylar Woodward has lost the 3rd rack, so now trails 2-1 against Vagelis Stephanopoulos. Ko Pin Yi going nicely against Danny Johnson, leading 3-0. Ko Ping Chung is 2-1 up on Andrew Morris. Benji Buckley, British stalwart, 4-0 up on Matej Kovac of Slovenia. Shane Wolford, one of the American prospects, has a 3-2 lead over Ashik Nathwani. Riku Rompainen, the young Finnish player, leading Richard Fulwell of Britain 2-1. Victor Zielinski is 2-0 down to Carlo Blasi, so that's worth keeping an eye on. Jeremy Sosai now trails 3-0 to Ramesh Gokul. Robbie Capito, who we mentioned there, has won the first against Marcus Vonderstrass. David O'Cady 3-1 up on Robert Hart, and Naoki Oi has already moved into a 4-0 advantage against Danny King. So we'll be playing these matches on the 2 different sides, the winner's side and the loser's side, up until tomorrow night, and then the last 64. And it will be 1 round in each session all the way through to Sunday's final. To collect the spectacular trophy, it has to be said, and the winner's check for $30,000 went to Joshua Filler last year. Part of around $200,000 that he won in total in 2022, by far his most lucrative year. It was a year which finished with him clinching the winning point in the Mosconi Cup for the 3rd time in his career already. And Europe will be going for 4 in a row with Alexandra Palace in London just before Christmas. Filler has already won 4 in a row in this match.
Yeah, pretty perfect break off there, and may see an early winner on a red 3 into the yellow 9 after the blue 2's down. A little thin here on the blue 2 though, so we'll see what he can do as far as getting position on what should be an early combination and maybe a 5-0 lead. just ran a bit on him, and you got to figure he's going to attack in a comfortable position, but definitely a tough stretch for the lefty. Could play this a couple different ways. It looks like he's just going to cut the 3 naturally onto the 9. The 4-inch pockets have really shown up here in the first 2 days a bit more than we're used to, and now on the board.
Yeah, finally, Bamotra capitalising on one of the many chances that he's had. And you can see playing the carom. Making contact with the 3 first, coming off it, flicking the 9 into the pocket. And he will feel a million times better now. After thinking he'll have gone out there, not thinking at all of trying to win the match. He won't have obviously ruled that out entirely in his head, but just try to win a rack or 2, and he's at least averted the whitewash now, so he'll feel so much better about life. These are some of the matches we've been talking about. You can look out for your own favourites there as the various scores go through. You can see Naoki Oi now 5-0 up against Danny King, racing away with that one. David O'Cady 3-1 over Robert Hart. Not much change really since we last updated you, that having been such a short rack. Ko Pin-Yi, who we're keeping an eye on, World Masters winner a few weeks ago, looking pretty comfortable against his British opponent Danny Johnson. It's 4-0 in that one. Jaspal Bamatra comes from a country with a massive cue sports tradition. It was in India, of course, that snooker was first played. They've been huge on the English billiard scene over the years with many of the all-time greats. It's starting to take a bit of a foothold in the world of 9-ball pool. And I think that's the first time we've seen him smile in the match. It shows the difference that just getting one rack on the board can make.
Yeah, I think probably a friend in the audience kind of reminded him to relax, or some type of positive words. Well, the first and the last rack are the hardest to get, no matter if you're a favorite or underdog. So we'll see if he can get something going.
Yeah, this is our first look at his break. You might notice the man sitting there in the end of the row in the red top is Peter Devlin, former professional snooker player.
Hit the 1 pretty head on there. He's going to serve up a 1-9 combo here for Josh Filler, and not the break off the man from India wanted. It'll be interesting to see now that he has at least averted the prospect of losing 9-0. If he looks a bit more settled here. Remember that 3-ball he missed a couple of racks ago, absolutely bungled it. Oh dear, Jeremy. Yeah, that's missed by some mark, and frustration setting in a little bit, but a lot of these players, of course, in these situations where they know they're just a massive underdog, and you know, they just want to play decent, right? They just want to play fairly well.
That's it. If you get blown away 9-0 or 9-1 and you've not really had a chance, you can live with that. But it's when you know you've had plenty of chances, and he really has so far in this match, and you've been completely unable to capitalise on them. And that's the thing that'll send him away, feeling frustrated. He hasn't shown the world what he can do in a pool table.
Yeah, and if you wonder why so many chances, you know, it's not easy for Josh or any of these big favorites as well. You know, it's easy to maybe shoot at something you wouldn't normally shoot at, and maybe the balls just don't agree with you. And going at as a huge favorite, of course, should be a comfortable situation, but a little more pressure on you. Josh, as you said, 25 now, and Frederick Gorse, we mentioned his birthday. I talked to him this morning, 23, and how sweet it is for these guys, and such great players already, and so much going on here in the game of 9-ball. Bright futures ahead.
Bamotra was gifted a chance to win the previous rack. He had his chance to win this one as well and build a bit of momentum, but really was the architect of his own downfall yet again. Played a really poor shot and ended up costing him the rack. And so Joshua Filler now leads 5-1. Skylar Woodward, who was a quarter-finalist in the UK Open last year, gave Shane Van Boning a good contest before bowing out. 3-1 down now against Vagelis Stephanopoulos. Alex Pagaline flying along, 4-0 advantage over Paul Corrigan. Ko Pin-Yi still 4-0 up against Danny Johnson. Ko Ping Chung level with Andrew Morris at 2 each. Benji Buckley might be the first winner of the day. Now 6-0 in front against Matej Kovac. Shane Wolford had a difficult start against Ashik Nathwani, but now leading 5-2. Victor Zielinski has won the third rack, so he's off the mark against Carlo Blasi, now trailing 2-1. David O'Cady 4-1 up on Robert Hart, and Naoki Oi very close to victory now, 7-0 over Danny King.
Yeah, and Oi, who made that run at so many events just a couple years ago. It's just how the sport is. You get hot, you get some confidence, seem to get a few rolls at the right time. Expect him to be back in near the end of the event. And now, again, the man from Greece, I don't know him, but I'm watching him over here. Looks very, very solid and has won another game now, 4-1. And I think that was a break and run to get the fourth over Sky Woodward.
So Joshua Filler, in only about half an hour really, is already more than halfway to victory here.
Yeah, really pretty solid with the break speed, it seems like. Hitting them fairly the same. And, of course, the break rule is so sweet because the results won't be the same. Now, long-distance shot on the blue 2. I'm sure he'll attack. A lot of work here, though, with the congestion on the pink 4 and the brown 7. It's going to cannon into the red 3. Watch out for the scratch in the lower left. A really nice stroke.
Yeah, as you alluded to earlier, he's looking for his first big showing of the year in a matchroom event. Lost his opener at the World Masters, and of course Alex Pagaline put play to his prospects at the World Championship in Kielce. So he'll feel he's lost a bit of ground, perhaps, to some of the other big names in the early part of this year.
Man, we'll wait and see. I mean, I think it did play a little bit, you know, something that slowed Josh down a little with the new break rule. And, you know, if we talked about, there's not a weakness there, but if something he needs to improve on is, you know, tactically at times, we see a lot more push outs with this new break rule. And I thought that was an area he could improve on. And, you know, the basis of the game is knocking the ball in, and that's where he's one of the best, one of the very best. But There's definitely different parts to the game that we see now. So I think Josh has got a little something to prove here this week.
Well, that will make Bamatra feel a little better as well, just getting the tap of approval there from one of the best in the business. Just little moments like that make you perhaps feel a touch more at home.
Absolutely. You read my mind on that one, Michael, and that's as good a compliment as anything, right? So nice strike and simple hit on the 3, knowing the pink 4 has got some issues. I was just going to say Alex Pagaline looks very solid over there, keeping half an eye on him. Just missed the 9 ball, though.
Pagaline has had multiple wins over Filler already this year in different tournaments. 4-0 up, as I was saying, against Paul Corrigan.
Yeah, I think about Alex in today's game and how the players are. One thing I would say to him is maybe don't stress over every ball so much. Alex is such a worker and likes to use the brain so much, but I think at times maybe overdoes it and puts a little extra stress on himself, you know, as the event goes on. So I think he just needs reminded that he's pretty much back in form on, you know, maybe not his heyday, right, but still playing very, very good pool, and maybe have a little more fun with it out there.
Yeah, I think what we've seen from him so far this year, as you say, perhaps not back to his absolute peak, but the best we've seen from him in some time. Played some great stuff at the Premier League in Leicester. He's had those wins over Filler, good World Championship.
Yeah, and he's definitely a man that's not out here kind of just participating, spinning his wheels, right? He's only out here because he feels like he's getting better, and he's going to have a chance to win one of these events. But it's such a hard game, and, you know, as we move on, you have to beat so many great players. Like I said, I think the stress over every shot, you know, a bit of worry I see at times. If he could leave that behind, I think it'll really help. Super nice hit here from Filler. And it seems from what I've seen on him kicking that he's kind of learned something, maybe has a little bit more of a system. You see him kind of measuring some things and possibly an area that he felt like he needs to improve on.
That's Peter Devlin, who I was telling you about, who has played on the professional snooker circuit in the past. He's currently trying to get back onto it.
Well, I think when's Q school for the qualification?
It's going on at the moment.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought now it was around this time.
Yeah,
so.
he's been playing in it, and I think he'll be heading back there. It's in Leicester, actually, where we were for the Premier League.
Is it always in Leicester? Or?
No,
okay.
It's been moved around a number of places. Various formats over the years as well.
I love that stroke from Josh. I know he missed the ball, but he doesn't really roll those balls, kind of takes control of what's going on, and it didn't work out there. But now Josh is one that, you know, doesn't like to miss no matter what the situation is as a big favorite. You know, a huge lead does not matter. So that'll bother him, that miss on the purple 5.
It's going to bother Bamatra a hell of a lot more. That was similar really in nature to the 3 ball he missed earlier. He almost seemed to throw himself at it.
All right, looks like Josh is going to play a kiss shot here, playing the 6 off the 9. Got to be with a high ball, but could maybe draw it. Easy to hit this a little high in the pocket. It's kind of a two-way shot, really. You don't figure it to hang. So if he can run the cue ball a couple rails behind the 7, the 6 should hit either the long rail or go in the pocket. Yeah, see how to hit a little high. Watch out for the cue ball, though. real soft safety here, and one that Josh will probably attack with the cross corner bank. Again, a bit of a two-way. It's the type of angle that the bank doesn't like to hang in the hole, so usually either goes or gets away from the pocket, the green 6.
Looks like that tactical exchange has gone the way of Filler. Really very hard to see him missing from here. A couple of ways you could look at it. It looks like it's going to be 6-1. You could say Beaumatras had the chances. It could be a lot closer. As I say, it is so hard when you're out there in an alien environment against someone who's so comfortable in it. I'm feeling even more comfortable now. That was certainly Iraq Beaumatras. Was well in contention in. And when Filler got his chance at the end, there was only ever going to be one outcome to it. So Joshua Filler now leads 6-1. Alex Pagaline, who we were talking about there, has restored his 4-rack advantage. Paul Corrigan did close to 4-1, but Pagaline has won the 6th rack now. Skylar Woodward is falling further behind, now trailing 4-1 to Vigelis Stephanopoulos. Copigny flying along 6-0 against Danny Johnson. Joe Prince, who came through the qualifier, 4-1 lead rather over Michael Puck, as you see some of the scores go through there, including Shane Wolford with that 7-3 lead over Ashik Nathwani. That would be a good win if he can complete it. Benji Buckley on the hill and on the brink of a whitewash over Matej Kovac, leading 8-0 in that one. Riku Rompainen, who made an impact here last year from Finland, leading Richard Fulwell 4-2. Victor Zielinski has recovered a bit, so now level at 3-all with Carlo Blasi. David O'Cady is a 5-2 lead over Robert Hart, and Noyuki Oi is now through to the next round, racing to victory over Danny King of Britain by 9 racks to 0.
Yeah, and you talk about Benji Buckley. I think he's a very dangerous player moving forward in this event, especially if he can stay on the outer tables. Kind of reminds me of last year's Imran Majid, who played so well on the outer tables, ran some 7 racks and out against one opponent. And then once he got into the, more of the TV setting, he didn't play his best. But I think if those players, both those players, get some confidence rolling, you could see a pretty high finish, I think.
This was the man who ended Majid's run. He's well on the way to victory here.
And I'll tell you, the break shot itself has been really good from Josh. We've had 1 scratch, I believe, but overall, he's repeated the one on the side for the most part. The speed's been good. The spread on the balls has been excellent. And now another shot on the blue, too. Pretty straight here. I don't know if he can force this up for a little bit of a cut or if he has to draw this maybe to the backside of the 9, spin the cue ball up in between the 4 and the 8. Okay, not enough angle to get out there. Doesn't look like the pink 4 goes by the green 6, so he may have to play behind the pink 4. Looks like he's going to try and cannon kind of into the pink 4 off of 1 rail. Could clip this a little bit, open up for that other pocket. And I'll tell you, I know it's day 2, but again, the pockets are really showing how difficult they are here early.
Yeah, I mean, if Beaumatras had missed that, we'd be saying, oh, it's another bad sign of how he's struggling to cope with the conditions. But that just shows how anyone, even someone of Filler's experience, can miss these balls.
And you have to understand the tight pocket. The tight pocket makes you want to kind of like cinch the ball, really aim a lot. And the key to the tight pocket is to loosen up the stroke. That's what opens it up. That's what makes it a bit easier. Guessing Bamotra probably resides around London, somewhere around the UK, I would guess.
Yeah, I think he is based here.
A little double kiss on the pink floor, probably not the plan, but I think he's left the pink 6. I think the green's got him the eclipse enough anyways. Maybe not. Thought he would have to go with the jump cue here. Maybe a subtle swerve on the cue ball. Well, looks like he's straight at it, Michael, with a natural angle to get on the purple.
A couple of balls missed already in this rack by Filler. And yet again, it's a rack that Bamotra is in. He's in contention to win it. It's not like even at 6-1 he's been blown away and not getting any opportunity to show what he can do.
Yeah, he's really had an offensive shot in probably 4 out of the 6 games that Filler has won. So
some of the people who are here cheering on Jaspal Bamotra on his big day.
Oh, that was thin. The ball's going to race some 18 feet around the table and get the snooker. All Josh can really do is kick across the table off the long rail. It's amazing how thin you can hit the ball when the cue ball's in the air, right? It just comes across and grazes the top of the ball. Should kick this with a level cue stick, maybe a medium speed, trying to get the pink 4 back across to the right side of the table. Outside chance of making it. Yeah, like that is what I would have tried, and I think he's hit it perfectly. Giving up a shot, but nothing easy to get on to the purple 5, so I think ideal for Josh. And Skylar Woodward was in a shooting position, but now not on the breaking end, and I think he trails 5-2 maybe?
5-2 down against Vagelis Stephanopoulos on table 3.
Decent effort there. Did surrender a shot, it appears anyways. Really nice stroke, getting into the good side of the brown 7. Been back and forth here in game number 8, but this should end it. Josh in a good position to extend that lead. I'm curious to hear what Josh had to say after this match. As far as Josh, I love his interviews because he's so genuine and really gives you what he feels and what he thinks about it, and doesn't sugarcoat it one way or another. And I know this isn't the championship, it's just early in the event as a big favorite. Still like to hear what he had to say about this match.
Yeah, anything he says to you, you never feel he's saying it because he feels he has to.
Right, yeah. I really, you know, when he was young, some of the players thought he was a little arrogant around the table, but I mean, that's just being an incredible kind of, you know, phenom at a young age, right? And and your game kind of sometimes fools you with that arrogance, even though I think he's just a great guy. And like I said, his interviews I really like.
Yeah, he really is fantastic for the game. Now, Francesco Candela, who will be playing for Italy in the World Cup of Pool in a few weeks' time, has beaten Joel Pasqua of the British contingent 9-1. Riku Rompain, and the young Finnish player who made a name for himself here last year, going about things the right way again with a 7-2 lead over Richard Fulwell. Victor Zielinski had early difficulties against Carlo Blasi, but he's now leading 5-3. Shane Wolford has just got to the hill at 8-4 against Ashik Nathwani. Robbie Capito racing along, 5-0 up on Marcus van der Strass. David O'Cady 6-2 in front of Robert Hart. And Matej Kovac was facing the prospect of a whitewash against Benji Buckley, but has averted that. It's 8-1 now in Buckley's favour. Ko Pin Yi is a couple of balls away from getting to the hill at 8-0 over the British player Danny Johnson. Incidentally, at the moment, Kostas Koukiadakis looks the most likely opponent for the winner of this match. Koukiadakis, one of 16 Greek players in the field, is leading Jonathan Ballard of Britain 5-2.
Again, the break has been good. No shot on the blue 2 here, but I really like what I'm seeing from Josh's break shot. Very consistent with the one, the speed, and what I like and what you can tell is the spread on the balls. That's when the timing is so good. Seems like when the players get a little quick, they can still make the one, but they get a lot of clusters around the spot. And, did he hit that?
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was super thin. If you weren't watching or really paying attention, you could maybe think he didn't, but yeah, what the thinnest hit you'll ever see. Wow.
It was thinner than Josh himself.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen one that thin. Not so sure it really, took another place, the blue 2. Maybe just kind of rocked and rocked back. Wow. Nice hit here. This may spin back behind the purple 5. I think Josh does have a piece of the 2. Not sure if it's a playable 2 ball.
Joshua Filler, of course, will also be at the World Cup of Pool in Spain, representing Germany alongside Moritz Neuhausen. Filler has been a winner of that event in the past.
Yeah, and the year he won it, his partner wasn't the name of Moritz Neuhausen, so you got to think a very formidable team, and a team that is going to go in as one of the favorites.
Make pool great again. Pool's already great. Never stopped being great.
Now Stewie, he's one of our biggest fans in the game. Been coming to these pro events as long as I've been going, since the early 90s, and actually loves it here in London. Was born here in London, Stu was, and makes a couple-week trip every year to watch this event or spend a little time in his birthplace. Resident of New York City.
I know if you change one word of that slogan, it's deeply controversial in your home country in recent years, but let's not go there. Let's instead reflect on how Joshua Filler has raced through this rack to get himself to the hill now at 8-1. Skylar Woodward has won the 8th rack against Vangelis Stephanopoulos. So back to 5-3 down now. Alex Pagaline closing in on victory, 7-1 up against Paul Corrigan. Ko Pin-Yi is at the table and just a few balls away from completing a 9-0 win over Danny Johnson. Joe Prince, who came through that qualifier, 7-1 up on Michael Puck. Dennis Graba has won. Stephen Ellis of Britain is a rack away from going through. Ko Ping Chung 7-2 up on Andrew Morris. Benji Buckley has completed victory now, 9-1 against Matej Kovac. And Shane Wolford is a 9-4 winner over Ashik Nathwani. And will now play Buckley in the next round. Victor Zielinski taking control now after a difficult start against Carlo Blasi. Polish star leading 6-3. David Al-Kadi 7-2 up now against Robert Hart.
And a very good test for Shane Wolford there, and I call it more than a test. I mean, that's a match there in round 2, and that'll be later on today with him and Benji Buckley. And tell you what, one of those players wins that match, gains more confidence, really could make some noise here in the Stratford area later this week. A little softer there, so I think he's got to watch that as he moves on. There will be some warnings, you would think, at some point or another about the forceful break. And I think with the referee, it's a tough one, right? But I think what they have to pay attention to, which is really important, is if it's a player that is really pushing it all the time, right? Like Josh hasn't had any issue at all so far in this match, in my opinion anyways, as anything questionable with the speed. So when you find a player like that, you know, you maybe have to give him a little leeway on one that may look a little so-so, understanding that we can all just kind of mishit the ball. Now, if you have a player that continually kind of is on the borderline of a soft break, I think that's where you got to address it quickly. I mean, Josh is starting to feel a little better. Coming some 2-3 rails there for short side on the pink 4.
Yeah, one of the best shots we've seen in the whole match, really.
Yeah, and I think he can level out here. Now he's going to draw the ball, maybe try to hold it. Yeah. Thick hit there, of course. That's why he's short with the cue ball. And I thought he could level out and run the cue ball around the purple 5, maybe some 3 to 4 rails to the center of the table, but wasn't to be.
Okay, so one last big effort from Vamoftra here. I think in a match like this, every single rack you win makes a huge difference to how you reflect on it. You see a lot of 9-0s and 9-1s in the early rounds of these open events. 9-2 doesn't look so bad. He's got a decent chance to get to that here. Of course, that would give him an opportunity to break the balls in the next rack, and he didn't fare well with that. The only rack we have seen is break in this match, so that's something he'd like to put right.
And he's got to play more pool later today, so putting a few together here. Give him some late confidence here in an early match, and, you know, get himself going.
Yeah, he took those well in the end. And so Vamoftra prolongs the contest a bit longer at least. It's now 8-2. He's keen to get on with the next one. Yeah, you referred to him having more pool to play later. For anyone who's new to the game in these big open events, it's double elimination. So you lose your first match early on. You do then go to the loser's side. You have a second chance to get through to single elimination, but obviously you then need to win more matches. Skylar Woodward still 5-3 down to Vangelis Stephanopoulos. Alex Pagalayan has now made it to the hill at 8-1 over Paul Corrigan. Ko Ping Chung, 7-2 lead over Andrew Morris. Riku Rompainen has beaten Richard Fulwell, 9 racks to 2. So the young Finn is off and running. David O'Cady, 7-2 lead over Robert Hart.
Looks like Skylar's gotten a game back. Now trails 5-4.
Yeah, that's correct.
How's Jeremy Sose doing before we get the break off here?
I'll get you that score in a moment. Just to confirm, Ko Pin Yi on his 34th birthday has whitewashed Danny Johnson 9-0. And Jeremy Sosa is now trailing 4-2 against Ramesh Gokhul.
A little more cut on the break there, and did get the 8-ball down. A little more movement on the rack, which is a good sign. Nothing easy here on the 1. Oh, nice stroke there. Quite get the position he wanted, but he's got to be, he's got to make him feel good with the long shot.
Yeah, I think we would have been very surprised if he'd made that 4 or 5 racks ago, because you could see the way he was struggling mentally. So he looked a good deal more comfortable when he got his chance there in the previous rack. So less of a surprise that he made the one there. One of his best moments of the match, really. And that was one of the worst.
Yeah, he's going to surrender an easy one on the blue, too. Not an easy rack, though, with the 6-9, the green 6 and the 9 kind of congested there on the side rail a little bit. There is space, but we'll see how Josh decides to take care of that. I think overall, though, Josh has probably have a little talk with himself about this match. The break shot's been really nice. Tactically, he's been pretty good, but he's missed a few balls and maybe lost focus a couple times. So,
but is it harder to keep the focus when you're in a match like this where you know early on you're almost certainly going to win it?
Yeah, that's the challenge. But I mean, you know, to regain the focus no matter why you don't have it, whether you're a favorite or you're not a favorite, you're in a tough match. So you got to have some kind of way to regroup, something to lean on. Josh is just one of those types of players anyways. No matter the situation, he really doesn't like mistakes. I don't know if he can get at this ball. I have to play a 3-rail safety here. It's weird looking from behind the ball there. It never really helped me at all. It was always actually made it look a little different to me. It's just a perspective that never agreed. I never thought I could see it better from that side than I could from behind the cue ball. But I've seen a lot of players, of course, do that through the years. So everyone's a little different.
Well, nobody expected much of Jaspal Bamotra in this match, but he will go away with some regrets because the facts are there. He did have chances, plenty of them, to win more racks early on, and maybe could have made a bit more of a contest of this. But he'll still have a few moments to take away from it, to remember Joshua Filler, not at his very best, but a very comfortable winner in the end. He's won by 9 racks to 2 and will be back on the table later today. At the moment, it looks as though his opponent is likely to be Kostas Kukiadakis. Jason Shaw will be along in a few minutes' time.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
...256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Conduct on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back to day 2 of the UK Open. We'll be stretching things to say that the defending champion is off to a flyer, but Joshua Filler did enough to win comfortably against Jaspal Bamoftra, who struggled for most of the match on his big day. Filler winning by 9 racks to 2, and will now play Kostas Koukiadakis in the next round after the Greek player beat Britain's Jonathan Ballard 9-3. Over on table 2, Ko Pin-Yi on his 34th birthday. The World Masters champion was a 9-0 winner over Danny Johnson. And now it's another clash of the holder of one of the biggest titles in the game. Well, a couple of them, in fact. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz and a British player, Bash Maksoud. FSR has won the first rack, and he's a few balls away from going 2-0 in front. Joshua Filler was a 9-2 winner earlier, as I was saying. And next up, it's Jason Shaw, the leading home contender, against Jamie Mocock. Well, the players were in position to start, but well, it looks as though one of them is not there now. So we'll just have a delay of a couple of moments, which gives me the chance to give you some other results. In fact, Alex Pagulayan having a bit of a revival this year. He was a comfortable 9-1 winner over Paul Corrigan. Ko Ping Chung also beat his British opponent with ease, seeing off Andrew Morris 9-2. Victor Zielinski was struggling a bit early on against Italian Carlo Blasi. He got through in the end by 9 racks to 3. Just seemed to grow stronger really as the match went on. Robbie Capito won 9-1 over Marcus von der Strass. Capito, who beat Alban Ocean 9-0 in this event last year. David Al-Kadi was up against Robert Hart, who I think defied expectations really by managing to get 4 racks on the board. Al-Kadi the winner 9-4. Wins also for Britain's Arfan Dad and for Italy's Angelo Salzano within the last few minutes as well. Skylar Woodward has pulled it back to only 1 behind now against Vagelis Stephanopoulos on table 3. It's 6-5 in that one. So we'll be keeping an eye on that very closely as it heads towards its climax. Michael Jednak has a 7-4 lead over Romeo Roque. Niels Fyan, big favourite to beat Harriet Haynes, but it's 1-1 in that one at the moment. Oliver Sholnoki and Si Cha Chen both just starting out in their matches. So is Sanyan Pelovanovic, who went so well at the Premier League earlier this year. So lots to keep an eye on, but our main focus is on the main table. Jason Shaw, one of 92 British players in the field, and by far the most likely to deliver a home champion come Sunday. He gets us underway.
Yeah, and really quite a bit different cue ball placement for the break. Talked to Jason quite a bit about that during the Whirlpool Masters, and I've seen him here a few times, and really has spent a lot of time on the break shot, trying different things and trying to get some consistency. Coming off his win at the Scottish Open, the inaugural Jay Flower Scottish Open. Went back to the standard length cue. Really feels good about it, and pretty nice opener there.
Yeah, the Scottish Open was scheduled there, I think, primarily as a warm-up for the UK Open, and in the hope that it would attract a lot of the players who were playing in that event, in this event rather, to go and play in that one as well. And it certainly worked. It was a very strong field, and Shaw in his home city of Glasgow, although he's not been based there for some time, of course, winning the title in a hill finish against Victor Zielinski. Well, that was our first look at Jamie Mocock, and not an encouraging one, Jeremy.
No, and just a little loss of the cue ball and a little bit of the swerve, and just got to buy his time, wait for some shots. Now difficult pink here. We'll see, does Jason want to maybe move one of these balls, maybe go into the pink a little bit like that, trying to open it up. Now Jason has moved up the rankings a little bit after that Scottish Open win, excuse me. Settled with a cross side bank here on the pink 4. Don't think he's cutting it, yeah.
Yeah, he's number 4 in the world rankings now. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, Shane Van Bonen, and Joshua Filler, the only players ahead of him. If he was to win the tournament this week, he could go as high as number 2.
Yeah, and I think some of those smaller ranking events, you're going to see some of the players, you know, the top names take advantage of those events. They're going to get more strategically placed as time goes by, and some of those smaller ranking events will grow into some of your bigger ones as well. Going to play this, probably goes around the 8 and 9.
Yeah, the thing is as well, with only 3 automatic spots on the Mosconi Cup team on either side, to try and get in from the point standings is so hard to do. So going and playing in one of those events and winning it could be the difference between being in the Mosconi team and not. And we saw with the American selection that you were in charge of last year, it didn't actually take that many points to be one of the automatic picks. So go and win one of those events and you could be halfway to playing in the Mosconi.
Yeah, and you know, I really think there's going to be some ranking events on that aren't some of your majors, you know, some of the big matchroom events that are going to be looked at by a captain or two, just because of the quality of the fields. And you know, Jason, who has been outside that top 3 here a few times recently, and really an easy pick for a European captain, what he brings to the table and what he's done. But, you know, if he gets in there on rankings, there's going to be some decision-making for whoever is the European captain once it's announced.
Skylar Woodward knows all about the Mosconi Cup. He's been MVP a couple of times. And he's turning things around now against Vagelis Stephanopoulos, getting a bit of momentum behind him. He's leveled the match now at 6-all.
Yeah, the man from Greece on the 9-ball to take a 7-6 lead, so pressure mounting in that match.
And another American who you were talking about earlier, Jeremy Sosai, but he's 7-3 down against Ramesh Gokul. Michael Jednak going better though against Romeo Roque at 7-5.
Yeah, Billy Thorpe to tee it off here soon. I believe he plays on the same table as Skylar after that match is over.
Yeah, he's playing Aris Damoulakis. Seems everyone's playing a Greek opponent, so many of them in the field. Great to see. Jason Shaw, 1-0 up.
And look at the cue ball position. A lot of players near the corner of the box, and Jason pulling the cue ball in a little bit more like Victor Zielinski. We saw at times at the Whirlpool Masters really struggle on the break shot. Get a rail first on the 1, not too difficult. You could play it a couple different ways. Very hard to make it and get position on the blue 2, but probably not the push out situation. You could play a little further up the rail, play to overcut the 1 to the right side rail and run the cue ball for some type of safety. Now 7-6 to the man from Greece over Sky Woodward. Jason just doesn't get enough credit on the tactical side of things. Super good touch, and of course that straight shooting, it doesn't just, you know, lend itself to pocketing the balls right there, edging the 1. Really nice speed, controlling. Did give up a rail first, but still pretty good. A very unexpected miss there from Jamie. A timeless Ralph Souquet in action here on day 2.
Yeah, he's just started out on table 5 against Sean Hill. We were talking about Ralph a lot a few weeks ago, weren't we, at the World Masters, because of course he's won that 6 times. Nobody else has won it more than a couple.
Yeah, I think it was Phil and I talking about that, and also twice defeated in the finals, I believe. My memory serves me. Talk about Ralph so much and teaching his technique and certain ways he plays the balls is, I think, no coincidence why he's been so good for so long.
Yeah, and he's still pretty active in terms of playing in tournaments, and it's never very long of a gap between a good result for him. You know, every few months or every couple of tournaments you see, oh, he's beaten that player. That's a good result to be pulling out after all these years.
Yeah, well, I don't know if there's anyone that really still plays more pool professionally than Ralph. And that right there is the one thing. Now, that one was difficult. That's the one thing I've seen a little chink in the armor from Jason at times. I saw it at the International a couple times, even though he did win the event. But the draw stroke, I think, at times has let him down. The timing hasn't been its best. Very difficult shot here, not just to pocket the ball, but to hold position.
Yeah, that International Open you were talking about there, he beat Zielinski in the final of that as well back in November, and it was really important for him actually, because he said afterwards, he admitted he had taken his eye off the ball and maybe didn't have quite the motivation over the previous couple of years that he'd had in the past. Seemed to turn it on for the Mosconi, but perhaps he felt he wasn't producing on a more regular basis in tournaments, and winning that event in Virginia maybe got him off and running again.
You know, we all know he likes that East Coast there in America, and he's had a couple wins there at the International. One is U.S. Open there on the East Coast. Of course, I don't know how many times now he's won the Turning Stone Classic, 8 or 9. Yeah,
incredible.
You know, it was approaching double digits. I'll tell you, Sky Woodward's in trouble over there. It looks like ball in hand. The man from Greece, and setting up possible 2-9 combination to get on the hill at 8-6.
Yeah, Woodward, who was beaten by Shaw for that 9th Turning Stone title earlier in the year. That one was very close, but Shaw is having everything his own way really in the early stages here. Jamie Mocock hasn't got any sort of foothold in the match yet. And Jason Shaw is going to ease his way, it seems, into a 2-0 lead in his opening match at this year's UK Open.
Well, all these types of shots are no hangers, of course, with the tough equipment.
Ah, you called it, Jeremy. It was looking good for him, but broken down on the line, and a chance for Mocock here. Unexpectedly level the match, and this could really set the tone for him. Get a rack on the board early on. Start to feel at home here.
Cueing some left English there, but straight in the heart of the pocket. And like you said, Michael, on the board.
Well, it's so important, isn't it? Because we see it so often in these open events. A rank outsider in a match falls so far behind that by the time the chances do start to come, they're mentally gone. So, Jason Shaw left himself a testing 9-ball, missed it, and Jamie Mocock produced a decent pot to level the match at 1-all. Yes, Fine has pulled away a bit now against Harriet Haynes. Fine 3-1 up, looking to build on what he did at the World Masters. Oliver Shalnocki, player who was on the brink of real stardom a couple of years ago and hasn't quite built on that position. Well, he's in the first couple of racks today against Rafi Gonzalez. Ralph Suke, who we were talking about there, has taken the opening rack of his match against Sean Hill. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, world champion, leading 4-0 against Bash Maksoud. Skylar Woodward, as we were saying, 8-6 down to Vangelis Stephanopoulos. Woodward was well behind early on, turned it round, looked as though he was maybe going to get through. Needs to win the last 3 racks there. And Jeremy, I think you'll be keeping an eye on that one for us, and you can keep us up to date on how Woodward is progressing.
Yeah, the Copper Box Arena, it's such a beautiful setup. You can really get your eyes, if the eyes are somewhat intact anyways, you can get your eyes on a lot of tables. Lots of things going on, and that was very questionable on the speed. I don't think by intent, just possibly, his opening break in the tournament. So I think I was going to talk about Niels. I think he's put himself in a position now to where we're kind of expecting some really nice results, whether it be a quarterfinal or maybe even further. But the form he's shown, really bringing himself up through the ranks here in the last 18 months or so, has gotten his game back, and of course he expects results. But now it's not so much of like a nice story to see, right? It's more expected, I think.
Yeah, there's a conversation going on about Europe's next Mosconi Cup captain, and he looks absolutely made for the role, but he's taken himself out of the discussion with how he's playing, because that's where his focus is, and the captaincy can wait. He wants to be back on that team. That is the specially commissioned UK Open trophy. It is, not sure you can quite make it out from that angle, but it is in the shape of the map of the UK.
Well, Shaw with ball in hand, looks like not much of an issue. Looks like the pink 4 and the green 6 are lined up for the corner. That's the real only congestion. Now he's going to have problems maybe getting to that pink 4, excuse me. He's going to play a masse. Pretty shot here. Is he going to go enough? Should be okay for the rail first, or maybe a jump shot. The problem with the rail first is not sure you can really hold position on the pink 4. I'll tell you, Skylar's opponent has broke and got a shot. And a good one on the blue 2. Not an easy rack over there, but doesn't look so good for, as far as the Mosconi points anyways, the top-ranked American.
Shaw not quite into full flow yet, but when he is, he's an absolute joy to watch. So fluent, so quick, so instinctive. He leads once again in the early stages of this match by 2 racks to 1. So if the match is going on at the moment, the one we're keeping really close eye on is the one on table 3. As we've said, Vangelis Stephanopoulos on the brink of a big win over Skylar Woodward, leading 8-6 there at the moment. Niels Fire now 4-1 up against Harriet Haynes. Si Cha Chen has taken the first 2 against Clay Beaver. Sanyan Pelovanovic did so well at the Premier League and had a good year last year. Level at 1-1 with Robert Parrish. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has a 4-0 lead over Bash Maksud. In fact, I think that's just gone 5-0.
Yeah, you kind of put Sanjan Pelovanovic, another one of those players to really get even better this year and probably make some noise in one of these major events. Kind of put him in the same boat as Alexa Paselj, very young, and definitely, you know, when you look at those two, you just got to figure those are definitely guys that are going to be future champions in our sport, but you just never know, and it's so difficult. And there's plenty of veterans wanting to slow them down. Just maybe take your time, kid.
That's it, isn't it? There's that top bracket of 6 or 7 players that it just looks so impregnable, trying to break in and win a title ahead of those guys. But plenty of time for that. And both of those players, Pichelj and Pelovanovic, have steadily enhanced their reputations over the last 12 years or so. Is that the Swedish kid who won yesterday against Tyler? Sitting in the front row?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Walter had a nice interview.
Yeah,
Got to watch that a little bit this morning.
Yeah, he wasn't lacking in confidence at all in what he was saying afterwards. We'll be hearing from him a little later in the day. Walter Lacra.
Oh, Jason really smashing them there. A lot of action, a little action on the 9. Cue ball may have gotten a friendly kiss to avoid the middle, but should not only extend his lead here, but do it probably pretty quickly as well. Skylar Woodward at the table here at 8-6. It's been down a few games a couple times in this match. Of course, it's a little different when your opponent's on the heel. And you know, again, I talked about it, I think, in a podcast the day before yesterday, that first match for Skylar is, just like most of the players, a little susceptible to making some mistakes. But it's big for him just to play a good match, you know, even in a favorite situation. He really feeds off that. It's almost like the Mosconi Cup to me with Skylar. It kind of grabs his attention so easily. You know, it's such a big moment right from the start that he starts off playing well, and he just kind of continues that. And he does the same thing in the regular events. If he can get that good match early, he's usually not going to play a poor match from there.
And the cleanest rack so far goes the way of Jason Shaw. 2 in a row for him, and he leads 3-1. Matthew Christopher on the hill in the Old British clash with Daniel Lim. Christopher leading 8-7. Alan Brown, another British player, closing in on going through. 7-4 up on Rainer Biermann of Germany. Ramesh Gokul now on the hill at 8-3 against American Jeremy Sosai. It's 7-all between Michael Jednak and Romeo Roque. Niels Fine continuing to stretch his lead over Harriet Haynes. It's now 5-1. Oliver Szolnocki, the young Hungarian, leading 3-0 against Rafi Gonzalez. Si Cha Chen is taking the first couple of racks now against Clay Beaver. That brings you pretty much up to date on the big stories going on here on this second morning of the UK Open.
And for Oliver, I think it was just missing a few events that, you know, I didn't expect, and it seems like he's just as solid as they come when it comes to a young player, right? Very consistent. I call him kind of a mad genius with some of the shots I've seen him pull off at a young age. I really learned a lot from the young man. And that's the break off he's looking for. We'll see what the red 3 does. It's gotten a little ugly up the table near the black 8. A great starter on the blue 2, but it's got to get a little creative for position and some type of offensive shot for another break and run. He's going to love this. Really couldn't place it much better with your hand, and just got to worry about maybe going forward, getting a little flat on the pink, maybe cueing awkwardly over the 8. He's got more angle here than I thought. So maybe playing this in the corner. Really nice.
Really looking for a big run in one of these big field matchroom events. Got to the last 16 of the European Open last year, but that was the furthest he got in any of them. In 2022, went out the last 32 of the World Championship this year from a strong position against John Morra. He'd also fallen at that stage of last year's World Championship.
Yeah, and some of Jason's lack of results have just been the game itself of 9-ball pool, and then his opponent really playing well and keeping him, in the chair or just kind of off the winning end of some of these matches. And then what I saw from there is it's almost like when things didn't go Jason's way a little bit, it's almost like he was in the mentality of, oh, here we go again. Early in the event, things not going my way, and I think he's got to remind himself he's stronger than that. And he's got to really kind of buy his time, right? Be patient. Saw that at the PLP a couple times, and again, the Whirlpool Masters wasn't his friend.
Big moment for Bashmak Sood, who's just managed to take a rack off the world champion, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. So closing into 5-1 there, but back here, what a moment that is. Of a different sort for Jamie Mocock, and his chance to get back to one behind.
Kind of just never really looked settled on that 7-ball. Kind of stretching, a lot of movement. Definitely no hanger here, going into a very small middle, and possibly with some speed.
Made that look easy, which it certainly wasn't.
No, not at all, and something's not looking easy. Skylar Woodward's making a very difficult out here at 8-7, I believe, trying to get it to Hill.
Yeah, he's closed 8-7 in that one against Vagelis Stephanopoulos. Oh, Jamie Mocock could so easily have been back to 3-2 there. A miss on the 7. Ended up costing them the rack, so Jason Shaw now leads 4-1. Ramesh Gokul has now closed it out against Jeremy Sosai. 9 racks to 3. It's gone Hill on table 24, the all-British clash between Daniel Lim and Matthew Christopher. It means so much to all of these guys from the British scene to come here and get any sort of win under their belt. So a big final rack coming up for both of them. Oliver Sholnocki now with a 4-0 lead over Rafi Gonzalez. Romeo Roque on the hill at 8-7 against Michael Jednak, another American player.
Yeah, Michael, who's come to many of these events. I think he played the UK last year. I know he played in Fulda. Plays a lot of the bigger events. Very good player from New York City. Looks like Skylar Woodward's making a very gritty out to get it to Hill. The 9 is down. He will be breaking to get through that first round. A sweater here early on day 2. Tell you what, from what I've seen so far on our main table is a little more solid from Jason so far than we've seen from Josh, but both guys that they really got to look forward to, both breaking the balls really, really well. Got to figure Josh is going to leave those few mistakes behind we saw earlier and get much better as the event goes. But all that talk that Jason had about the break shot and how much work he's put in on it. It shows so far. You can see a 6-9 combination looming, but he won't play for that. A little natural there to get position on the green 6 and another break and run.
Yep. If he completes it, it'll be his second in the last 3 racks.
But even there, it just didn't look as fluid, the draw stroke. It wasn't like a tough one, but it just doesn't look as easy as it should to me. And it's not all the time. Just seems here and there.
It's the nature of this game, and it's the nature of playing Jason Shaw, that things can go like this, the way they have for Jamie Mocock. About 5 minutes ago, he had a chance to get back to 3-2 behind. Now he's trailing 5-1. So not much to update you on because that was such a swift rack. But the big story at the moment is the one on table 3, Vagelis Stephanopoulos, looking to hold off the late resurgence of Skylar Woodward. That's gone Hill. Woodward breaking in the decider. Jeremy keeping a very close eye on that one.
Yeah, it looks like a dry break there at 8-8. Took a little speed off. I'm sure not intended. I think he did surrender a shot on the 1. Nothing easy, though.
And Niels Fine now looks to be in total control against Harriet Haynes of Britain. It's now 6-1. Also 6-1 in favor of Francisco Sanchez Ruiz against Bash Maksoud. Sanchez Ruiz, who went on an epic run to the final last year, and you can pick your starting point really for this magnificent run he's been on, but it had certainly started that week, if not before. All those matches he won, and then of course went on to win the World Cup of Pool with Spain, but defending that on home ground in a few weeks. And really, even then, we were thinking, well, this is perhaps the best year of his career so far, but he was barely getting started. Went on from there to win the US Open, made his Mosconi debut, was on the winning team. And already this year has added the World Championship, he's won the Premier League. And times in that Premier League in Leicester where you would go through several matches in a row and you'd think, this is about as well as it's possible to play.
Yeah, and a domination like we've never seen, really, and hard to say never, but pretty incredible what he's done. And really maybe one of the hardest sports in the world to dominate at. And it's just got to have things running your way. You know, it doesn't take much for you to lose a little confidence. That's why we see these players, you know, they'll play a perfect match, but they're still getting up early the next day to get the arm going.
And in that Premier League final, FSR beat Jason Shaw, who's at the table now, breaking at 5-1.
I'm not sure how it happened, but the man from Greece has surrendered at the table to Sky Woodward. Just kind of, he fouled. He gave up ball in hand. So it's very tricky out there. But with ball in hand, you got to like Skylar's chances, especially. Showed a lot of grit here the last couple racks, getting out from some very difficult positions. And Jason in a great position here to further that lead. Spent a lot of time, though. You could tell he wants to win. Before, I believe, was it the Whirlpool Masters? He went over to Sheffield to work with one of snooker's coaches, or a real famous coach, yeah. Well, Skylar's missed the 3-8 combination, so the Man from Greece back at the table.
I'm going to make you say his name even once.
Stephanopoulos.
Yeah, you see, it's not that hard. Vagelis Stephanopoulos. I knew you could do it.
Yeah, actually, I get along with the Greek names a little better than some of the others, but actually, the Greek names to me are some of the best. I really enjoy them. To make you feel good, Stephanopoulos has ended up a little short on the purple 5. Not to take away from what Jason's doing here, but you can see pretty routine here in game number 7. And a very, very healthy lead.
Well, this is what we think of, isn't it, when we think of Jason Shaw, just getting into this rhythm, winning rack after rack in no time at all and making it look all so easy. And with that, he now stretches his lead to 6-1. And we saw it in the earlier match, didn't we? It's the same story for Jamie Mocock. If you're coming in as a big outsider, you've got to take advantage of whatever early chances you get. And if you don't, the match can just run away from you. And that's what's happening at the moment.
A bit of a tester, a real tester, actually, now that I take a second look. Stephanopoulos has gotten real funny on an awkward 9-ball, and not only to make the 9, but the cue ball is going to have some concern as well. A lot of eyes on that table 3 at the moment.
And a hill finish has just concluded on table 24. Matthew Christopher winning the All-British clash with Daniel Lim. And the reward for that is to play Victor Zielinski in the next round.
Oh, he's missed the 9. Stephanopoulos, he's left no hanger. Very long distance shot out of the corner pocket for Sky Wood.
And another winner to tell you about, Romeo Roque, 9-7 over American Michael Jednak, and now goes through to play Naoyuka Yoi, who was a 9-0 winner much earlier today against Danny King. Niels Fine has just gone to the hill at 8-1 against Harriet Haynes, who did win a rack early on. It was 1-all when we first checked in on that one. One-way traffic since. And similar for Oliver Sholnocki, now leading Rafi Gonzalez on table 11 by 5 racks to 0. Si Cha Chen also 5-0 up against Clay Beaver. Ralph Suke with a 3-0 lead over Sean Hill. Back here, it's 6-1 to Jason Shaw.
And Skyler hung that 9-ball, so Stephanopoulos is going to advance there, and Skyler has taken his first loss here early in the UK Open.
Yeah, quarter-finalist last year. He's going to have to take the scenic route to get back to that sort of stage of the tournament this year.
Yes, occasionally we have a break-off where all the balls kind of go to one side. I'm not really sure why that happens. I'm trying to play some 4 rails up underneath the 3 again, maybe a cross-side bank if that's available. Very easy safety behind the green 6 if he chooses. A lot going on with that shot. Breaking out the pink 4, canning off the 6 there to get into the brown 7. Just missed the 3. Pockets aren't easy.
We were talking earlier about some of those smaller world ranking events. Shaw will actually be hosting one, the Connecticut Open in September, just before the US Open actually.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot going on the Northeast at that time. We'll see plenty of players come in for some of those events right before the US Open. May go for the long rail bank here if he can get at the entire 3. I'm not sure he can. It's not the worst shot in the world. We'll see how he cues the ball. High ball, you wouldn't figure it. It's more of a center stun shot. if he does go for the bank.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has just had a golden break to make it 8-1 against Bash Maksud.
Billy Thorpe about to start his event there on table 3. Guy's been putting a ton of time on the pool table. I was talking to him right before this match, and since January he's been home only about 2 weeks, so it shows you all the time and how difficult it is for these players.
Yeah, he's playing Aris Damoulakis, another of those 16 Greeks in the field.
Oh, sweet stroke there from Eagle Eye. Should cheat the pocket here. Comes some 2 rails across for the purple in the right middle.
David O'Cady is in a familiar position in the audience, watching his great mate FSR. He plays Angelo Salzano in the next round a little later himself, O'Cady.
You know, and we know those guys are so close, him and FSR, and you know, David's got to love what's going on with his compadre and his career, but does it put a little extra heat on David to get some results? You know, I mean, it could be a little bit of a psychological warfare between the ears for Mr. Al-Kaid.
I do know the night of the World Final in Poland back in February, nobody was more delighted than Al-Kaid to see FSR win it. And he was standing beside him in the final moments of it. He was far more nervous than Sanchez Ruiz himself. He wanted it so much for his friend, which was great to see. And great to see for fans of Jason Shaw is that he's continuing his domination of this match. 6 racks in a row he's won now. He leads Jamie Mocock 7-1.
Yeah, FSR with an 8-1 lead, a much different start to the UK Open this year than last. Of course, he wants to do one better as far as how it finished last year. Almost being exited from the event so early and then grinded his way through and ended up being runner-up to Josh Filler.
Yeah, the two of them could have played each other in the final, of course, because O'Cady lost in the other semi-final.
I think probably maybe Al-Kaid's best results, or his, you know, last best results were right here at the UK Open last year.
Yeah, he's certainly been overshadowed on the Spanish front, hasn't he? In the last 12 months.
And I'll tell you, hats off to him at the Moscone. I thought, you know, he struggled big time, right? Big time in a couple doubles matches, had to come out in a couple of singles matches, and they didn't look good at first, and then mid-match kind of turned it on, and I kind of think really kind of got the win for Team Europe overall. A couple of the matches that David came with at the right time.
It was the first time that there were 2 Spanish players on the European team.
Yeah, and Jason's shown us a lot of different break speeds here, and I like the results as far as making balls overall. You know, with the cut break, you're going to get a lot of variety because you're going to get some kisses, and of course you can cut them a little different from time to time. And I like banking the blue 2 kind of up to the top rail, going 1 rail behind the black 8 and then dropping below the 3 with the cue ball. Looks pretty natural. Of course, Jason's wanting to stay offensive here as a big favorite, but I think the safety, and this is one you want to get into and practice this type of shot for future matches. He played the clip to go behind the 3, so very well done. really seen a whole lot from Jamie in the last 20 minutes or so, it seems. All eagle eye. And he caught the green 6. Now that did make a big problem on the side rail for the purple 5 and the green 6. Good thing for Jason, he's got ball in hand, so should be able to produce some angle off the red 3 to get into that 5-6 and break those balls out. Well, that's an interesting way to play it. Just trying to draw underneath subtly, leaving kind of an extreme angle, overdrew the ball. And now I think would really be forcing things to try and get at that purple 5.
Chris Melling, you may have seen there, is looking on a few rows from the front.
I hope he can attack here. I don't know if he got stuck to the green 6 or not. There's Chris Melling and Elliot Sanderson. Now, did Elliot survive that loss yesterday? He lost his first match. I thought he did anyways. Oh, beauty. One of the prettiest shots in pool, cutting the ball down the rail past the middle. Seems to be a crucial shot that does come up later in the event. And some of the biggest moments. Could just ease this in. Maybe Elliott won his first match and lost his second. I can't remember. But I thought he did take a loss yesterday.
So Jason Shaw closing in on victory here. It's now 8-1. He's very much in control here. Yeah, Elliott was beaten in the All-British clash by Marcel Price, a Welshman, coming through 9-2 there. And that was in the second match for both of them.
Okay, so he'll play again tomorrow. Elliott will. Have to win about 3 matches, I believe, to get through to the final 64. Or we'll start our single elimination part of the event, excuse me.
Now Francisco Sanchez Ruiz has now closed it out against Bash Maksoud. He's finished 9-1 in favour of last year's runner-up, who's gone on to so much success since then. And having beaten one British player, he'll play another one in the next round. That will be either Matthew Wrigley or Andrew Fan. They're starting their match around now. Niels Fyan has won as well. Harriet Haynes did manage to win a rack quite early on, but Fine was dominant after that and won 9-1. Oliver Shalnocki has a 6-1 lead over Rafi Gonzalez. Alan Brown, the British player, is on the hill against Rainer Bierman at 8-6. Jason Shaw is on the hill here. He needs just one more to advance. 8-1.
And again, he's got to be really happy with the break-off as a whole. A little bit of clusters here, but sometimes the balls just kiss just right and settled together. Not so sure he has an offensive starter on the 2 besides a very difficult shot in the right middle. Could float it in, though, and go by the brown 7 and produce some type of kiss shot on the 3, maybe playing the 8. Looks like he's going to try and put the 2 underneath this cluster. Maybe run the cue ball, I'm not sure. Should see a very devastating safety here from Jamie. Eagle Eye showing off the arsenal. Ripped the 2 into the corner, trying to draw the ball to open the red 3 and the green 6. An awkward shot here with the rest.
Oh, surely not. That's harsh. At 8-1 down on his big day.
Yeah, really hadn't got a lot of offensive opportunities. Got one there, made a beauty on a combination. Little flick off the purple 5, and the cue ball got lost. Now Jason, who opened up the pink there, shooting that 3 ball with ball in hand. Gonna have to do a little work on this from the 7 to the 8-9 as well. There's a bank shot on the 8 if he wants it. 7's in a great position to reopen the 8-9. Tried to play the kiss shot offensively, the 8 off the 9, and could see a few more games in this match now. Jamie should be able to handle these 2.
As I was saying with the Jaspal Bamatra match earlier against Joshua Filler, every single rack you win in a situation like this makes you feel that little bit better. And that's the second one that Jamie Mocock has won. So he closes to 8-2. I can tell you next match on this table in a little while will be Vagelis Stephanopoulos, who's just beaten Skyler Woodward, up against Phone Myint Kyaw of Myanmar. Yeah, the player from Myanmar was the gold medalist in Nineball at the Southeast Asian Games.
Well, that tells you something right there. You can't accidentally get the gold medal in that event. A lot of great players from the Philippines, of course, Singapore, Vietnam.
Yeah, Alex Pagalayan will be in action in that session over on table 2. Doesn't yet know who he's going to play. There will be a bit of a gap before that session begins because it won't start until 1 o'clock UK time. Sanyan Pelovanovic is level at 4-all with Robert Parrish. Ralph Suke cruising against Sean Hill, leading 6-0. Billy Thorpe has lost the opening rack to Aris Damulakis. Si Cha Chen is a 6-1 lead now over the American Clay Beaver.
Oh, nice break off there. Decent look at the 1. Probably goes on the safety side of things. Play the cue ball below the purple, kind of banking the one across. Could go offensive balls as well. Nothing wrong with that. Jason playing the one in the lower left. Really sweet stroke there. That subtle pace is some of the funniest ways to play shots. So players would usually like to have at least medium, kind of medium speed on the ball, if not a little more. Looks like a very tight blue 2 going by the pink 4. Appears there is enough pocket. Looks like a little awkward cueing with the middle. No surprise there after so much trouble with the bridge hand.
Yeah, ending up just deciding to put it on the table to avoid having to make a bridge in the side pocket, and just didn't look comfortable with it. If Shaw does get through, as seems highly likely now, obviously, he'll face another all-British clash in the next round. But we don't yet know who it would be against. It will be either Mark Foster or Andrew Finnegan. Foster leading 4-2 at the moment. But if that is to be his last shot in the match, it'll be a pretty unpleasant memory to take away.
Yeah, not knowing Jamie, just can kind of tell his technique's a little quick anyways, and probably, you know, with the nerves going, it's not getting anything but a little quicker. So, well, he's gotten snookered here.
You felt in the previous match that Filler maybe lost his focus a bit because it was all coming a bit too easily. Are you seeing signs of that with Shaw as well?
Yeah, a little bit. And, you know, Jason probably can leave those kind of things behind a little easier. But, I mean, when you're talking about not having results, right, in a while, you know, of course he had the Scottish Open this past week, but I'm talking about the bigger stage. That's where you really want it to be just solid all the way around, in my opinion anyways. That's where you really want to make sure you're putting in effort not to lose the focus. And Jason's obviously been putting in effort trying to get results, you know, going to see a coach, playing a few of the smaller events to stay in stroke. And wow, what a difficult hit this is. Trying to get at the purple 5. And all in all, though, I think Jason would like to, you know, have it to where he doesn't, you know, have errors, even though he's a huge favorite. Big masse here. It should start to take spin. And he kind of shoved it into the green 6. Didn't know what else to do. So a bit of a laugh for the fellas.
Yeah, I think that's the only way to react when something like that goes wrong. But as I said, it was such a tough ask anyway.
That's the one thing about the tighter pockets. Of course, the deep shelves here on the diamonds. As the balls will get deep in the pocket. Not only making some difficulties when you can't see the ball, but even when you can see the ball, hard to really predict.
I think he would have preferred if that 2-ball he missed earlier had been his last memory from the match rather than that one, because this surely is over now. match which was very similar in its narrative to what we saw earlier. Doesn't even need to bother with the 9-ball. Jason Shaw beats Jamie Mocock by 9 racks to 2. He's off and running in his quest for this UK Open title. Now, one of the big stories of yesterday was the 14-year-old Walter Lacra beating the American Moscone Cup player Tyler Steyer. Let's hear now from the young prospect.
Just gonna try to do the same thing as last match. Just focus on my game, play good safeties, good breaks. About that.
You made the decision to withdraw from the Junior Open to play in the UK Open itself. Do you feel like you've made the right decision already?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I wanted to meet very good players here. That was my plan from the beginning. Then saw the Junior Open, so I decided to still keep my spot in the UK Open, and I made the right choice, I think.
For you this week, how much can you learn from the others, but how far do you think you can go with your game as well?
Well, if I try to play like I did in my last match, except some of the few misses in the end, I think I can go pretty far, but I have to hold my game, and the players are just getting tougher and tougher.
For those that may not have heard of you before, what can fans expect from you when you play? What sort of style of play do you have?
I play pretty aggressive, but still I play a lot of safeties to try and give the opponent some tough matches. That's about it.
Walter, thank you and good luck again.
Thank you.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object. Something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone. Match 3 of day 2 of the UK Open is imminent. The first 2 matches of the day have been very quick indeed. Dominant victories for 2 giants of the game. So we had a short break, and now it's time to head back into the action. There you can see Joshua Filler and Jason Shaw, 2 stalwarts of the European Mosconi Cup team, winning comfortably. And that's an understatement, against Jaspal Bamotra and Jamie Mocock, respectively, 9-2. Next up, it is Myanmar against Greece, a match that underlines the cosmopolitan nature of 9-ball pool. Vangelis Stephanopoulos against Phone Myint Kao. 3 more matches, of course, to come later in the day, and they are to be confirmed. We will let you know about them when we know. On table 2, we've also seen a couple of runaways. Kopin Yi, 9-0 over Danny Johnson. Kopin Yi still on a high after winning the World Pool Masters, of course. And Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the world 9-ball champion, he had a very simple task in dispatching Bash Maksud, 9-1. Maksud was playing in the snooker qualifying school in Leicester this week, but he got knocked out and travelled down here, and then came up against the might of the Spaniard. Next up on table 2, it is the vastly experienced Canadian Alex Pagulayan against Liu Riteng of Chinese Taipei. Again, the final 3 matches on table 2, we don't know yet. You can see all of the action on table 2, by the way, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Now, I must say, I'm really looking forward to this. Vangelis Stephanopoulos, just coming off a really big win over Skylar Woodward. As for Phone Myint Kao, well, he goes by the name of RT Code. So, Carl Boys, that's a little easier for you to say.
Yes, I'm very familiar with RT Co. I've seen him play before. I've actually played against him a few years ago. Very, very nice cueist indeed. Been away from the 9-ball scene a while with COVID and travel restrictions. Good to see him here playing at the UK Open. Let's see what level he can bring in this match, because Phil, this will give us an indication as to how far we really think he can go.
I think he can go quite some distance. 3 weeks ago, he completed the singles and doubles twosome in the Southeast Asian Games for Myanmar. That event was held in Cambodia. He beat Aloysius Yap 9-3 in the final of the singles, and then with his partner they beat the Malaysian duo for another gold.
Yeah, looks like he's using some kind of, I want to say it's a Chinese 8-ball cue, snooker cue, something. It's a bit bizarre. We'll get a better look at this at some point. I know he plays a lot of Chinese 8-ball over in China. Their version of pool is 8-ball, and the pockets are very tight, so he's used to playing on tight tables, so this will seem quite generous. But we've seen it all week. I've been having a good walk round this morning, Phil. I've been out in the thick of it in the arena, and I'm seeing a lot of balls missed.
Well, this particular pocket has been kind to Stephanopoulos already. Hill against Skylar Woodward. Stephanopoulos undercut the 9 to that pocket. Almost scratched. He left a lengthy 9 for Woodward to go at. So I think the odds were in favour of Woodward, although it wasn't a gimme by any means. And lo and behold, the former Mosconi Cup MVP hit the ball quite crisply. It hit the jaws, stayed on the table. He left it unmissable and conceded. So another surprise. We've seen several of them so far in the tournament. Woodward now battling on the one-loss side of the draw. And Stephanopoulos, one of 16 Greek players involved in the tournament.
Big following over in Greece. A lot of players. Obviously, we're more familiar with Ikonomopoulos and Gazakis. He needs the cue ball to slow down, which it will do. This is just the start. You wanted, especially when your opponent misses a ball and you kind of get a go off the back of that. It's always nice. Stays very high off the cue, doesn't he? So mechanically, doesn't look the soundest. Usually that would mean maybe you miss a few balls. Look, here's a better look. You see how he's not getting down on the cue. So he stands off it quite a fair bit. But he's getting the job done.
He was getting the job done. That, though, was a terrible miss. Not just missing the 9, but missing it by the proverbial mile.
That was a perfect camera angle. When he pulled his back arm back, there's just a lot of room for error. And you could really see it. He come right across the cue ball and missed the 9. That is not going to make him feel good at all at the start of this match.
No, and RTCO looks right at home. He played a match earlier today, defeated the Brit Tom Eames 9-2. He's a big favourite for this contest as well. And the way things have begun, well, it doesn't augur well for the outsider. So what about the other tables? Well, I told you Alex Pagulayan against Liu Riteng is on table 2 right now. The winner of that match will play the winner of this next up. Ko Pin Yi is back in action. He's shared the first 2 racks with Joe Prince of the UK. Such a good field here. And I can tell you, in a transatlantic battle, Shane Walford, Mosconi Cup possible, leads Benji Buckley 2-0.
Bump in the 9 would help. Yep. That bump that he missed has hooked himself. Going for the short stick. Quite a relatively easy jump shot, this. Just because the blue 2 is so close to the pocket. Got to try and control the cue ball as well, though. Yeah, he just didn't have any control there. The cue ball was jumping over the ball too fast, too quick. And then obviously that was too hard to control. So RTCO got a little tricky opener.
So I see you've copped out then, Carl. RTCO as opposed to phone me into cow.
Well, you're saying it far better than me, Phil.
Listen, I might be completely off. It might be the totally incorrect pronunciation, but we know RTCO is correct, so you're doing the right thing. Tell you what, his cue looks like a very sturdy thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's a hybrid cue made for the Chinese 8-ball game, so this is probably the type of cue someone like Jack Lazowski and Gary Wilson would be better using, you know, because when you come from one of them other disciplines, you're better off using a cue you prefer other than, let's say, a cue like Sanchez or Filler or Shaw uses, because they do get a bit of time, you know, they take a bit of time to get used to.
Well, there's an interesting backstory there. Gary Wilson was saying yesterday, after that fine victory over Thomas Kaplan, that one of the reasons he feels he's playing better 9-ball, certainly than he did at this tournament last year, is because he's gone back to his snooker cue. Wilson's back in action tomorrow. Mouth-watering affair against Aloysius Yap. If he can beat him, then we can start to think about a very big story. I must say, technically, of the two, Marty Ko is the superior. I like the cue action. Very neatly done. Stephanopoulos hooked himself on the 2, the jump shot didn't work, and Artie Ko did the rest. It is 2-0 to the man from Myanmar, formerly Burma, of course. Other scores to give you. Riku Rompainen, the youngster from Finland, has taken the opening rack from Francesco Candela. He could be playing Jason Shaw next. Victor Zielinski, who came so close to winning the Scottish Open at the weekend. He's 2-0 up on Matthew Christopher. This is in the winners' first round. And David Alcady, half of the reigning Spanish World Cup of Pool champions. Well, Alcady very quickly 3-0 up on Angelo Salzano from Italy. Alcady, if you're just joining us, played his first match earlier against Robert Hart, who's the brother of the well-known film star and comedian Kevin Hart, and Robert took 4 racks off Alcady, so he's clearly improving. By the way, a shout out to Ben Bloom, who's a journalist for the Mail on Sunday here in London, who came into the tournament with the aim of writing a story about it, and he played yesterday with a custom shirt and a cue given to him by Matchroom. Never played competitive 9-ball in his life before, hadn't played a lot of 9-ball full stop, and he won a rack in each of his matches, so I'm looking forward to reading his article on his experience here either next Sunday or the Sunday after that. So back to the action. And once again, Stephanopoulos finds himself in trouble on the 2.
Yeah, we're just thinking when you were talking about Ben Bloom, I was just thinking 256 entrants, and obviously we've got the usual faces from the top of the world of 9-ball, the Shaws, the Fillers, obviously Sanchez, Alcady, these players that we all know. But the beauty of this is you can pay your entry fee and have a go and have a chance of playing these players. And as you said, Phil, you've got Ben Bloom, a friend of mine, Harry Tinkerell's playing in it. Actually lost yesterday, so he's not playing anymore, but he's a sports car racing driver. Next week he's off to Le Mans, the 100th year anniversary, and it's amazing how many people play pool. It's amazing how many people think they can play pool, and when they actually see how good these top pros really are, It makes you appreciate the level that this game can be played to.
Yes, and the newspaper exposure that Ben is going to bring to the event will be invaluable.
Oh, that was a useful nudge on the 8-ball. He was trying to hit that 2-ball a little thinner. He could jump over this. There is enough space, but it's hard to see the jump safety shot. Can't pop the 2, so he would be sending the 2 crashing into the 7 and just kind of hoping something good would happen. Over on table 2, Alex Pagalayan. He's 1-0 up. You can watch that table on Matchroom Multi-Sport YouTube channel. So he's going airball.
As he did on the 2 in the last rack, and that didn't work out well. Well, this one hasn't either. Didn't make the necessary elevation over the 8. It's ball in hand. Tell you what a surprise that Stephanopoulos defeated Skylar Woodward. Just one note, if you're a regular watcher of the burgeoning Matchroom 9-ball pool tour, you'll know at the vast majority of events we have a 30-second shot clock, and that will be the case here as well. From Saturday onwards, the last 2 days, no shot clock. With so many tables in operation, I think it would be a logistical and practical impossibility.
Yeah, Phil, you know, this shot clock kind of debate thing that we see spoken about. Nineball's not a slow game. It's not so much that the game is slow. You know, when you look at snooker, a lot of frames are slow because the balls have gone a little bit messy and the players are trying to grind out safety shots, and it's just so hard to keep clearing up. But Nineball isn't like that. Usually the time's being wasted from the player. You know, walking around the table too many times, not really making decisions quick enough. You know, usually in 9-ball, when the balls go messy, 2 or 3 safety shots and someone's going to have a go at the clearance, breaking balls out, or even the three foul rule. So it is actually a quick game.
Yesterday I was off commentary duties when Albin Aushin was playing Phil Wildman and ultimately losing, and towards the end of that match Aushin was playing quite slowly, indecisively, clearly because of the situation and maybe because of his lack of confidence, but certainly he was taking an age on shots when, of course, with the shot clock he wouldn't be allowed to. There's an argument to say the shot clock does a favour to players by making their mind up for them.
You can see early on that RT Cole is a nice cueist. That's a wonderful action. Look, bit of movement there, but overall very solid indeed. Strikes a positive cue ball. Yeah, there's a good look at this cue. It's like a piece of ash.
I'll use the word again, sturdy.
Doesn't mind leaving himself long. He's going to back himself to pot it, but you do miss these now and again.
It is all a one way so far. Vangelis Stephanopoulos coming off that maybe career win over Skylar Woodward in the previous match. Not showing anything like that form here. He's 3-0 down. A little while ago we were mentioning Robert Hart, who acquitted himself well against David Al-Qaidi first up. Well, on table 23, he's now on the one-loss side of the draw, and he's 2-0 up on fellow American Edward Epperson. Jeremy Sosi from America, also on the one-loss side. He's 2-0 up on Bart Chapler. Remember, when you go to the one-loss side, it is a race to 8, not 9. It's an awfully long way to travel, Carl, to go 0-2.
Well, it could be worse. It could be 0 from 1. At least you get 2 games, not 1, Phil. But listen, this is all about making sure you qualify for the final 64 single elim. And if if you're thinking you're one of the better players on the circuit, you should always back yourself to achieve that feat. It's not too difficult for the top boys. You're always going to get the odd shock early doors, but usually, someone will come through that section. Like Sanchez last year, he lost his opening match, battled his way back through the losers side, got himself into the final 64, and then very nearly won the title, losing in the final to Filler. These are the stories that will be made in these big open events. Now, can we see a better rack here? Balls are all sat pretty good for the Jailers.
I know, Carl, you've spent time playing pool in Greece. It can't be overstated just how popular a game it is out there. And to have 16 players here, that's remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they can fly straight into London, so it's quite easy for them to get to. But it is popular over there. They have their own tournaments all over Greece, and they get over 100 runners in each event, so we kind of knew that there was some good players over there. Just needs to be careful here because he's left himself very long, and you would think he's going to be long on the purple 5, which is his next ball. No, he hit that nice. He decided to go a bit pacier and get the cue ball closer to his work. Just seeing the distance there, Mario Heat. He's having a chat with Gary Wilson, actually, the snooker player. Well, this is disaster. Another missed ball.
I hope Skylar's not watching this.
Yeah, Skylar Woodward lost Hill not that long ago, actually. So he's on pretty quick, isn't he, for his winners round 2 match.
You were out there, weren't you, Carl, when the end arrived? I think we might get some footage on social media a little later on today.
Yeah, I've been out doing a behind the scenes video for the YouTube channel and all the Matchroom socials, and I was right near the table and I was just talking about the match, saying, we've got Hill here, Skylar's in trouble, and Jealous was at the table. He missed the 9, left Skylar long, Skylar missed the 9, and that was that. So both players did have a chance to win the match. RT Cozy playing a safety shot. Oh, he's gone for a 5-9 combo. That was very adventurous.
Yeah, not from the conventional playbook, that. Now Stephanopoulos needs to pot some good balls, needs to make an impact. He moved on the shot perceptibly, but it made no difference. It went in. You would have thought that that win over Woodward would have settled him down, but he seems really nervous to me.
Yeah, he's left himself a little tricky one. Should still be potting these, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it always looked a little wide, didn't it? Played it into the wrong side of the pocket. Should be playing it into the long rail. That's his third missed ball of this match.
Played the old drag shot there to hold the cue ball. The 8 didn't go in cleanly, but I can't imagine he'll miss this. Indeed, it is in. So a missed 9 ball in the first rack from Stephanopoulos, and now a missed 8 ball in the fourth. It is 4-0 to RTCO, Myanmar's finest. Let's give you some other scores from around this vast arena. Ko Ping Chung and Alan Brown, they've shared the first 2 racks. This is on the winner's side, winners round 1. Shane Walford 3-2 up on Benji Buckley. Riku Rompainen, the teenager from Finland, 2-0 up on Francesco Candela. Victor Zielinski, keep an eye out for him. The Pole 4-1 up on Matthew Christopher. David Alcadi having things all his own way. 6-0 up now on Angelo Salzano. Alcadi almost there already.
Yeah, that's better. I mean, if he makes it through to the latter stages, he may receive a little bit of a nudge from the referee, just asking him to break a little bit firmer. A bit of a strange rule that we have in place. It's like an unwritten rule on the tour where you're not supposed to break soft, but what's soft and what's hard, Phil?
That's the problem with the rule. I agree with the principle of it, but of course it's subjective. It's all down to a referee's opinion. By the way, I was saying, let's hope that Skylar Woodward isn't watching this. Well, he isn't, because he's engaged on table 19 on the one-loss side. And so far, so good. He leads Tom Eames 4-0.
That's the shot he played. Just a little containing safety. That was a good safety shot from RT Co. Good cue ball, good 2 ball.
Been hooked on the 2 twice as Stephanopoulos, and on both occasions it's not worked out well for him, and there's the hat-trick.
Yeah, even though it was a good safety, it was a very easy hit. Not sure what he had in mind off the kick shot, but it's gone drastically wrong. He was maybe trying to pot it in the other corner. He sees it way too thin.
He's an expressive player, isn't he, Artico? Clearly not liking the fact he struck the cue ball with a little too much juice. Well, that partially makes amends. The cue ball still has to travel here, Carl, but he looks pretty confident to me.
Yeah, he strikes the cue ball nice. Obviously, he's used to playing with his ball size. Mentioned before about the Chinese 8-ball. We use the same size ball for that game. So he's used to the ball, but he doesn't play the game like a 9-ball player. He's very compact, stuns the cue ball a lot, doesn't let the cue ball do the work.
Very popular in Myanmar, though, because of those 2 gold medals recently won at the Southeast Asian Games 3 weeks ago it was.
Yeah, I wonder what his English is like, Phil. It'd be good to have a little interview with him, wouldn't it? Ask him about that.
Well, that shot told you a lot. He played that with an awful lot of running side off a couple of cushions. That shows Q Sports' accomplishment. Can't resist it, given his real name. Phone dialed in.
I don't know who's worse, you or Michael, Phil. Never miss a trick, do you?
Him. Wrong number.
Yeah, just didn't get the cue ball further enough down. It looked very easy still, but he had to sort of kill the cue ball. You're trying to hold the white for the 9. Still didn't expect him to miss it, but it just shows you. It's a little thin one. Cue ball off 2 rails, back down, anyway in the centre of the table. Well, he's having a mare. He's beat Skylar Woodward this morning in what, you know, is probably the biggest win of his career. And now he's 4 down and I think he's missed a ball every rack.
Would love to be able to skim off the 8-ball, but of course, by going for a thin contact here, you always risk missing it completely.
I thought he could just hit it full, stun the cue ball dead, send the 8-ball round table.
Well, when the balls came to rest, I naturally assumed that's what he would do. Don't know what the prevarication was there. That was blindingly obvious.
He probably wants to go into this off 1 rail, try and pot it in the top left. You haven't really got much else to hope for, because if he goes off 2 rails, the cue ball could find itself going in that top left corner, the pocket near the black. And he went into 1. It's not bad, that. Well, it's more than not bad. It's okay. Be delighted with the outcome of that. Just the fact that he's not left his opponent an easy shot. Now he's down quick. Is he playing the bank? Stun the cue ball off the side. Well, look at this for a juicy, loosey shot. Oh, that is very cheeky.
Well, I told you he played the drag shot in potting the 8 a rack ago, and this time he plays the drag shot for containment purposes.
That's more like it needs another good one, but that was a nice jump shot to stay at the table. Yeah, that was nicely done. This is thin though. Yeah, he's not even playing for it. He knows he's more chance of leaving it over the pocket if he tries to cut it in. Got to make sure he gets the 9 in the centre of the table. Yeah, that's okay. That way he's not going to leave an easy or an option of a cut shot. Ooh, what do you play here? These are nasty.
Yes, and Artico's life made more difficult by the close proximity of the cue ball to that top cushion. He's become second favourite in this rack.
He's got. Oh, I was just going to say he's got to play the bank, but not for himself. No. Yeah, you don't really see that often. A lot of players go for the bank, just because they kind of feel like they go down swinging at the bank rather than the opponent, because he's got to play the bank in the right hand side middle now. There's no two ways about it. Can he win his first rack of this match? Let's not forget he beat Skylar Woodward, needs to fluke it. This shot used to be a hanger fill. On a 4.5 inch pocket, this is unmissable. Absolutely unmissable. You've seen him walk around, have a look at the point angle, because he knows he can still cheat it a little bit, but you've got to just give it a bit more respect. You see he's back up. The players know this week, every table, 26 tables, have been cut to 4 inches. That's the first time ever in a big fielded event.
Yes, they are tight, but not tight enough to prevent the 9-ball going in and to prevent the one-sided complexion of the match continuing. Artico leads Virgilis Stephanopoulos 5-0. Now a little later on, Chris Melling, who won 2 matches yesterday, will discover his next opponent. More than likely it will be Dennis Graber from Estonia. Graber's playing Steve Nellis at the moment, and Graber has taken the first rack. Koping Chung, 1 each with Alan Brown. Shane Walford now, the American, 4-2 up on Benji Buckley. Victor Zielinski 5-1 on Matthew Christopher. It's one-way traffic for David Alcady. Almost certain to win. He's 7-0 up on Angelo Salzano. As for the one-loss side of the draw, Ashik Nathwani. Now remember last year, in his second match, he was 6-0 up on Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Ended up losing, and Sanchez Ruiz went all the way to the final. Jeremy Sosi 3-0 up on Bart Chapler. Robert Hart 3-1 up on Edward Epperson, as we see Mario He looking very happy and at peace with the world, watching in the grandstand. The break of Artico, not exactly devastating, Carl, is it?
No, it's been a little bit inconsistent. He's made the 1-ball a couple of times, and I think, well, I mean, he was very close to making the one there. But that is, I believe, what you will see. I think you'll see the big boys who win these events make the 1-ball a lot more than the other players. This break rule was changed by the players, actually. Players at the World Cup of Pool last year, I think, when Spain won at the Brentwood Centre, Phil, I think it was. Emily Fraser, the boss, she let all the players have a vote on, because 9-ball's always played the same rules, but you can tweak the break. You can break from the rail, you can break from the box. So you can break different ways, and players on the circuit had a vote, and they voted for this break rule. They wanted to see the break become more difficult, not as predictable, and I think it has done that.
The kiss on the 7 was inevitable. At least, though, he's still got some form of shape on the 5.
Yeah, he's missed a few balls. This is a mid-ranger. Let's just pay attention to where this purple ball goes. Yeah, right in the middle. Good shot. Topped it through as well. Still not out the woodwork yet, though.
He's actually, if you look at it dispassionately, potted some really good balls, but he's also missed some shockers.
Cue ball's going into the 9. Is he going to try and skim off the edge, send the cue ball off the top rail and back down for the 8? That's what he tried. He's forgot to pot the 7. Rule number 1, don't forget to pot your ball.
If you're watching this in the good old USA, well, first off, I'm envious. Second, you must be wondering, how did this fellow beat Skylar Woodward? I'm astounded, given what I've seen so far. Simply astounded.
Yeah, we don't know the level Skylar played in his match, do we? Maybe, you know, maybe the fact that they was playing out in the middle of the arena, he's not as nervous as this. He's obviously missed a few balls early on, so that's not going to settle you down. This lacks pace. Lacks a lot of pace. This is a thin one. He's got 2 options. He plays the thin cut, or he plays the bank into the corner. Knows if he misses it on the long rail, it could go safe. Oh, that was a piece of cueing excellence. That was just delightful.
Wasn't it just? Used no portion of either jaw at all. Straight into the middle of the pocket. And that's one that's quite hard to sight, actually. And yet he knocked it in with the greatest aplomb. RTCO leads the Jealous Stephanopoulos 6-0.
Yeah, that's arguably one of the nicest pieces of cueing we've seen on the opening 2 days.
If you've been with us from the start today, you'll have seen in our first match, Joshua Filler, the defending champion, easily overcome Jaspal Bamotra from India. Well, Bamotra has gone on to the one-loss side of the draw. He's on table 16 at the moment, and he's leading Jonathan Ballard 4-3. Shane Walford 5-3 up on Benji Buckley.
Misses his 1 ball again, but I think he knows his partner's in a world of trouble. It's going to take something special to, well, just to win a racket at this moment, it looks like.
I've just been told, Carl, that before the tournament began, he's quite an unknown, isn't he? RTCO in many respects in this part of the world, and the British bookmakers, before a ball was potted, offered 500 to 1 on him winning this tournament. Now, I'm not saying he's going to, I don't think he will, but 500 to 1, that's overly generous.
Yeah, no, I had 20 quid on it, Phil. No, I didn't. I mean, listen, 500 to 1, they've completely got that wrong. I mean, when you look at Jack Lazowski at 40 to 1 and Artico at 500 to 1, I mean, obviously, I'm not sure who's making the odds, but it's all still new, you know, at the end of the day. Someone at the bookmakers is calling the odds or thinks they know certain players, but obviously they don't. It's still a big order for him to come here and win this tournament, in my opinion, but he's definitely not a 500 to 1 shot. I mean, them odds might even tempt you opening your wallet, Phil.
I always think about when prices have been incorrect years and years ago, and the 3 balls missed from Artico. Really surprisingly, I think he took that one for granted. The easiest ball you'll see missed. I was going to say about the incorrect odds being chalked up. When he first turned professional, John Higgins, the snooker player, was up against Dino Kane from New Zealand, and it was quite obvious that Higgins was something special, and they played a tournament in Reading, not too far from here actually. And one of the bookmakers had John Higgins to win the match at 7-2 against. There was a stampede down to the local bookies. I was leading the way actually.
Yeah, this has just gone from bad to worse, this for him. Look, he's just really struggling out there. Every little ball, every sort of mid-ranger just seems like it's like the pocket's getting smaller and smaller.
And the missed 3 ball might have woken Artico up, because when you miss a ball like that, it does tend to make you gain your concentration once more. (7-9) in it goes, and the one-sided nature of this match gets ever more intense. This was the kind of ball, Carl, that a player of his stature was never going to miss.
Yeah, that was set up on the nose, wasn't it?
So he's going swimmingly, the wind very much out of the sails of his opponent. How about Victor Zielinski? Really quick player, really fine player. He's raced onto the hill against Matthew Christopher at 8-1. Riku Rompainen, the youngster from Finland, 4-1 up on Francesco Candela. 5-3 Walford over Buckley. 3-2 Ko Ping Chung over Alan Brown. Stefan Ellis and Dennis Grabber have shared the first couple of racks. And David Alcady has already won 9-0 against Angelo Salzano.
Yeah, I think Artico after this match needs to go and spend a little bit more time on the break. Missing it low quite a little bit. I would suggest he moves the cue ball a little more centre of the box. He's putting the cue ball right on the corner of the box, and the way he's hitting it, because he's not playing full power, if he moves the cue ball over 2 or 3 balls, he'll start to make that 1 ball. Because moving forward, he's going to come up against a lot more tougher opponents, and he's going to need to be making that 1 ball. This is the other thing what happens when you've had the balls just come out a little bit tricky. because he's obviously straight on this yellow 1 ball. The blue 2's next. It does go past the 8 ball, but how do you get from the blue 2 to the red 3? Tricky. Well, you wouldn't put much on him to make this ball. There's 6 or 7 easy balls in this match. Now we're playing on this 4-inch pocket. The balls are so big, you just behind this shot, it just feels like you're never going to pot it.
And as if to prove your point, on a more generous table, that would have found a way in. Can tell you, by the way, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, the World 9-ball champion, his next opponent in winners round 1 will be Matthew Wrigley. Skylar Woodward put the defeat by Stephanopoulos to the back of his mind, and he's just beaten Tom Eames 8-0.
Going to need a bit of help here with the cue ball and the 6 ball, which he didn't find. If this goes past the 9, he'll take it on. If not, he may play cue ball in behind the brown 7. I believe he's taking it on. You can often tell a player the way they build up to the shot. Oh, right in the middle of the pocket. It helps when you're 7-0 up. But all the same, that was very nicely struck indeed. Here's another look. Watch where the 3 goes. Doesn't even touch the jaw.
This could be over sharpish, but if you want to see continued action, just go over to the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, because that's where you'll find Table 2 play. And over there, Liu Ri Teng of Chinese Taipei finds himself 4-2 up on Alex Bagulano. And the winner of that to play the winner of this next time out. You'd never call him textbook, would you, Carl? The cue action, the shot choices. But I'll tell you what, he can clearly play the game to a high standard. Lots of below centre striking, as Carl observed earlier on for Artico. But he's well above his opponents in this match. 8-0 ahead, immediately on the hill. Simply terrific venue, this Copper Box Arena in East London. We're just a stone's throw from the site of the 2012 Olympic Games, the main stadium, which is now home to West Ham United Football Club, known as the Hammers. And the Hammer is descending on table 1. Looking good for Kopin-Yi on table 4 as well. He's now 6-2 up on Joe Prince. Stephen Ellis, I should say. Stephen Ellis 2-1 up on Dennis Grabber early on. And now Shane Walford 7-3 up on Benji Buckley. golden break to win it. There you go. The highs and lows of professional pool encountered by Vangelis Stephanopoulos. First up, he beats a Mosconi Cup stalwart, and then he is whitewashed by RT from Myanmar. And what a way to complete a victory. In goes the 9. It is 9-0. And the player from Myanmar, the double Southeast Asian Games gold medalist, moves forward. So that's the end of match 3, but of course we've got 3 more matches at least to come today, maybe even 4. And our next contest will be with you in around 7 minutes' time.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players. .256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Range of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone. That match was over quickly, wasn't it? If you're just watching us, RTK's win over Vagelis Stephanopoulos was the definition of dominant. Now, what we're going to do to fill some time here is show you table 2 action, and it's a really interesting contest between Alex Pagulayan and Liu Riteng. Now, it was 4-2 to the man from Chinese Taipei, but Pagulayan has won the last couple of racks. And as we joined it, he's just broken off very nicely indeed in the 9th. He's so wily, isn't he, Carl Boys? So savvy, so tactically astute.
Yeah, and he likes this type of game. He likes to grind it out. He likes to kind of play Nineball with his brain, not just on autopilot. Prides himself on his cue ball control. Could kick this above right centre with right hand spin to go towards the blue ball, or he could kick this after the right centre pocket. If he goes after the pocket, he'd have to play quite hard to change the path line of the cue ball. Looks like he's going above with the English spin. Let's have a look. Oh yes, that will work out nicely indeed. Pagalayan showing his appreciation, clicking the fingers.
On table 3, history could be repeating itself. We told you earlier on about Skylar Woodward losing on that table to Vangelis Stephanopoulos. Well, I can tell you, Billy Thorpe, Woodward's pal and Mosconi Cup teammate, is currently hill on table 3 against another little-known Greek, Aris Damolakis. And it's the Greek player who's at the table.
Yeah, he's just looking where he wants the cue ball here, because playing into left centre, you want to be a bit closer to your work to make the pot easier. Playing in the top left corner offers a bigger pocket. Tried to get him behind it, didn't really need to. The angle never looked like it was quite there, and this is why he's made a mess of it. Been fortunate to at least give him some kind of pot into the corner.
When cue ball and object ball are so close together, sometimes difficult to judge the potting angle. But Liu has done that very well indeed. We'll see around 10 minutes of this match, a really good flavour of it. And then we'll be back on table 1 for the start of Neil Svian against Anthony Brabin. Looks a very decent sort, does Liu.
Yeah, he knows his way around. He'll be a wily old character on the 9x5 pool table. And overall, when he was kicking at the 2-ball, it looked like he was in trouble. Made a good hit, potted the ball. It was a nice run out.
Okay then, so the marginal outsider in that match goes 5-4 ahead. I'm looking across the arena from our commentary position onto table 3. I can tell you, Aris Damolakakis, I think he fluke banked the length of the table, the 5-ball, but it looks as though he's hooked himself on the 7. Mind you, it goes in against Billy Thorpe, so he's 2 pots away. Damolakakis, 2 pots away from beating Thorpe 9-8. Who would have thought that on the same table against 2 relatively unknown Greek players, both Skylar Woodward and Thorpe would suffer defeats? Woodward is reality. Thorpe is close.
Yeah, it's a tricky 8-ball though. And he's missed it. He's left it over the pocket. Billy Thorpe has got a chance.
That's the great thing about these multi-table events. There's so much drama, so much to see all over the place. Thorpe's knocked in the 8. He's got reasonable shape on the 9. And the 9 is in by the skin of his teeth. Billy the banker is through. He beats Aris Damolakis by 9 racks to 8. Phew.
This is a very touchy little shot here. He's got quite a steep angle. And he needs to find the gap on the right hand side in between the rail and the 9-ball. So he's got to really get this ball to slow down. Oh, he's done a fine job there. That's nicely done.
When it comes to strength in depth, we talk about this a lot, Carl, don't we? When it comes to strength in depth, Chinese Taipei have to be one of the top 3 or 4 nations in the world.
Yeah, they've really produced some high-level players. Good to see Chang Zhonglin back playing in these events. He's here this week. Always enjoy watching him play. Also a very nice shot. He's got the shots. He definitely has. A little stun run through there to get closer to his work on the 6. He wants to get the cue ball bouncing off the bottom rail. He needs to get closer to this 7-ball. That's if he's playing for the 7 in the right centre. No, he's decided to go hard and play in the corner. Don't blame him. These middles can be pretty scary if you don't land plumb on your ball.
He's won so many massive titles, Alex Pagulayan, the US 9-ball Open, the World 9-ball Championship, to name the 2 best. Right now, though, he's got his hands full against Liu Ri Teng, who takes a 6-4 lead. 3 more racks required by Liu to take on RT Ko in the next round. So what's happening in the winners round 1 right now? Well, Steve Nellis and Dennis Grabber are locked together at 3 racks each. Ko Ping Chung, fellow countryman of Liu, he's 6-2 up on Alan Brown. Shane Walford has defeated Benji Buckley 9-5. Riku Rompainen, the teenager from Finland, 6-3 up on Francesco Candela. Victor Zielinski made short work of Matthew Christopher, winning 9-2. Damien Massey has taken the first rack from Ramesh Gokul. Arfan Dad, he leads Robbie Capito 3-2. Naoki Oi hardly putting a foot wrong today. He's 6-1 up on Romeo Oroke.
out on the blue 2. I believe the push out will be called. That's where you can roll the cue ball anywhere around the table. You can pop the ball, but you must bear in mind when your opponent comes back to the table, he can play or she can play the shot or pass it back to yourself. So he's trying to just think of something and leave some sort of tempter. There's the rollout or the push out. Americans usually call it the rollout, or not Jeremy Jones does, but it's the rollout or the push. So Alex Pagulayan, he's going to weigh up his options and he'll play this shot, or he can give it back to his opponent. There you see the signal. He's having none of it, hands it straight back over, so we'll see what 10 can do.
Tell you what, considering some of the other players we've seen, this Liu Riteng is a much more difficult proposition to play than some of the big guys have played in their second match so far. Look at that, what a pot, what a pot. Well, he apologises, presumably for the position rather than the pot, because he definitely went for it.
Yeah, 100% went for it. Absolutely thumped it home, didn't he? Didn't want the cue ball to hit the 7, but listen, risk and reward.
Let's just see if Liu Riteng can run out this rack after that spectacular pot. After that, you would think yes. Waiting in the wings, by the way, well, waiting on table 1 is Niels Fine and Anthony Brabin. Fine, the Flying Dutchman, Anthony Brabin from Cyprus, will go over there as soon as this rack is completed, which will be, you would assume, imminent the way the balls are. Well, this has been a very good effort in this rack. That opening shot was an absolute wonderful shot, wonderful pot to give himself this opportunity. I think it's the best pot I've seen so far in the tournament.
I think what I liked about it is the fact that he played the push, so he pushed out into that. You know, he gave his opponent the option. And that hurts when you're Alex and you sat in your chair. You know you could have attempted the shot. He obviously didn't fancy it himself.
Well, as the years have gone on, I think that's the weakness in Paguline's game. From distance, he's not the potter he was.
Draw this back off the rail near his hand. Probably put a bit of right spin on it. Didn't need it. He had an okay angle.
I'll tell you what, he will take some dislodging, this man. He looks as though he's very much in the groove.
Yep, Alex Paguline has got his work cut out here, because it's this 9-ball to take a 3-rack lead.
Yes, and Liu Ri Teng is now just 2 racks away from victory. Don't forget, you can see the conclusion of that match, the rest of the match, over on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Alex Paguline, they call him the Lion. He's got to claw back a 3-rack deficit. So now back over to table 1, Fine against Anthony Brabin. And it's always good to see Niels Fine in action. They've been waiting patiently for the end of that rack over on table 2 across the arena. Now they can get things underway with the lag.
Yeah, there's 26 tables in play. I'm just looking around the arena. There's a lot of people in the channels watching, you know, the players that they like to watch, or their friends, etc., their matches. So you can literally get anywhere you want, see any table.
Of course, Cole, we know an awful lot about Niels Fine. What do we know about Anthony Brabin?
Yeah, not right a lot at the minute, I suppose. So many players in these tournaments. When we get to see these 2, 5, 6, it's so hard to know everybody, because sometimes they're entering these events, they're new. But the thing, what you do usually get a feel of, Phil, is after a rack or two, you really start to understand what type of level they play at. You get the feeling if, you know, if Niels is going to have a battle on his hands, or if he feels like it's going to be a pretty easy match. And Niels will also know that. First shot in this match, other than the lag, of course, is going to be a jump shot, trying to put it in the corner bag. Good effort, pretty close.
One thing they have in common, earlier on today, they both won their first match in the tournament, 9-1. Niels Fine defeated female opposition in Harriet Haynes. Anthony Brabin, he overcame a German, Florian Brandner. In the next round, the winner of this will play either Michael Schneider of Switzerland or Taifun Tabor of Germany. Fine, clearly. Let's not beat about the bush. A red-hot favourite, but we've seen plenty of favourites beaten already in the first day and a half of the tournament. Albin Aushin, Alexander Kazakis, Tyler Steyer, Skylar Woodward. No captain announced for Team Europe in the Mosconi Cup this year. I think Neil Svine, maybe in the future, would definitely fit the bill because he's so popular and so clued up and so respected. But I think he still harbours ambitions of being on the team.
Yeah, he does. He's openly said that. And he's been showing a little bit of form recently. Obviously, he had a good Masters. Looked like he was, going to put himself in a position to win that if it weren't for an inspired comeback from Ekland Kachi. Had a good World Nineball Championships as well, did Neil. So he's knocking on the door. But he's been in a bit of trouble in a couple of shots so far. Anthony looks okay, doesn't he? Well, obviously, he's only played a few safety shots so far, so we could do with seeing him get his hand on the table. Not attempting, he's playing a deliberate foul, that is allowed. All that means is you give up ball in hand. Now, we do have a rule in pool where you can do 3 fouls consecutively. If that happens, you lose the rack. Looks like he's going to roll the cue ball up towards the top right. That would leave Niels an easy one-rail kick, unless he can get that pink 4 in play. Use that as a blocker, yeah, so he's not. So even though he's got the hook, Niels can go off the left rail and hit the 2 fairly easy. Could even pot it in the bottom right.
Clever use of side there. Not quite enough pace. Just short.
Purple 5-ball top left is going to cause some serious issues for whoever decides to attack the table. If you remember, Neil's tied that ball up. Good pot, good cue ball to avoid the cluster.
Knocking in a ball like that early on, always good for the self-belief. But partly because of his own doing, i.e. playing that deliberate foul shot. This is not an easy table. Far from it.
Yeah, he's got an angle, so he's definitely going to be crashing into the two balls. Just depends, does he want to come over and stun into the two, or does he want to go off the top rail? Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Good shot. Been a bit unfortunate though. Cue ball stayed on the rail. And if he's not got a steep angle, how does he get to the 6? Here's another look. Straight into the cluster.
Yeah, when you play a shot of that calibre, you don't deserve the look he's got. By the way, I can tell you, Liu Riteng at the table, on table 2, looking very good for a clearance to go onto the hill against Alex Bagulayan at 8-4. That's a fine. He accepted his fate, kept things very simple, just knocked in the 5, and now he'll turn his attention to the green 6. They might think, well, what did he do there? All I can say is the middle pockets have to be very much respected. Yeah, accuracy required on a shot like that. And I think in the fine calculation, that was factored in.
Well, this might be a candidate for the longest opening rack we've seen so far, Phil. This has been going on a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, not because of incompetence, more because of the way the ball's rolled off the break. And we've seen some good stuff. The rack, by the way, has been going for 11 minutes.
Yeah, that's very unusual. As you said, there's been some good safeties. There's another example. Balls have been tied up, but this is what the players want. They want some table time, don't they? We like to see break and runs, but we don't want to see too many. We want to see both players getting a lot of table time, and then it's a real battle.
On table 2, at this precise moment, Liu Riteng breaking off in rack 13 on the hill. 8-4 up on Alex Bagulayan.
Got to make sure he finds a rail. Needs this to keep rolling, otherwise he'll leave a pot. I think when it's all said and done, he will be happy with the outcome. Even if Niels can see a piece of the ball, he's not left a guaranteed easy pot where Niels can't fail. He's going to have to come with something good here.
Yes, it's a very small sample size. I'll be the first to admit that. But what we've seen thus far, Carl, would suggest that Neil Svine is sharp.
Yeah, I agree. He's played a couple of shots what have been nice in this rack. Still not out of the wood yet. Not only has he got to pot this, he's got to decide where he's going to go for the 8-ball. Yeah, again, another decent effort. I'm just looking around the room. World number 1, Sanchez Ruiz is in action. Joshua the Killer Filler, he's also playing.
Now Braven missed one to the middle. Finds more accurate. And this is a dream 9-ball to start. In she goes, the multiple Mosconi Cup most valuable player. Looking good in the opening rack. He leads Anthony Brabin 1-0. Now I'm going to ask your opinion about something, Carl. We've seen a flavour of the match on table 2. Liu Riteng against Alex Pagulayan. From what I've seen, Liu could be a contender. He could be going deep.
He's your pick, is he, Phil?
Oh no, he's not my pick. My pick is Joshua Filler, because I like to go for outsiders, as you know, Carl. But Liu's impressed me, and I think he's impressed Alex Pagulayan as well.
Yeah, that match you can just see on your screen on the bottom left table. That match is 8-4. So Pagulayan's going to win, going to need to win the last 5 racks, but he's not at the table.
Well, Liu has just flashed in a really good bank on the 3 and landed on the 4. Tall individual, Neil's fine, but when the cue ball is so far down the table, even he needs the bridge, and he's playing this with lots of check side.
Yeah, he's got to get the cue ball to kill. How are you, Phil? He's looking sharp, very sharp. It's only the first rack, well, second rack now, but just a couple of shots that he's had to play. He seems to have hit them quite nice.
Let's face it, beaten in the quarterfinals of the World 9-Ball Championship in Poland by Mario He, 9-6 up, lost 11-9. He fluked a vital ball in the 16th rack and never looked back. And then, as you mentioned, that encouraging run in the Whirlpool Masters. The veteran is playing nicely, and he's just screwed that back far enough. I say veteran because he doesn't look it, but in February this year he turned 46.
Yeah, but not only does he play the game well, he keeps himself fit, so he's going to get more longevity out of his game, out of himself. He still sprints around the table, does Niels, like he always has done. I know he's into his cycling. He does a lot of long distance cycling, so he's not carrying a few lbs like me and you, Phil, is he?
I'm well past a few. I'm so rotund these days, I'm always scared that a player might try to pot me.
Yeah, this has been a very, very good opening 2 racks. Neil's fine, he's looking good here. Still early days, of course, but that 9-ball takes the 2nd rack.
And it's always really good to see some of the very best players in the game excelling, and quite clearly Fine's game is in good shape, I can tell you. Alex Pagulayan has been sent to the one-loss side of the draw over on table 2. That match has just concluded with Liu Riteng winning by 9 racks to 4. Liu led 4-2. Pagulayan had a brief revival to get it to 4-4. Liu won the last 5 racks and won them with some very good pool indeed. Watch out for him as the week progresses. And one of the reasons I think 9-ball pool is so healthy these days, Kyle, is that we have so many terrific players. It's not just a handful or 10. You're talking a very large number.
Yeah, from all over as well. You could probably literally name a very, very good pool player from probably every country in the world, near enough anyway. Where's the 2-ball going to end up? Because he's made the 1. Yeah, he's got a shot in the corner and the side. The path of the cue ball to get on the red 3 will determine the pocket he chooses. Looks like he can just roll forward. Now, can he roll it in, slow roll, or does he have to force it in and use a rail? No, he can slow roll. It's actually a very nice split in the end, this. Good chance.
The defending champion is back in action for his 2nd match of the tournament. Joshua Filler is playing on table 3 against Kostas Koukiadakis from Greece. Filler has won the first 3 racks.
Didn't see that one coming, rather. Just put a quick one in.
Yeah, out of nowhere. He actually looked around accusingly. Maybe there was some noise that put him off.
Yeah, I think it was more just a look of disgust. He's as shocked as we are with that one. Now, this is Anthony's real first chance in the balls. Seen him play a couple of good safeties. And if you're going to have a, back yourself to beat one of the top Europeans, the likes of Niels, these have to go. I think it's been so far so good for Anthony. The few shots we've seen, he looks a pretty nice cueist, doesn't he, Phil?
Yeah, it does indeed. I like the way he played with side a couple of times in the first rack. That shows he's quite accomplished.
Yeah, and this is his first big test here. He's got an 8-ball, not quite ideal on it, but the cue ball will roll down nicely. Yeah, nice pot. How's his cue ball? Oh, it's going to be good enough. This is going to be his first rack of this match. He's win a break, so he will be breaking in the 4th.
It was all one way until Fine missed a ball that no one expected. And Anthony Braven stepped in, made the most of it. Fine's lead reduced to 2-1. Also in winners round 1, I can tell you, Stephen Ellis from the UK has a 6-5 lead over Dennis Grabber, the winner of that match, to play Chris Melling next. Ko Ping Chung has beaten Alan Brown 9-2. Shane Walford a 9-5 winner over Benji Buckley. Riku Arompainen is now 6-5 up on Francesco Candela. It's 4-2 Damien Massey over Ramesh Agokul. Robbie Capito and Arfan Dad, they're locked together at 5 racks each. Naoki Oi has had 2 comfortable victories, the latest a 9-2 win over Romeo Roque. Besar Spahiu from Albania has taken the first rack from Farhad Ziad. And Oliver Sholnoki of Hungary is 1-1 with Marcus Sanz of Spain. By the way, we saw Billy Thorpe just about scrape through his first match. In his second, he's already 3-0 down to Flavian Ionut Glont from Romania. He's the man who can work magic with a Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, Flavian Glont, he won Romania's Got Talent. There's actually a little feature with myself and Flavian on Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. If you go searching, you'll see it, and you'll see what Phil means.
It is simply sensational. By the way, another 3-0 scoreline. This one a little more expected. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 3-0 up on Matthew Wrigley.
There's a little gap there, but I don't think he can pop the one ball. I don't think he can see enough of it. Jason Shaw is also just about to get a match underway. I think he's playing Mark Foster. I can see it in the distance. They're just lagging for the break.
Yes, it is Mr. Foster.
Yeah, I think Mr. Foster is from England, and he's quite a nice little cueist, so obviously he's a second favourite in that match, but Jason's got to be a little bit careful because he's quite a solid cueist.
Interesting win on the one-loss side of the draw for Robert Hart. As we've mentioned before, the brother of Kevin Hart, of international cinema fame. Robert beats Edward Epperson 8-3.
Good hit. Yes, he did not play this particular safety shot, but he knows he must hit that ball to give himself a chance. What I like about Niels is, which I didn't used to like about him when I used to play him, is whenever he got that little bit of rub of the green, he wouldn't hold his hand up and apologise. I remember speaking to him once and he said, well, it's just part and parcel of the game. Some days it goes for you, some days it doesn't. He says, I'm not going to waste my time apologising the full match.
I'm with him. I think there are certain instances, some outrageous flukes where you feel the need to do it, but generally it's overdone, particularly in snooker. Stephen Hendry has got a real bee in his bonnet about that, and quite rightly so. Players in snooker these days tend to apologise if they get a little rub and get position or something like that. It's, as you say, part and parcel of the game. Okay, it's nice to be gentlemanly, but there's a time and a place.
Yeah, what a time and a place to pull out a jump shot like that for Anthony. That was an absolute beautiful shot. And it's given him a good chance now. Let's see. Let's see where he's at. Can he knock these balls in? Played that at a good pace. If you start playing them any firmer, they can start to rattle and stay over the pocket. So you give the pocket its best chance.
As we've seen over the last couple of days, there are certain players here who simply haven't got the game. to be able to compete with the top guys. I think from what we've witnessed so far from Brabin, he has. Whether he's got the experience, the nerve, that's a different matter. But technically, he looks really solid.
Yeah, so far he does on the youth. He looks very solid on the cue. Seems to be playing all the right shots. Got to keep it going though. You've got to keep this level up. Because if a miss comes or a poor positional shot, anything like that, these top pros will pounce all over it. They really will.
I like the timing of his cue action, actually. No hints of being overawed by occasion or opponent. Anthony Brabin, after losing the first 2 racks, finds himself on level terms at 2-2. Now I have to talk about this call. Take yourself back to the year 2010. The World 8-Ball Championship. You took on Carl Boys. Niels Fine, Carl Boys in the final. And of course, Carl, you prevailed. Great memories.
Yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago. Life goes so quick. That's when I was probably at my strongest part of my game.
Must be a wonderful feeling, though, to be crowned a world champion, because that was, I well recall, a really good field, and you came through tremendously.
Yeah, the only downside, Phil, is I never managed to win the World Nineball. Got to the semis twice. And in the semi-final, I was 4-0 up both times, Phil. I felt like I never really had another proper shot. I probably did mine, but that's what it felt like at the time.
Now that last couple of minutes chat between us two, I think it's really illuminating psychologically. You didn't want to say a lot about the win, but you can't get the defeats off your mind. And I've found that with a lot of snooker and pool players over the years. It's the defeats that linger.
Yeah, the wins are good, of course, but you always want more, don't you? That's the problem. But you know, when it's all said and done, you can't change the past, can you? If it weren't for all that, Phil, I might not be sat here next to you.
Yeah, imagine. We were just talking about Stephen Hendry. I'll again bring his name up and say that he's quite often said that when he was playing at his best in snooker, yes, it was nice for half an hour or so when he won a tournament, but the big motivation for him wasn't how good he felt when he won. He wanted to win to avoid how bad he felt when he lost.
Yeah, that's a fair point, I suppose. Never really looked at it like that.
Of course, pool players of all levels have suffered highs and lows, and we can all identify how horrible it feels when you lose a match you should have won, a match that means a lot to you. Niels Fine has got a very lengthy list of achievements, and he has won a tournament this year, the Bosnian Open. And as we've discussed, he's come close in a couple of other majors in the Matchroom promoted events. But that missed ball that should have been potted without any hesitation has turned this match around, at least for now, although Fine has now got the chance to re-establish a lead.
It was a good hit, nearly scratched as well. Here's a look, watch the cue ball, nearly hooks the rail and goes in. Niels has been sent a message in this match. I'm sure he knows Anthony, maybe they've played before, but he'll know he's got a match on his hands, so this can't be taken lightly. I'm not saying Niels takes anything lightly. Good match coming up on table 2. A player that is maybe under the radar a little bit. Amarato from the Philippines. We don't see him playing these big majors, so it's good to see another young gun from the Philippines playing here, and he's playing Sanjin Pilovavic. I'm going to keep a good eye on that one, Phil.
Yeah, always good to see Sanjin performing as well.
How's his cue ball? Needs a little bit of an angle. Oh, that's lovely. Can just get the cue ball over to the left now for the 6. It's a good chance for Niels. Doesn't want to go near the rail. Yeah, that's good as well. That's perfect. Have you been down in the arena, Phil? Have you had a little wander around watching any of the other tables with your time off?
Yeah, very much so, yeah. I was lucky to see the end of the Gary Wilson match against Thomas Kaplan yesterday. Enjoying watching matches as well out there where you've got two players who aren't accustomed to being out there and who really have full intensity. Unlike Niels Fine at the moment, that's the second ball he's missed that we can't quite believe. This time the 7 goes astray.
Yeah, he started off so good in this match, looks so in tune. Look at this one, just put a quick one in. Wow, he's missed that by a long way. Funny when you walk around the arena or when you watch these matches, sometimes you study, you sat here thinking, you can't believe the balls that you see missed. But it's just all down to your fundamentals, just not cueing it straight.
Well, can you believe it? What a let-off for Fine. To that point, the word solid, which I'd used, very much applied. And then suddenly the realisation, I could be onto something here, maybe the biggest win of my life in terms of being broadcast around the world with all of these cameras. Well, Brabin froze.
Going to need this 9 to slow down, otherwise it's going to go near the pocket. Okay, Anthony, you've missed one 9 ball. It was a lot easier than this one.
Well done. Well done indeed. If his nerve was shot by missing that easier 9-ball, he did well to hold himself together to pot the more testing one. Who would have thought this? Neil Svyan, so good to 2-0, now finds himself 3-2 down, and he's been the architect of his own downfall in the last 3 racks because he's missed 2 absolute sitters gone.
Yeah, from nowhere as well. Yeah, table 1, the table we're watching, they're just waiting for the referee. We have referees in each sections of this arena. You can actually just see him walking along the middle of your screen now, because in these events the referee racks the balls for the players. So he was just racking table 2. There he is now. Neil Svyan, well, he's missed a couple of shockers in the last 2 racks, and that is what's give Anthony the lead. This was the last one, straight into the rail, nowhere near the pocket. Did get another chance though, didn't he, Phil? Missed the bank.
Yeah, there's a main road not too far from here called the A12. If you follow that north, you get to Brentwood, where Neil Svyan, earlier this month, got to the semi-finals of the Whirlpool Masters, beating both Max Lechner and, more notably, Joshua Filler, before narrowly being beaten 11-10 in the semi-finals by Eklund Kachi. He broke dry in the deciding rack, did fine, and that was that. And talking of breaking dry,
yeah, dry break. Don't believe Niels can cut this ball in though, so there's a bit of hope.
I think Neil Svyan will be hoping this match is going to be similar to the one we saw on table 1 yesterday, when Chris Melling pulled away to beat Spencer Oliver. Early on, Melling missed a few balls that shocked everyone, but came good in the end.
Maybe he's playing rail first. Yeah, he is. Yep. I mean, that looked a complete horror show, but the shot he attempted, you can miss that ball. He's trying to go rail first. Cue ball comes off the rail at the angle to cut the one in. But what a disaster, because he's knocked out the purple 5. Look where the 5 and the 9 ball is. They're a dead ball. Because he misses it, here we go. Just flicks them and breaks them open. A lot of the time, Phil, you see this type of player, Anthony, where he's not had much success. Obviously, he's a decent enough player, probably works full time. He's never really had the opportunity to give professional pool a go. What happens here is they get a little bit of stage fright because they don't know how to win. They don't know how to beat this caliber of player. They're all right in the middle of the arena playing players of a similar level, but now he knows he's playing on the main table against Niels, and he has a chance to take a 4-2 lead, and then you start thinking about winning the match.
It's the thread I was talking about earlier. He's clearly got the technique. Whether he's got the nerve, the bottle, indeed the know-how in terms of winning TV matches.
Cue ball's found itself on the rail. If it was just off the rail, he can see more of the cue ball to hit with the tip. Now he's striking down. Is he going to take some sort of gamble? Play another nudge? Well, I'll tell you what, he will not play a better nudge shot in his life. He's judged that absolutely on the button. If he hits the 5 a little thinner, he could scratch. Watch this. See how it hit it full? Unbelievable.
And after this, the The 6-8 combination is the given.
Could play the cue ball into the 9. Oh, he's missed a trick. What he should have done is made sure he hits it thin enough and send the cue ball into the 9. Then he cannot fail to be on a 6-8 combo. What a mistake he's made there. That's the other thing about this type of player. They often make the wrong shot choice. Because he's tried to play it slow, you don't hit the cue ball positively enough and it can cause a miss. So if you'd have played it thinner and firmer and just used the 9-ball as a holder for the cue ball, he'd have potted that ball. However, this is just building up nicely, this match. We've seen so much drama. We've only played 5 racks.
So the 6 and the 8 going in. But fine, screwing up or stunning up the table. Has shape on the 7. Good to see a keenly contested match after what's been 3 total runaways on the main table so far today. Let me tell you, for all of his achievements, Neil Svine needed that. Might easily have gone 4-2 to Anthony Brabin. As it is, it's 3-3. Have we just seen a potential turning point? Tell you what we have seen on table 22, a victory for Estonia's Dennis Grabber over Stephen Ellis of the UK. 9-6 the scoreline there. Riku Rompainen on the hill against Francesco Candela. The youngster 8-7 up. It was 8-6. Candela has just won rack 15. Jason Shaw has taken the first 2 racks from Mark Foster. Damien Massey and Ramesh Gokul 5-5. Robbie Capito 7-5 up on Arfan Dad. It's 5-0 for Besar Spahihu, the good Albanian player, against Farhad Ziad from Saudi Arabia. Tayfun Tabor 4-2 up on Michael Schneider. And Oliver Sholnocki, an orthodox cue action, an orthodox stance, an orthodox player, but a fine one, who leads Marcus Saints 4-1. Kyle Amorotto on table 2 has taken the first rack from Sanyan Perlovanovic. And the great Ralph Suke and Rick Miller, they're 2-2. Rubik's Cube man Glant now 4-3 up on Billy Thorpe. And it's a walk in the park, the Olympic Park, for Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, who leads Matthew Wrigley 7-0. What a contrasting start to this tournament for FSR this year, Carl, to last year. As we've said before repeatedly, lost his first match, was 6-0 down in his second. This time, it looks as though he's going to win matches 1 and 2 in a canter. There's Joshua Filler, the defending champion. Well, he's raced to the hill against Kostas Koukiadakis of Greece, I should say. He's 8-0 up, Filler. 8-0 in no time.
Yeah, he plays the game different, Filler. I'm sure everyone watching has seen how he attacks the table. Just plays on pure instinct and gets on with it. It's a decent break. And he's going to have a look at this 2-ball. It will go in the right corner.
By the way, this is not exactly a massive assumption. If Filler wins, maybe we should say when he wins, he will take on Nguyen An Tuan of Vietnam in the next round.
Winner's qualification, will that be, Phil? I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah, 256 players playing a double elimination format. So what that basically means is when we have 64 players left, that will be single elimination. So 32 players will make it through with no defeats, and 32 players will make it through with one defeat, and they will play each other.
Yeah, Filler and Wynn will be back in action late tomorrow morning local time, but before then, of course, we're going to see plenty of nail-biting contests on the one-loss side. And I think it's fair to say you can classify this match as nail-biting. Neil Svyan missing 2 balls he wouldn't miss in a month of Sundays. He's now involved in a real battle when he should have been well ahead.
This is close. Good effort. He played it as a two-way shot. Yeah, you could see on the replay it was just a little bit too wide.
Guess what, Carl? Joshua Filler is through 9-0 over Kostas Koukiadakis.
Yes, the defending champion. He's going along nicely, just as we expect. Niels will be disappointed with that effort. He would really have fancied potting that ball. Now Anthony's got a little thin one. Which he takes care of. Luckily, the cue ball stays on the table. And that was a bonus as well, the fact that the 4 would just sneak past the green.
He's got the game to spring an upset.
Yeah, I'm with you, Phil. He is not, you know, other than experience and maybe, you know, belief, just that will to win, I think that would be the only thing that is going to stop Anthony winning this match. Because he's a good potter, he's a tidy cueist, he plays some pretty good safety shots, he's shown us early on. So the only thing that's going to stop him moving forward to winning this match would just be maybe the ball. Go forward with a cue ball here, back out for the 9. Oh, didn't like this. This lacked pace, yeah, it just, you could tell the way he struck the cue ball. Now he's left himself just that little bit of work to do. He's down quick. Got to watch this scratch with the cue ball in the top left. Yeah, job well done as he takes the lead.
You have to be impressed by technique and by result. Anthony Braben 4-3 up on Neil Svyan. We have seen Brabin before centre stage. He represented Cyprus in the World Cup of Pool. But individually, this would be, without any doubt, his best ever victory if it is achieved. And right now, who's to say it won't be? There's Gary Wilson having a chat. I think it was with David Lilly who's got his back to us. I was so impressed with Wilson yesterday to cross over from snooker and to beat someone of Thomas Kaplan's ranking and status. I thought that was a really good performance. We mentioned earlier, sorry if you already heard it, but I think it's worth repeating. He believes the reason he's playing much better this time at the UK Open than he did 12 months ago, he's using his snooker cue. Oh, dear me. Dear me, poor old Anthony. Scratching on the break.
Yeah, let's take another look at what happened with the cue ball. Yep, one railer straight in the side. Now, what split has Niels Fine face with? Let's have a quick look. Needs to play this opening shot well because he's got to make sure he lands nicely on the red 3. That would offer easy position for the pink 4 ball. If the green 6 doesn't go in the side pocket where Niels' hand is, he's got to get from the 5 to the 6 up into the top left corner. So there's a little bit of work to do here. I'm not saying it's the most difficult run out, but there's a little bit of work to do.
Let's tell you, Carl, you flagged up the potential of this particular player, Kyle Amoroto from the Philippines. On table 2, which you can see, by the way, if you access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Over on table 2, he leads Sanyan Polovanovic 3-0.
Yeah, whenever you see that Filipino flag next to a pool player, you know they can play the game. This is the shot we spoke about a second ago. It looks like he's got a tiny bit of angle, which might help Niels. Is he going to thump this one off the right-hand rail, try and get back down? Yeah, oh, he's done well here. This is a very good shot. Couldn't put that better with his hand. Yeah, very nice. He'll take that one.
No mistaking who Niels is with that fire emblazoned on his back in huge letters. Up at the Whirlpool Masters when he lost that heartbreaker to Kachi. Spoke with him briefly afterwards and you could see defeat stung. I'm not saying a deep run here would make amends, but with all of the ranking points available, I think it would heal the hurt. These two remain inseparable. It was 2-2, then 3-3, now it is 4-4, all because of the scratch on the break from Anthony Brabin. We've just seen Joshua Fuller sprint to a whitewash. Maybe Jason Shaw is going to do the same. He's 5-0 up on Mark Foster on table 18. It is not a sprint on table 13. Francesco Candela and Riku Rompainen have been involved in a marathon. It's hill-hill. 6-6, Damien Massey and Ramesh Gokul. 7-7, Robbie Capito and Arfan Dad. Besar Spahiu, though, having things all his own way against Farhad Ziad from Saudi Arabia. 7-0 to Spahiu. Ralph Suke 3-2 upon Rick Miller in a more sedately played match. And a Glont here of a Rubik's Cube and Romania's Got Talent fame. He leads Billy Thorpe 5-4. Francisco Sanchez Ruiz 8-1 up on Matthew Wrigley, sitting on the hill. Well, it limped to the pocket, but in went the one. Now what a finds prospects on the two. It looks as though the 7 is in the way.
Yeah, he's looked at the combo. I think the 7's just a little bit too high, so I think if he does go for the combo, I'm wondering if that 2-ball's just going to pull away a little bit. Maybe not. It's not easy. There's a lot of distance between the 2 balls. Do we have a score update on the Shaw-Foster match, Phil? I'm only asking because I've just seen Foster take a timeout. So.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned a few moments ago, it's all Jason Shaw 5-0.
Feeling good, Jason, after his win from the weekend up in Scotland, the Scottish Open, the inaugural Scottish Open. Fantastic tournament that was. Yeah, this was what Niels and myself was thinking. We sort of knew you pop the combo, you're not going to land on the 2, but he's still at the table. I suppose that's the main thing. Could slide off the left with loads of spin, put the 2 on the bottom rail, hide the cue ball. Also, maybe the bank shot is on. Well, he has hit this all wrong. I think he was playing the bank shot, Phil, and he's double hit the 2 ball. Watch the cue ball on the 2. See the double hit? That sent it low on the bottom rail.
Now this is a test of Brabin's cueing. Looks competent in that regard.
Yeah, the only thing, he doesn't have to go mad with the cue ball. Doesn't have to get it all the way up the table. Oh yes, good piece of cueing there. He's done really well to get the cue ball there. Again, he's played another good shot. I wonder if the purple 5 pops in that left centre pocket. If it does, he may be able to go forward off 2 rails. Yeah, in behind this green 6, how's that look? Oh, it looks delightful, Phil. It looks delightful. That might be his best positional shot of this match. These last 3 shots he's played has really given him a chance. If he's got a little bit of angle here, he could run into the 9, push the 9 up near the centre of the table, and then he could play that 9 in the right centre pocket. Well, anyway, he couldn't. Doesn't really matter. Make sure you leave yourself an angle on this 8-ball. That is key. That is going to give you an easier 9-ball. It's been a good effort, this one, Phil.
He's good enough to win. As simple as that. Good enough to win this match. Whether he will or not, that's for the future. But he's got the game. And that's a fact that won't be lost on Fine. Who knows he's in a pitched battle. The misstruck 2-ball from Niels Fine meant he sat down and he stayed there as Anthony Brabin regained the lead. 3-2, 4-3, now 5-4 ahead of the current number 10 in the live 9-ball rankings. Yes, Niels Fine that high. If he were to prevail here this week, he would shoot well inside that top 10. So lots to play for him. And of course, as we've already discussed, lots to play for in terms of potential Mosconi Cup qualification. But here he is, day 2, his second match of the tournament, and facing an opponent who clearly is capable of gaining the desired result. Is it possible that he didn't know who Anthony Brabin was before they broke off?
No, I think in the first rack I've definitely seen Anthony's face about. I'm sure he's been playing around Europe over the years, so I'm sure they've even met before.
Of course, with each passing rack, pressure mounts, not just for Fine, but for the guy who's in front, because claiming a scalp of Fine's magnitude would be a wonderful thing for Anthony Brabin. Wonderful memory.
Needs his 2-ball to slow up. Well, he's going to be faced with a tester here. Look how close the cue ball has finished over the 7, so he's going to be properly bridging over this ball or jacked up. I feel like you've got to take this on though. He's potted a few good balls. Cue ball's running away from him a little bit. Oh, he's made it. He's made it. Good shot.
Fine being made to sweat, but not Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz, who has come through 9-1 against Matthew Wrigley.
Well, these just simply have to go now. This will really send a message to Niels, because he'll know what he's done in the last 2 racks and all. These have not been road maps. He's had work to do.
And it all comes back to those simple balls missed in rack 3, and then the 7 that went astray in rack 5. Had it not been for that, Fine would have been in front. When he missed the ball from point-blank range in the 3rd, that was to take a 3-0 lead. Who knows, Brabin might have crumbled. Not the case now.
Yeah, that was a tidy shot. Need to bounce. That's not bad. You'd rather it bounced a little bit than just hugged the rail. That gives you a good idea of what he's going to be faced with on the 9 in the side pocket. May choose to play it in the top. And it's there. He takes a 2-rack lead over Niels Feiern.
Yeah, no evidence of a quick one there. He took the cue back smoothly. There was the pause and then the transition straight through the ball. In went the pot, and for the first time, Niels Feiern trails by a couple of racks. Anthony Brabin 6-4 up, 3 more required to add to the list of upsets we've already seen in this UK Open here on days 1 and 2. How are the other winners round 1 matches progressing? Well, Jason Shaw 6-0 up now on Mark Foster. Ramesh Gokhale 7-6 up on Damien Massey. Robbie Capito has arrived on the hill against Arfan Dad at 8-7. So is Besu Spahiu against Farhad Ziad. 8-0 there. Oliver Sholnoki 5-2 up on Marcus Saints. Radislav Babica 2-0 up on Soshaw. And there's only one more match to go in winners round 1, to go onto the table, that is. Chris Alexander and Fitim Aradijad. They're just about to begin. Aradinaj, I should have said.
Yeah, he got down pretty quick there. Made a mess of that one. That needed a lot more thought for me. There was no obvious safety where the game kind of tells you what shot to play. Trying to draw the cue ball in behind the 9, that was tough ask. Niels has been sat in his chair waiting, patient. Cue ball needs to keep rolling. He was playing for the 2 in the right centre. And he's not come far enough. May have to play safe now. Well, I'm sure Anthony didn't think he was going to get back to the table so soon in this rack. Maybe not at all. So the fact he's come back is a blessing. However, he has problems. He's got to hit this blue 2. Don't know if the 8 ball's in the way for a 2 railer. Sort of looks like it is, so that's not there. Yeah, this is quite awkward. I wonder if he just misses the 9 with left spin, can he find contact? Yeah, that's what he's looked at. Trying to tie a ball up here. Needs that to stop. Yeah, I mean, can't really fault that, can you? It's actually pretty smart because he didn't fancy hitting the 2. Never mind hitting the 2 and getting safe from it. So all he's done there is he's made life hard work for Niels. Yeah, Niels has got ball in hand, don't get me wrong, but he's still got a problem now. The purple 5 does not combination onto the 7. May be able to play a carom off the edge of the 5, but that's difficult, so I kind of like the shot he's played, and he's played it well.
We've been talking about the technique of Anthony Brabin. Well, I know for sure that he plays a lot of international snooker. And back in 2009, he defeated Pankaj Advani of India in the IBSF World Amateur Championship. Now, anyone who follows snooker knows that Advani is a fine player who competed on the Pro Tour for a couple of years with reasonable success, and he's also a wonderful English billiards player, Advani. So the fact that Brabin beat him 5-3 shows you what a cueist he is.
Yeah, now you've pulled that up, Phil. I think that's where I've seen Anthony. I think that's where I've seen him in some of the events in Greece. I know a lot of the Cypriot players used to go over and play a lot of them. By the way, back to the action, Niels has just played a lovely shot to dislodge that problem 5 ball.
Yes, I think Fine needs some inspiration to get going, to regain his lost mojo. It seems a while ago now, but in the first 2 racks he looked the bee's knees. What a contrast in the way these matches have gone for Niels Fine and Jason Shaw on table 18. Shaw now 8-0 up on Mark Foster. Stayed down on that one nicely.
This has been a real good battle, this. In the early rounds of these big open events, we often see the top boys win 9-0, 9-1, 9-2, just, you know, blitzing their way through the field. But this has been a real treat, this. What a battle. We've had it all. We've had good pots, good safeties, missed balls. 6-5, Niels Fine trails, but he will be breaking in the next rack.
Yeah, really good point, Carl. You know, so far today we've seen 3 runaways on table 1. But the dominance of the well-known player has been well and truly punctuated by this contest. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty of twists and turns before the handshakes. On table 6, Damien Massey. 8-6 down to Ramesh Gokul. Table 2, Sanyan Perlovanovic is fighting back against Kyle Amorotto. 3-3 now after Amorotto won the first 3 racks. And Flavian Glont and Billy Thorpe, they're 6 racks each. That's what Fine wants to be after this rack. The one's in, but 9 and 4 comprehensively blocking Fine's path to the 2. Sometimes the balls don't forgive, and maybe they won't forgive the two glaring misses, of which Fine has been guilty.
Just looking to leave the cue ball over on the right side rail. Won't leave him a pot, well, certainly not an easy pot. And he'll want to find the rail with his cue ball.
Couple of results to give you. Francesco Candela fought back well and got the verdict in the end against Riku Rompainen, the Italian winning 9-8. And results also on table 12, Robbie Capito defeating Arfan Dad 9-7.
Doesn't need to play this shot. He could give it back to Niels, but he's, well, I'm going to say spotted something, but he's back up. I wouldn't blame him for giving this back. Well, we said this match had everything. That is a very timely roll indeed.
What did I say? The balls don't forgive. Look at this. Just flicking off the green 6 and behind the 4. Fine's jaw dropped.
I think Niels can go off the left rail where he's sort of looking at now. He can play into the blue 2 full-ish and try and get the 2 tracking over to the top right hand corner somewhere and hope the brown 7 and the 5 hook Anthony. That is an option. That's the shot he's played. And it has not worked out. Good effort from Niels.
It all started yesterday with Albin Aushen's defeat by Phil Wildman. Out of the blue. Skylar Woodward losing today against the jealous Stephanopoulos 9-8. Leaving the 9-ball hanging in the pocket unmissably. Alexander Kazakis beaten yesterday as well in a match he was expected to win. And there have been more surprises than that. Are we going to see another one?
This will go in the right centre. He may be tempted. If he can hit this ball full, he will definitely play the hook. Can't blame him for that. Why take the risk when you've got a guaranteed snooker?
"43 years of age, Anthony Brabin. 3 years the junior of his opponent.
Well, he's hit it. He has hit it, so it's Niels' turn to get a bit of fortune. Oh boy, did he hit that one thin. He won't be taking on the 3-6 combo. It's far too difficult. Looks like he's playing off the right edge thin, trying to use the 8-ball. Yeah, he's trying to use the 8-ball. Another good safety shot there from Anthony. A real good shot.
Yes, because there wasn't a great room for manoeuvre. Just missed the 8. The pace was ideal. I'm impressed. Fine will be, well, both delighted and relieved. Quickly, let me give you another result. Che Chia Chen of Chinese Taipei has had a very straightforward victory over Abdullah Al-Fadala. 9-1.
It's turning into a tricky little rack this now. The balls are actually open, but we can't just get a shot at the 3-ball at the moment. But there's no clusters, every ball goes in a pocket. But Niels has definitely got the upper hand now because he's close to the 3. He can really try and lay a good hook. Could even play the bank if he wanted.
So many balls to hide behind, Carl. In fact, every ball on the table there, apart from the object ball, and of course the white, was presenting the blocking potential.
What a brilliant kick and stick he has played there. Here's another look. That is simply amazing. Niels' turn to pull out the short stick. Trying to pot this ball. It was close. Where's it going to end up? It's going to go safe. Yeah, no one can get a shot at the 3 at the minute. Now, advantage passes back to Anthony because he can play a good snooker. Jason Shaw is through. He wins 9 racks to 1 over Mark Foster. Foster's still in. He'll go over to the left side of the draw. Jason moves into winners qualification round.
And that's the intent of Anthony Brabin, who looks as though he's got the ammunition to get there.
It was the bank on the 3. And then it was also a decent pot on the 4. Can cut this purple 5 in the corner. But again, if the 6 doesn't pass the 8, what do you do? It's awkward. This is 9-ball pool at its best. There's so many little things that stop you from winning a rack and helping you. And he's had a swipe at that one. Where's the cue ball going to finish? Well, Niels is getting put through the motions at the minute, but Niels had his run of the ball as well. It's been very even in both sides of everything really in this match so far. Still only 6-5. There's a lot of pool left in this one.
And just the kind of match that we wanted to see. Not a procession. Far from it. Same applies to table 6. Damien Massey of GB has just gone hill with Ramesh Gokhale from Guyana. 8 racks each.
Okay, he's kicking this way. The other way would offer a chance of a pot, you feel. I think he's trying to hit it full. Get the cue ball to stay there, get the 5 out the way. No, I didn't really get that. I feel like he's gone the wrong rail. Listen, he's a far better kicker of the ball than me, but it just seemed the other way was the more obvious, especially if you're going to pop the ball.
Now for Anthony Brabin, believe in the technique, try and think as clearly as he possibly can.
Well, he's not got where he wanted. And he's not got the cue ball where he wanted. It seemed to me that he was playing for the 6 into the top left pocket. It's gone wrong. Can he draw the cue ball in behind the 8? Or can he hook the cue ball behind the 9? Yeah, that's what he's played. Nicely done. Good shot.
He's given Fine a world of trouble. Played plenty of really significant controlling hooks. Well, if the 6 is frozen against the 9, has Fine dodged a bullet?
Yeah, for a second, it all looked like he was going to leave the pot. Well, he's looking at the pot. He's got a dead easy snooker he can play, Phil. He can play into the 6 full, lock the cue ball there and leave some distance. Of course, if you can see the potting angle, you've got to go for the pot. It feels like he can, because he's weighing it up. He's looking where he wants the cue ball. He's up and down a lot though. He has got an easy hook. Yeah, they're just calling for the referee. Fair play to Anthony there. He knows this one's a tight one. He doesn't want to, be playing a dodgy shot. So here comes the referee. I think he needs to get in a better position than there though. That's more like it. Yeah, it does look tight from the overhead. This is a big moment coming up.
Well, for me, from that view, he can't pot it.
Yeah, it's a strange one because he can just play the snooker. It's so easy. But he's behind the shot. I wonder if the 9 would go close and all. Well, that's okay. That's legal.
Went in, no issue whatsoever. Wow, another big shot coming up though. Oh, the first hint of movement to the back arm.
You called it, Phil. You said it was a big shot. Fires it into the jaw, should never go in.
Let's rewind to rack 5. It was a missed 7 ball. Easier than that from Fine. That allowed Brabin to go in front for the first time at 3-2. Is the 7 going to turn its back on Brabin in this one? Fine, making sure the glove is cosy. In he goes. 6-6. What a contest call.
Yeah, that's a big moment. Niels takes a time out. It was this 7 ball. Just pushed it into the jaw. Niels jumps out of his chair to tie the match up.
As we said before, we're always looking, trying to identify potential turning points. You have to believe that could well be one there. By the way, the eventual winner will take on Michael Schneider in the next round. Schneider defeating Germany's Tayfun Tabor 9-5. Also through Besal Spahiu from Albania, a 9-2 winner over Farhad Ziad from Saudi Arabia. Damien Massey and Ramesh Gokhale still. Hill. Oliver Sholnocki looking good against Marcos Saints of Spain. Sholnocki from Hungary leading 8-3. Soshore and Radoslav Babica 3-3. And now Sanyan Pilovanovic has won 5 consecutive racks to lead Kyle Amoroto 5-3 on table 2, where you can see the action on Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Niels has definitely been the player who's made the 1 ball in the side more consistent. I think it was the early misses from Niels where he set off like a train, looked really good, and there were 2 different racks where he missed balls. And I think that's why we found ourselves in this situation. Anthony's played a solid match up to this point. He's missed a trick in rack 12. That's been the story of the match so far, and we've got a good ending to this one. It's now a race to 3.
Yeah, your summation of the match was spot on, Carl. The 2 balls that Fine missed, though, both were really straightforward, as routine as you like. That was the shocking aspect. Just heard a big cheer from out in the sticks. I think the match is over, and the player who's won it is ecstatic. Good news for two American players. Billy Thorpe, after a tough workout, as was the case in his first match, is through to win his qualification, beating Flavian Glant 9-6. And a lesser-known American, Rick Miller, acquitting himself really well against Ralph Suke, 4-4.
I'm not sure if there's a carom on here. I think there is. I think if Niels pots to 6 and gets the cue ball anywhere on the left side of the table, Phil, he may be able to stun off the brown 7, cue ball into the 9 and pocket the 9. Is that what he's thinking? Yes, that is exactly what Niels is thinking. Trying to play the carom onto the 9.
Biggest shot of the match so far, and it again involves that pivotal ball in this contest, the 7.
I really fancied Niels to make that one. You could see the frustration. Here's another look. Actually doesn't look that easy from that angle, to be fair. Almost didn't look on, but listen, not the best view in the house. Anyway, what a chance. So it's this combination to steal the rack. This has been back and forth, this match. We just don't know who's going to win.
The heat is on, very much on Niels Fine. The carom shot was marginally misplayed. He almost fluked the 7 ball into the middle. It didn't drop though, and Anthony Brabin was able to regain the lead at 7-6. Must say, I'm really enjoying this. We thought on paper Fine was going to be what a straightforward, comfortable winner. We could not have been further from the truth. And of course, with winner breaks, Brabin has got the chance of his life, of his career. Do you remember when I said about the shout from the sticks? That was from Damien Massey after his 9-8 win over Ramesh Agokul. What he would do for a super effective break off here. That will work.
Yeah, good break again. Very good break. Put the one on the side. All the balls in the open. Toughest shot of this rack. Looks like it's going to be the first one. How do you get on the 3 ball? This is Nineball at its best. This is what the sport is all about. Got to try and navigate your way from this blue 2 Get on that 3 ball. Uh-oh. As long as you can see a piece of the 3, you'll have to take that. As long as he's not full ball hooked. I believe he's gone for the short stick, the jump cue. That's not going to be good though. Niels can pop this in the side. Whenever you're playing pool, there always seems to be one shot in the rack a lot of the times where you feel like if you get that shot right, the rest of the table sits pretty. And it was the opening shot in this rack. Oh, it's a bit thick, maybe a slight heavy contact.
At that pace though, that was always going to drop, wasn't it? Match 2, and the juices are flowing. This is a really captivating affair. The 9-ball for Fine to be level for the 5th time in the match. So crucial, and he gets the job done. It is 7-7. As we mentioned before, he's lost a lot of heartbreaking matches in big tournaments of late. Close run things. Can he get over the line at this time, or will Anthony Brabin, who's acquitted himself outstandingly, will he cause an upset? In these winner round 1 matches, I can tell you Besar Spahiu is out of the line against Farhad Ziad of Saudi Arabia 9-2. So Shaw and Radislav Babica 4-4. Oliver Sholnoki still waiting for victory against Marcos Saints of Spain, 8-4 to Sholnoki. And Ralph Souquet back in front against Rick Miller, 5-4.
This could work out okay for Niels. He can play the 2 onto the purple. 2 ball should stay near the pocket, stay near the pocket, rather. And then he's just got to get on the 3, but I do think the 3 passes the 4, so this looks a chance. The only danger is if he plays the blue 2 on the left side of the purple ball. That might mean the purple won't fall.
If you're enjoying this, and I'm sure you are, you might want to know what's coming up next. Well, match 5 today on the main table will be Stephen Ellis against Skylar Woodward. Of course, that's on the loser's side. Woodward defeated first time out, completing a whitewash second time out, so which Skylar will turn up.
Certainly took his time over this one. Looks fairly routine to me. Just make sure you hit the 5 full or into the rail. Yeah, it's okay. Got to get the cue ball away from that rail though. Might just be okay. He's going to stun. Yeah, you see he's looking at the line of where he wants the cue ball right through to that 3 ball. I think he can stun the cue ball round off 2 rails to find that path. Yeah, good shot from Niels. That's nice. If he doesn't have a full pocket here, often the object ball can play tricks with the mine. There you see it does go. Doesn't want to flick that 4 ball though. It's always nice to be the first player to get to the hill as well. You feel like you just gives you that bit of breathing space. You feel like you get 2 racks instead of 1. Niels will not rush these balls. He knows how important it is to make sure he clears this table now.
We talk about a lot of departments of the game. Experience and being accustomed to battling away on centre stage in tight finishes. It's just priceless. Apart from his World Cup of pool experience, and playing Scotch doubles, of course, is very different. Anthony Brabin's exposure to being out there on table 1, limited to say the least. For Neil Spine, over the years, it's become second nature, and maybe that will be the difference. Well held cue ball off the 8. Neil's fine on the hill and in front in the match for the first time since 2-1. What a time to break and run out. As Fine turned the tide in his favour for good. This is one of only 5 matches in winners round 1. It's still in progress. The others, Radislav Babica 5-4 up on So Shaw. Same scoreline, Sanyan Pelovanovic over Kyle Amorotto. Ralph Souquet now pulling away from Rick Miller. It was 4-4. The 6 times world Pool Masters champion Souquet leads 6-4. Chris Alexander 4-2 up on Fitim Aradinaj of Germany. And that's your lot.
And this might be the lot for Niels Fine. He's breaking to win the match. And there is clusters. Anthony will play a part in this final rack. It will not be a break and run for Niels Fine.
I was about to say, when a player breaks off looking to win a match on the hill, so often the balls run awkwardly. Of course, there is the other side of the coin, like we saw in our previous match between RT Ko and Lagelis Stephanopoulos, where RT was 8-0 ahead and enjoyed a golden break to complete victory. But you just suspected here things were going to run a little awkwardly, that the tension was going to be ramped up. Oliver Sholnocki through 9-4 over Marcus Saints. So, winners round 1 fast reaching its conclusion.
Mistake from Niels, big mistake, because if you look at the table now, it was all clustered and messy, and it does look like there's a bit of a chance. He missed a 7 ball earlier, didn't he, Phil, in this pocket? Similar type of shot. Yeah, that was better, cued that one nicely.
That was convincing because the head was really still, considering the pressure. I thought he knocked that one in. Well, not nervelessly, because he's full of nerves. It's only human nature, but he looked solid.
That's okay, he's come out far enough to see the potting angle. It's going to be all about this 5 to the green 6, isn't it? Talking about what the game of pool is about. It's always that one big shot. Could play the 6-9 combo, but you'd want to be close and straight on it. So yeah, it's there, but it's sort of not there. Let's see what shot he plays here. He can get any angle he wants on the purple ball after this. So he does have an angle. Does he play for the combo, or does he swing the cue ball round off 2 to 3 rails to drop on the green 6 in the right corner or the right centre. He's playing for the combo, Phil. This is not ideal. Looks very easy from this position. But that cue ball and the 6 ball, there's a big old gap there. Biggest shot of his life coming right up in this match. If he makes it, we've got a hill thriller. It's there. We've got our first hill thriller coming up.
That is simply tremendous. Quite a distance from cue ball to 6 as well. It went in cleanly. The 9 dispatched. Is Niels Fine going to be dispatched to the one lost side of the draw? The two of them shaking hands, Fine realising that his opponent has put in a really good performance here. And of course he does have the advantage because Anthony Brabin breaks in the all-important 17th rack. And I think the lesson of this match, regardless of what happens, Carl, when a top player is in front and going well on form, don't miss easy ones. It can have big implications. Here goes.
The 9's moving. The 9 ball is moving. But it's not there. He needs the 2 balls to keep moving. He's got a chance, Phil. He's got a chance. He has a chance to put Niels Fine in to the loser's side of the draw. And that's all you want. Hill, all you ask for is a chance to win the match.
The last time on the World Nineball Tour we saw Niels Fine play a match, he broke dry in the deciding rack, and his opponent Eklund Kachi ran out to win 11-10 in the semi-finals of the Whirlpool Masters. Is it going to be more deciding rack disappointment for the Dutchman?
Well, the thing is here, if he gets to the 5 ball in the left centre, it's hard to see how he can't win. So this rack is really about the first 2 shots. So it's now about this shot for him. It is all about this shot. He's not come far enough over, so he's made this a tester. If he pots this and gets on the 5, he should win the rack. He's down quick. Oh, he's cued it nicely. He's cued it nicely. Nice and positive. He's perfect on the 5. There you see the head still. That's always a good sign. You can play this into the top. Decided to roll the cue ball forward. Many a player would have just played a stop shot. That means you stay close to your work. As long as he pots this and gets anywhere in the centre of the table. That's okay as well.
Methinks Niels Fine is going to be defeated. Just 2 more swings of the cue.
I think a couple of shots in this rack is decelerated because he didn't want the cue ball there. And I think when he played the purple 5 into the top left corner, he wanted to play a stop shot and it run through. From where he was on the 7 ball, that was not a good shot. He's got the extension on his cue. Make sure you pot the 8. If you pot the 8, you should have a shot on the 9 ball. He's done it, Phil. He has done it. What a match this has been.
Dutch disappointment. Cyprus can celebrate. Anthony Brabin, what a result for him. And one has to say, what a performance. Extremely good against one of the game's finest over more than a couple of decades. So Anthony Brabin defeats Niels Fine by 9 racks to 8. It means that to reach single elimination, and the last 64, Fine has to battle through the one-loss side of the draw. And that's going to be our next action, one-loss pool, because it will be coming up in a few moments. Skylar Woodward against Steve Nellis here on Table 1. That was quite a match to follow.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players. "256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back to the second day of the UK Open. Wonderful match there, just finished in favour of Anthony Braben, who will be back tomorrow afternoon to play Michael Schneider in winners qualification. Niels Fine, the loser of that match, will return a little later this evening, needing to win 3 matches now on the loser's side to make single elimination. He'll be playing Rino Memra of Estonia later. That's what's been going on the main table today. Comfortable wins for Joshua Filler and Jason Shaw. Seemed like a long time ago now. Niels Fine's match there, his defeat to Braben, the highlight of the day so far on table 1. Ko Pin-Yi, World Masters champion on his 34th birthday, getting through without losing a rack to Danny Johnson. FSR, the world champion, also comfortable. Alex Pagulayan beaten in his match, and Sanyin Pelovanovic is currently leading by 6 racks to 5 in one of the few remaining matches in that second round. So it's a transatlantic clash up next. Skylar Woodward of the United States against Britain's Stephen Ellis. And these guys are at a situation now where they both need 3 more wins to make the single elimination stage. And defeat for either of them in this match means elimination from this year's UK Open. And Skylar Woodward will get things underway.
Yeah, nice opening break off there, making the one in the side. The cue ball a little squirrely, running below the rack, maybe catching the one a hair thin. He's going to have a nice shot on the 2, even though it's some long distance. With the 3 there, very hard to miss this ball. He's got to watch for the cue ball coming across, maybe getting near the 9. That one was struck with some confidence and hit the pocket cleanly. Now he's just got to be pretty tidy with the cue ball, checking the purple 5 to see if it passes the 8.
Woodward was well behind in his first match against Vagelis Stephanopoulos of Greece earlier today. Managed to make a real fight of it, but lost in a hill-hill finish in the end. But then, very different story in his second match. Round 1 on the loser's side against Tom Emmers of Britain, who won that by 8 racks to 0. And you were telling me, Jeremy, that his opponent only potted 1 ball in that whole match.
Yeah, that's what Sky, we had messaged each other a little bit, you know, a little prior to this match, and just, of course, talking about the first match a little bit. And then he was very happy with his performance in the second match, and talked about it earlier during his first match. Well, I think we were covering the filler kind of opener there for our defending champion, but Skylar really feeds off that good match, right? I mean, most players do, but with him, it seems like once he gets that really solid match behind him, it really doesn't falter much from there. A little short with the cue ball, close enough to it to be able to hold the cue ball, I believe, for the brown 7. Shouldn't be a ton of cue ball movement. Interesting match on table number 2. 2 very young players that we're going to see a ton of in the future of Nineball pool. Kid I haven't got to see play yet there from the Philippines, but I've heard a ton about him.
Yeah, that's Kyle Amoroto, who's just won the 12th rack to level at 6-all with Sanyin Pelovanovic, who we do know a good bit about already. Good showing in the Premier League and a lot of good results and runs in tournaments last year.
Yeah, and watching Kyle, and very much like his former countrymen, I think when they first hit the big tournament scene, you could see the nerves really flowing for the young man. So handling that with a tough opponent in Sanjin.
Well, Woodward looks like he means business here. Very swiftly through the first rack with a break and run out. Can't wait to get on with the second one, as you can see. Now this is on the loser's side, and we'll be focusing fully on that shortly, but there's still some business to take care of in the second round on the winner's side. These guys who are still out there are playing for places in winners qualification, and within the last few moments, Ralph Suke has gone through to that round with a 9-4 win over American Rick Miller. So that just leaves 3 matches still out there. Radislav Babika is 7-5 up on So Shaw. There's the Amoroto Pelovanovic match we've just talked about. That's 6-all at the moment. And Fitim Haradinaj of the German contingent. And he's leading 5-4 against Britain's Chris Alexander. Winner of that goes through to play Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Back here, 1-0 to Woodward.
Yeah, much better with the cue ball there. And another fine hit on the one. Now, of course, one of the best bankers in the game, as they call it, double in snooker, and one of the best bankers when it really means something as well. So I'm not sure if the 2 really plays by the 3, but you got to feel like if it does, that Skyler will stay in the attacking mode. And really one of the best breakers of the balls, usually. Some way, some fashion, he figures out the break. And that's one thing that's kind of eluded him since we've changed this rule, and it's not normally the case. Oh, nice thin cut here on the 2. And again, very similar to golf, where you can be a great driver of the golf ball, but it's going to get you sometime or another where you struggle for a period of time, and it's the same thing with our new break rule. Maybe FSR is the only one who hasn't the last year or so. He's got to pay attention here, trying to come down for the pink 4. Really nice. Going to settle for the thin cut. He's got a little issue on the green 6. You can see maybe a 3-rail safety we see coming here in a couple shots.
If you're a reader of body language, I think the signs are really good here. He looks really full of confidence, and of course you don't want to go to the loser's side, but sometimes it can give you that opportunity to get a less difficult match, shall we say, and get a bit of momentum going. Had that 8-0 win earlier, as I said.
Yeah, overcut that to the pocket. That's why he lost the cue ball a little bit, and I don't know if he can attack from here, but I think what we saw in the first match, or, you know, it wasn't on air, but I watched quite a bit of it. What a view we had from up here at the Copper Box Arena. But I think what I talked about with some other players, I think it was Alex Pagulayan I was referencing. It seemed like Skyler was stressing a lot, you know, in that first match, falling behind and really stressing over every ball, and that's just not his MO. You know, he's not going to play as fast as he used to as a young man, but he's certainly not a player that you really see sweat much.
So first look at Stephen Ellis, Welshman, who's ranked joint 389th in the world. Yeah, did get some points from this event last year. They're his only world ranking points.
A big man, I'll tell you that. Big lefty. He's going to surrender a shot on the pink, the purple 5. But again, not a whole lot on the 6. But we did talk about that banking ability of Sky Woodward. So you never know.
Just to point out early enough in this match, it's race to 8, as you can see from the graphic there. We've been used to the races to 9 over the first couple of days, but this round on the loser's side, you only need 8 to get through.
Got a little quick there on the takeaway, and therefore a little shaky on the downswing, and caught that a little thick. And it looked like to me maybe a stroke that he wasn't so sure, you know, what he was doing with the next shot. Maybe just playing from underneath the 6 and a safety coming.
Skyler Woodward turned 30 earlier this month.
Nice opening with a lot of control.
And a good chance for 2-0 now. Feels like he should be older. He's been around for a long time, but he has become a dad quite recently, isn't that correct?
Yeah, I believe Dax now is 3 years old.
3 years?
Yeah.
Wow, I wouldn't have said it was that long.
Yeah, I believe he He was born during the 2019 U.S. Open, or right around that time, if I remember correctly.
Well, that would make him 4 then.
Oh, maybe so. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking he's maybe it was 2020.
Okay, so not great signs from Stephen Ellis early on. Played a nervy shot really to give Woodward the chance from which he made it 2-0. Let's have a look over on table. It's one of the few remaining matches in the second round. Si Cha Chen will be the next opponent in winners qualification for whoever comes through that one.
Yeah, and I watched the two youngsters there, Sanjin and Kyle, prior to coming in the booth for this match, and watched, of course, the end of that Niels match. And one thing I'll tell you, in these early rounds, of course, no shot clock, but it seemed to me Sanjin and Kyle both were a little extra slow, it may seem, and I'm not complaining about that, that's for sure, but I'm not so sure they're doing themselves a lot of favors when you think about really trying to win the event. Of course, Kyle, this is probably, of course, his biggest setting in an event ever in his life, so probably a little extra nerves, but Sanjin, he's a little bit more of a veteran.
I think the first few times we saw Pelovanovic on the main table a couple of years ago, he was really, really slow. Now, you could see at the Premier League where he did so well, he's playing at a much faster pace nowadays. Still wouldn't have called him one of the faster players, but that's an old habit he won't want to slip back into.
No, and it's almost like the break rule when they get, you know, a warning or whatnot, but when the shot clock comes in and they get settled, it seems like just better pools played. It will get to all of us at some time or another, of course, but are in a very tight paint by the black 8. Looks like he didn't want to hit the 7. He certainly didn't want to shoot to a small pocket from this distance, but of course one of the things that Sky can always rely on is that ball pocketing.
Might have noticed there, just on the left-hand side of the table, Gary Wilson, the Scottish Open snooker champion, who got through a couple of rounds yesterday and will be back tomorrow for winners qualification, playing Lucius Yap, sitting there with his wife Robin.
Yeah, and he was here early this morning to watch some matches and taking it all in.
I spoke to Robin earlier today. She was saying that Gary didn't do a huge amount of practice as such because they went on holiday just after the World Snooker Championship. But he obviously flicked into full preparation mode when he went to Glasgow, played in the Scottish Open over the weekend. So he's not here just for the ride and see how it goes. He wants to make an impact, and so far he certainly has. And Skylar Woodward is making a very early impact on this match. Overall, it's been pretty good so far. And in very little time, really, he's already into a 3-0 lead over Stephen Ellis. Let's look at some scores then from the few remaining matches. On the winner's side, just a few more places left to be decided in winners qualification. Radoslav Babika on the hill now at 8-6 against So Shaw. I've told you about Sanjin Pelovanovic, 7-6 up on Kyle Amoroto. And Chris Alexander leading Fitim Haradinaj, 6-5.
Yeah, Babika, timeless player, it seems like. Getting his game back, though. I think the young Polish contingent really has motivated him to get back out here. And Skylar, if he can get comfortable, he's, like I said, one of the best breakers, I think, in this format especially, and can really do some damage.
I was saying earlier how it seems strange he's only just turned 30, he's been around so long. He's already played in 8 Mosconi Cups. That's joint 6th most of any American player. Do you know who he shares 6th place with on 8 appearances?
Myself, maybe?
Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, well, I got lucky to get in that 8th one, a little unlucky for our team, but when you think about, you know, the performances that Sky's had, he had to go through some growing pains in that Mosconi Cup for a few years.
Well, he struggled really in all of his first 3, and there was one of them where he lost all 5 of his matches. And then the very next year, he goes out and he's MVP. And the year after that, he was MVP again.
I really think there was a different tone, I think, from Team USA there. That first year, he was MVP. And he played a big part of that win. I'll tell you, these pockets are tight.
Well, this is what Ellis needed, isn't it? It's a nice, easy starter and a chance here to get himself on the board. We say it so often. When you win your first rack as the big outsider in one of these matches is so important. If it's early on, you've got a chance to settle in.
Yeah, knock a few balls in, and what these, you know, underdogs will realize is there's a lot of nerves out there. It's not just the players that aren't used to it.
Stephen Ellis romped to victory over Ralph Mernaka earlier, 9-1. And then gave the very capable Estonian player Dennis Graba a real contest a little earlier this afternoon before going down 9-6. Hence he's now on the loser's side.
Pretty good cue action. Nice cue ball there. And should have no problems marking up his first game.
Yeah, and this will end a run of 11 racks in a row for Woodward across his 2 matches so far on the 1-loss side. Stephen Ellis opens his account and trails 3-1.
I think table 2 we're destined for a hill match there at 7-7. Just seems like it's going there.
Yeah, Kyle Hamoroto has just drawn level again against Sanjin Pelovanovic. Radoslav Babika still on the hill at 8-6 against So Shaw. Remember all of those matches on the winner's side, looking to get through to winner's qualification tomorrow. The 2 different sides will be finished with by tomorrow evening, and then it's just straight knockout all the way, 1 round in each session. Last 64 all the way down to the final on Sunday evening.
A nice break off there, and unfortunate not to get a look at the blue 2. I was watching him practice his break. To be honest, it wasn't near that good when he was warming up, so good sign there.
Just as someone whose enthusiasm for the game has never been matched by his ability, let's say, an observation I would make about a lot of players is there seem to be a lot more now who can generate a lot of movement off the break without looking as though they're putting a great deal of effort into it. Would that be a fair comment from your point of view?
Yeah, I mean, it's a borderline kind of break anyways. You don't want to get too much into the ball. You don't really get the reaction. We see a few that can do so, but it's a much different break from, let's say, like a Kachi or SVB. But, you know, without the body movement, a lot of the players can still generate a lot of speed. So it can kind of fool you what's going on with the break at times, just because it seems like it's a kind of an effortless shot.
We were watching JJ fall on the main table yesterday, the South African, and he seems to be, you know, at first glance it's like he's barely touching it, but he gets a huge amount of movement off the break.
Yeah, the better the timing is, the better the movement you're going to get. And Seems like when you overhit them, they kind of hop out of the template a little bit, don't want to really move that much. But when the timing's good, they kind of run out of the template, and a really nice opener there.
Yeah, that's a good sign in terms of how comfortable he's feeling out there. That'll be a real test of nerve, a shot like that on the 2 into the side.
Yeah, the subtle speeds on the really small angles into the middle, that'll really show you when you're nervous, and a very straight, deliberate stroke. A little bit of a funny action with the backhand, but it seems like it straightens out. You'll see a little twist of the wrist, but then right at impact, it looks pretty good.
Cue sports, such a huge part of the sporting culture in Wales. They've absolutely punched way above their weight as a snooker nation over the years. Marcel Price here as well, of course. We're seeing a little bit of an impact from the Welsh contingent in the game of pool, but just as I say that, a real disappointment there for Ellis.
Yeah, and he doesn't stay down on the ball. Watch the back elbow kind of twist out a little bit there, and I think normally when you have that kind of action with the back arm, the soft ones are the ones that show up a little bit more, where you kind of have some mishits, maybe the timing's off a little bit. So we'll see if that poses a problem during this match, especially when the nerves are high, right? The soft shots are the ones that really are the ones that show the nerve. Not a whole lot Sky could do, just trying to get the purple to the top rail and play from there.
Shane Wolford, is it?
Yeah, Shane, Billy Thorpe.
Billy Thorpe, yeah.
Eagle Eye. Billy, who narrowly escaped another player from Greece in his opener with a 9-8 victory, and I believe did win his second just before this match started.
Yeah, he beat Flavian Ionut Glont of Romania 9-6. And he's now going to play Ralph Souquet in the next round.
Really contrasting styles and personalities, but should be a heck of a match. Is he kicking behind this? Not bad. I think the black 8 may help him out.
Skylar Woodward having a steady year so far. Began at ranked number 41 in the world, but he's got himself all the way up to number 24 now.
Yeah, Turning Stone helped those, and really what put him over in the first place position as far as the Mosconi Cup points.
Yeah, he got $6,500 and therefore 6,500 ranking points for finishing runner-up at the Turning Stone in January, beaten by Jason Shaw. That's his biggest haul of ranking points so far, and as you alluded to there, Jeremy, he's earned more ranking points than any other American player so far in 2023, and as you say, that's significant because the Mosconi Cup isn't based on your overall ranking, it's based on how many points you've earned in the current year. And he does have a small lead over Shane Van Bonen at the top of the American standings, but still so many big events to come before it's all finalized.
Yeah, the American captain or the European captain both, let's say, would like to see Eagle Eye in there on points, I would think. I would think an American, of course, would like to see Sky in on points, just because if they're not, you got to believe they're going to get picked, or a good chance of it.
Yeah, they'd have to have a really terrible year, wouldn't they, to miss out? And neither of them is doing that. They're both doing pretty well this year, so you would have to think, come what may, they'll be in the team.
Yeah, I think it would have to be a combination of that and probably two really special performances by maybe some players you don't expect, or, you know, a culmination of that. Took a rip at that 2-rail kick, trying to create some luck, a little movement.
So it wasn't that long ago that Ellis looked like he might be heading 4-0 down, and here he is with a chance to get back to only one behind.
Well, he's looked pretty solid overall. Had that one bad miss on the purple, but the break looked pretty good, pretty powerful stroke. Seems fairly relaxed, doesn't stay down on the ball too long.
And this is what he's got to do, isn't it? Because he knows Woodward has had one unexpected defeat already today. By making a contest of this, he's putting the thought in the American's head that he could be vulnerable again in this match. And so, only one behind now at 3-2.
Yeah, Skyler, as great as he is, definitely will feel more pressure if this match stays close as we get towards those 8 games.
So news of another winner. Radoslav Babika has now finished it off at 9-6 against So Shaw. And goes through to face Oliver Szolnoki, former world semi-finalist from Hungary, in winners qualification. And the other 2 places remaining in that round could be decided in the next few minutes. Fitim Haradinaj leading Chris Alexander now 8-6, pulling away a bit towards the finish. And Kyle Amoroto on the hill as well from the Philippines, now 8-7 ahead of Sanjin Pelivanovic. And he's at the table in the next rack, looking to finish it off. We'll keep an eye on that one. Back here, Ellis is back to just one behind.
And interesting there, and I couldn't tell you why, but in his first break off, he did make the one on the side. The balls didn't quite open as well as maybe he wanted, but changing break positions there. Did get the purple 5 in the upper corner, but now snookered in a push-out situation.
Woodward didn't get the call for the World Masters this year, so the last time we saw him in one of these matchroom events was at the Premier League, where he finished 7th at the end of the second phase, which was an improvement. He'd got through in 9th place at the end of phase 1, so in the end he only missed out on getting through to the last day by 1 place.
Decent shot there, and maybe a little fortunate to get the full snooker behind the black 8. A little bit of an odd shot trying to go to the top rail and spin behind the 1, so may do a little something different, maybe behind the pink 4, 2 rails to the back of the 1. Everything else looks like kind of a sellout to me, and possibly not even hitting the 1. And Skyler just had a slow start at that PLP, and that's something it's very hard to overcome.
There is Gary Wilson, the Scottish Open snooker champion, who, as I said, will be seen tomorrow up against Lucius Yap. And knowing Gary, I know he'll relish that, the chance to play someone of Yap's experience. Gary will feel he's got a point to prove there, and he'll give it his best.
Yeah, and a big name kind of going quietly through the first couple matches, Aloysius Yap.
Yeah, someone who's definitely capable of winning a tournament like this. Very nearly did win the US Open a couple of years back.
They're really taking a lot of time here, and you know, you kind of feel when you keep looking in that direction and nothing really is too settling about it, that you have to change it up. And I think this is a good play. May have to just go 1 rail into the 1 ball, but I think he's flirting, definitely, maybe not even hitting the 1, fouling on the 8, or giving up a pretty easy shot. We'll see. Cue ball's going to get tucked behind the 6 somewhere, so he'll take that.
all over on table 2, and Kyle Amoroto has finished strongly to beat Sanjin Pelovanovic by 9 racks to 7. So the man from B&H will go to the loser's side. Amoroto is through to face Si Cha Chen tomorrow.
Did leave an edge on the 1. Kind of had to put a little speed on the cue ball. Couldn't really determine what was going to happen, trying to get some separation. And Skyler doesn't look like he's too happy with this situation. May just have to play a real thin hit on the 1 and just kind of coast the cue ball up the right side rail. I don't think I would go all the way down table here. He's hit it kind of thick. I think that was on purpose and a good shot. Maybe the short cue coming.
I've noticed in the background there some of the matchroom organisers, including Emily Fraser, who's played such a huge role in the expansion of what's now the World Nineball Tour. There she is. Do you think she goes to sleep at night dreaming about another tournament to start somewhere in the world?
Yeah, I think she is very involved, yeah. And it's definitely well past 9 to 5 that she's involved in Nineball pool, and she's got to be careful she doesn't overdo it. Young lady, but a lot on her plate.
I think what's great about the matchroom approach to the game, Jeremy, is nothing's ever enough. It's like, okay, we've just announced another big tournament. Now what's the next new big innovation, and how can we make these tournaments better? And that's how you grow something. Just be relentless about it and keep striving for more.
Yeah, and making very accurate adjustments and, you know, sticking to the plan. And of course, Matchroom always expresses what they want to do, and it doesn't ever seem like it's just, you know, as we say, talking out your neck a little bit. It always seems like they're wanting to follow through with plans, and like you said, keep getting more events and just making the sport grow. The junior event here will start soon, and that should be fun to watch. And those are important events as well.
Yeah, well, it was fantastic. The one, the SVB Junior Open in Atlantic City, running alongside the US Open. And you know, you see these guys who are playing for a living. Sometimes they look like they're not entirely enjoying it because there's so much pressure involved, and it's great for us to watch. But it was wonderful to see the innocent enthusiasm almost of some of those youngsters. And Harris back last autumn, or last fall, as they call it over there. And meanwhile, back here, this has been pleasant viewing for Skylar Woodward fans. He's taken these well and reasserted himself. Was 3-0 up. Stephen Ellis was looking to level things there, but Woodward closing out that rack very efficiently, and he's 2 clear at 4-2. So just one match still going on the winner's side. Fitim Haradinaj of Germany on the hill at 8-6 against Chris Alexander. Big prize for the winner there, because whoever prevails will go through to face Francisco Sanchez Ruiz in the next round. FSR has had a very comfortable day. He's played 2 British players and beat them both 9-1. What was the story with Skylar and the World Championship? He didn't play in Poland this year. There were some travel issues. Can you remember what was going on there?
Yeah, absolutely. Skylar and I generally fly out of the same airport there, in Dallas, DFW, one of the biggest ones in the world, and pretty sweet to have near. But he comes from Lubbock, usually commutes through Dallas, and we had some really incredible storms come in, and not just for a few, one night. It was for a few days, and I was at the airport and felt lucky to get out, and so many flights were being delayed and canceled. So he tried for a couple days to be able to make those flights, and it just never came about. He was pretty sick about it, I'll tell you.
Yeah, so frustrating to miss one of the standout events of the year, the World Championship, in which he was a quarter-finalist a couple of years ago. Now also in this round, Thomas Kaplan, who was sent to the loser side by Gary Wilson yesterday, playing Darren Appleton today, and that one is 6-all at the moment, so heading for a big finish there. Whoever loses that will be out after their second defeat.
Yeah, and a reminder that loser qualification is a race to 8. And to the players, you know, if you think about it, it's just one game, right? But to the players, it seems so much different. That 8 seems to sneak up on you a little quicker. Albin Ocean getting ready for his next match on the one-loss side. Looks like Schuyler is taking a timeout.
Riku Rompainen has gone 3-1 up in this round on British player George Hogg. Benji Buckley, another British stalwart, trailing 5-3 to Mahedi Hassan of Bangladesh. And Long Duc Tien is out there and has won the opening rack against Andre Vansner of Germany. Babkan Melkonyan of the Romanian contingent on the hill at 7-0 against Ziga Kovac of Slovenia. And another Romanian on the hill, Christian Surdea at 7-3 over Britain's James Lee. So back to our feature match, Schuyler Woodward leading 4-2.
Yeah, he got a little quick there. Normally when that happens, you get the tip come up a little bit, a little more stun on that ball than draw, really. And is that our first dry break, I think, from Schuyler?
First dry break from either player, actually.
He can get an edge of the one, but I don't know if he can get enough to make it. It looks like he can, not taking much time. Oh yeah, he could get plenty. And like I said, a little funny with the elbow and the wrist, but it seems like the delivery right there at impact's pretty pure.
The Welshman looking to get back to one behind here. You were telling me before the match you've got Welsh heritage, Jeremy.
Yeah, Jones. My dad was part Welsh and part French, I believe. More Welsh than French, but yeah, I've heard that language a few times. Oh my, I don't know how they do that one.
What, the Welsh language?
Yeah. And the funny thing is, it's so much different than any other European language I've ever heard anyways. And to be right here in Great Britain, I don't know where it really stems from. I guess it must go way, way far back.
It's one of those things that people who speak it are extremely proud of it. And the Welsh, such a small nation, but they are massively proud of everything they accomplish, which on the world sporting stage, you would have to say, is way above what you would expect from a country of that size.
Yeah, well, nice clean out here. It wasn't the most difficult with an easy one-ball starter, but everything's hit the pocket pretty cleanly, right? So I think Ellis settling in here, and we could really have a doozy on our hands.
Yeah, as I was saying, he's bound to take heart from the fact that Woodward has already had one very surprising defeat today. He wasn't tested then, the American, in his second match, but he is being tested here. He was 3-0 up. But Stephen Ellis has won 3 out of 4 racks since then.
Yeah, and Schuyler, like I talked about earlier, we were messaging, and he just said, I played a bad match in my first match. And what happens with that is, you know, you play a good one right behind it, but it kind of lingers and stays with you, meaning you got to earn your way through this B-side. And whether it be a dry break right there to get Ellis started. Now, the opponents are going to be firing at you, so you got to be patient and understand you're probably going to have some close ones to get through this qualification.
Francisco Sanchez Ruiz had an epic troll through the loser's side and ended up in the final of this tournament last year. Well, he now knows who he'll be facing in winners qualification tomorrow, because within the last few minutes, Fitim Haradinaj of Germany has finished it off at 9-6 against Chris Alexander, and as a result is the last player through to that winners qualification round.
And now back-to-back dry breaks. Not the best contact on the one there. You could see the ball's really kind of dribbling out of the rack, and the replay doesn't necessarily show us everything about the timing and the break, but that's more of what I saw when he was warming up.
So all the action concluded for today on the winner's side. Still a couple of matches actually in the first round of the losers' side of the draw going on at the moment, so I'll bring you up to date on those in a little while.
And didn't get a cushion there with either the cue ball or the one after contact, so that'll surrender. Ball in hand. A little fortunate to tie up the pink 4 and the green 6.
We were talking about body language earlier and how confident he looked in those first few racks. You can really notice the transformation in his mindset since then, Skylar Woodward.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. Like I said, when you know, he still knows somewhere in the back of that mind of his about what happened in that first match, and he's just going to be in a situation for a little while. Now he's going to be the favorite to get through these matches most likely, but he's going to have players firing at him. It's just how it is. Everything kind of weighs on you a little bit more. Talked about not stressing every shot. It's just a hard thing to do. Easier said than done. Looks like he ended up a little short of his mark. He wanted a nice angle off the red 3 to play in the middle and somehow get at the pink 4 and the green 6. I think he still can cut it in, but it's going to have a lot more speed on the cue ball, so this could turn out a little different than he originally anticipated. If he comes 2 rails off the back of the pink, watch out for the scratch by the brown 7. Could be a problem. And not only that, a little bit more of a missable 3 ball on the side as well. Yeah, really nice safety there. Did bump the pink 4 a little bit. I'm not sure he really opened it up, but it looks like the 4-6 combination may play by the brown 7. So of course an important hit here.
Over on table 2, Alban Ocean, who's on the loser's side. He's just started out against Tobias Bolt. You can keep an eye on that if you so wish on Matchroom Multisport YouTube. And there he is, 2 times world champion.
Yeah, you can see Ellis taking a quick look. Wasn't happy with the strike. Trying to draw back for that gap between the 5-8. Trying to get some type of safety in it. Looked like that combination was dead in the corner, but yeah, and he's going to lose maybe the cue ball with it. Wow, what a roll. What a roll. Didn't make the 6. Somehow the 6 didn't fall where he snookered at the pink 4. Would have lost the cue ball if the 6 wasn't in the way. The tight pockets sometimes will save you, Michael.
It'll be your friend or your enemy, depending on the circumstances.
I'm assuming Skylar's putting the jump cue together. Looks like he's got to go to the air here. Yeah, what do? Do you try to cut this in? Do you just try to bang it down table with the 6 hanging? Hard to get safe. Just trying to take his chances at a little luck.
And look at that, the way he dropped the cue on the rail there just underlines what we were saying about how his whole demeanour and body language have changed so much since those early racks. Remember, he did have a chance to go 4-0 in a few minutes' time. It could be 4-all. Of course, everything changes now, doesn't it? If he does level at 4-all, suddenly you start to think winning the match is actually a realistic possibility, and that is, of course, a big challenge for someone who isn't used to playing the best in the world or being out there on the main table.
Well, you read my mind there, Michael. I was going to say things will change mentally here for Mr. Ellis. That, you know, it's great he's in the match, getting more time at the table. Interesting shot there, playing from underneath. He must have really been worried about coming out of that pocket, coming above that brown 7, and should be some type of 3-rail position here. I was just going to say, now he's got to have to deal with some nerves, that feeling like, you know, this is going to be a close match coming down the end. Now, this is a huge 8-ball to determine how close it's going to be.
Well, that was a real test of how he was feeling, and got down and made it look pretty easy in the end. So, Stephen Ellis was 3-0 down. But since then, it's 4 racks out of 5 for the Welshman. And for the first time since the start of the match, he's level. It's 4-all.
We'll see how it ends here in this last half of the match. But I think one thing that really helps Ellis is he doesn't stay down on the ball too long. You know, he goes down, trusts what he's looking at, and pulls the trigger, which I think when nerves are high is a good way.
A couple of matches still going on in the previous round on the loser's side, but maybe not for much longer, because Rafi Gonzalez of the Philippines is on the hill at 7-6 against the British player Alan Hopkins. And Aris Damoulakis of Greece also on the brink of victory, and much further ahead at 7-3 against Ryan Coton, another British player. In round 2 then on the loser's side, and we'll look at that in a moment. First of all, let's see this break.
They're in his second dry break in a row, and Skylar can reach this as a righty and make a reasonably tough shot on the 1 with the blue 2 hanging. He should stay offensive here. Going with a high ball, so not sure where he's going with the cue ball exactly. I've added a little left English there, so that makes sense.
Yeah, the match I was going to update you on there on the loser side in this second round. Darren Appleton and Thomas Kaplan have gone to a hill-hill finish. So that'll be a significant story. One of those players going out of the tournament in the next few minutes.
Would draw up the side rail. He could come across. The 3 does play by the black 8. It looks like he's gotten in a real good position on this. A little thin, you know, a little thin of ideal, but still a pretty good spot. Should be able to go to the side rail. He may be able to hold the ball, but a lot of times Skylar will go to the side rail here.
Spoke earlier about his run to the final of the Turning Stone in January, beaten by Jason Shaw. He's been in another final of a tournament with world ranking points on offer since then. McDermott Classic in Massachusetts at the end of March, and was beaten by his good mate Billy Thorpe in the final of that. A match which finished at 3:48 a.m.
Yeah, well, some of the qualifying events or smaller ranking events, you know, they're run over a 2 or 3 day schedule, so there are going to be some long days, and that sets up for some of the players where they get to play so many multiple matches. But you got to be, you know, you got to have it all, I think, as a professional pool player. The settings, the venues, everything's going to be a little different from tournament to tournament.
It was a really big match, that final, in terms of that Mosconi Cup race, because both of those guys obviously in contention to make the team again this year, and Thorpe obviously has been absent from it for a bit. Woodward looking for his 9th appearance in a row, and the winning or losing of that match that was going on at 12 minutes to 4 could prove in the end to be the difference between getting one of those automatic spots and missing out on them. Meanwhile, back in the present day, Woodward has regained the lead here at 5-4. Aris Damoulakis has finished it off now at 8-3 against Ryan Coton, and is through to this round that we're watching here, the second round on the loser's side. So just one place left in this round to be decided. Rafi Gonzalez a rack away from taking it. The Philippines player leading Britain's Alan Hopkins 7-6. Riku Rompainen closing in on victory in this round, 6-2 lead over George Hogg. Babken Melkonyan has finished it off 8-0 over Ziga Kovac of Slovenia. Jake Newlove has won 8-5 against Ioannis Charlaftis of Greece. And still waiting for an outcome between Darren Appleton and Thomas Kaplan, who've gone to the deciding rack. 5-4 here to Woodward.
There's that one on the side. Blue 2, I think he is open on the blue 2. Looks like he's got to play maybe a little bit of a soft shot to hold for the 3, but in a great position. And that overhead tells us he definitely has a shot at the 2. Again, players don't like having to ease the ball too often, but this looks like it's one of those situations.
Quarter-finalist in this UK Open's inaugural staging last year. It was at that last 8th stage that he came up against Shane Van Boening, who was just brimful of confidence at the time. Had just won the World Championship and was coasting through round after round. Woodward was really the first player to give him a test here at the Copper Box last year. In the end, Van Boening finished strongly to get through, only to lose then in the next round to Sanchez Ruiz. Woodward was then back in England with Van Boening a few weeks later for the World Cup of Pool, where they beat Canada, Poland and Switzerland before losing to Singapore in the semi-finals. Van Boening and Woodward will be teaming up again for the USA in Spain in a few weeks' time. A tournament that the Americans have only won once, 15 years ago now.
Yeah, definitely a title you would feel like these players are going to make a run at every year, but tell you what, doubles is a hard one to predict, and we've seen some winners we didn't expect. Even when Filler won, we didn't expect that, you know, with kind of a, I wouldn't say a no-name, but a player that, you know, doesn't have the big name like some of the other German players. And of course, you talk about Skyler and Shane, two guys that have done really well in doubles. In many situations, you would have figured gotten that title by now, but it's not easy.
did go close in London back in 2017. They got to the final together, but were beaten by Austria. And here in this match, Woodward starting to reassert himself, picked up off Ellis's dry break in the previous rack to win that, and he's run out from his own break there to go 2 clear at 6-4, and now needs 2 more to advance. Christian Surdea of Romania, the latest winner in this round, 8-4 against James Lee. Still no outcome between Darren Appleton and Thomas Kaplan. Alban Ocean has won the first rack in this round against Tobias Bolt. So Skylar Woodward back on top, had lost 4 of the previous 5 racks before taking 2 in a row at a crucial stage, and now the winning line starting to come into view.
Again, a good break off, and the blue 2 seems to be staying near the white ball for Skylar. Another chance to stay offensive, elevated with awkward cueing over the 2. So definitely not an easy shot just because of the cueing itself. Pretty natural position to go 1 rail by the pink 4. Key to this shot is don't let up. Of course, you're not going to blast it, but easy not to get the contact whenever you let up a little bit. Really may have gotten into that a little better than he expected. Don't really think he thought he was going to catch the pink 4 at all with the cue ball. Probably caught the blue 2 a little bit thick to the pocket. Now he's surveying how much of the red 3 he can get at, but he'll swerve at this if he has to. Nice shot there with a little right spin. You definitely got to pay attention to these. It looks like the brown 7's okay. It's a few shots down the line, but got to hold his ball nicely here on the side pockets are pretty treacherous.
If he does get through, it'll be a pretty ideal way for Woodward to progress past the first couple of rounds on the loser's side. Comfortable win to restore his confidence earlier, and then a bit of a test here. And at the moment, he's on course to come through it. But just as I say that, he's run into trouble on the green 6.
Yeah, and I don't know if he can get directly at it. And even if he can, still a tough situation with the cue ball, trying to get on the brown 7. Now, he may play to overcut this and try and play a safety. It looks like he's attacking to me. So speed control, very crucial. It looks like he's done well.
Yeah, nicely recovered. And chance now for his 4th break and run out of the match.
Such a skilled player, and another one that you kind of feel like when he does get that big win, it could really open the door for a lot more, but still waiting for that one.
It's like there's a club of about 5, 6, 7 players who have all won big tournaments, and everyone else is trying to break into that, and you feel once you do, you've proved to yourself you can do it. And you can be part of that sharing around of the game's biggest prizes. FSR obviously There's the big example of cracking the code on that one over the last year or so.
Yeah, nothing easy to get this 11th rack and a 7th on his side, I'll tell you.
It's 3 racks in a row now for Skylar Woodward. And all of a sudden, Stephen Ellis, having fought his way back into the match so well, finds himself on the brink of defeat. It's 7-4. The last place in this round has been claimed by Rafi Gonzalez of the Philippines, who just a few minutes ago completed an 8-6 win over the British player, Alan Hopkins. Darren Appleton's involvement in the tournament is over. He lost that deciding rack to Thomas Kaplan, but just great to see Darren back playing and acquitting himself well after all his health problems of the last year or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And nice pool name to have, Alan Hopkins. They're now out of the event, but famous Hall of Famer from America, which I'm sure you've heard of, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
Actually played in one of the early Moscone Cups, maybe 2 of them, actually. Okay, he's had a variety of cue ball positions after the break, but the one's been down nearly every time now. This blue 2 has gotten in a funny spot with the pink 4 in the way. Not really jumpable, I don't think. And maybe he can get at a sliver of this 2, I don't know. Tell you, not only always a tough push-out position if needed, but the problem is most of the places you would push out to, you're probably going to get it back. Wow, it's going for this swerve. Okay, I guess it was hanging much easier than I thought. Thought it was a little more on the knuckle, Michael.
It's one other result I don't think we've given you yet. Alex Pagalayan has advanced from this round. 8-1 over Phil Johnson, so that's another big name through. And Vagelis Stephanopoulos, the man who beat Woodward earlier today, was then beaten himself, has now gone out altogether after an 8-3 defeat to Wessam Hammam.
Looks like Skylar's got to set up for a combination on the purple 5 into the green 6. Wants to get close to this one. It's a little off angle. Oh, he went for the breakout. That's a little surprising just because the 9 being there, the 6 kind of covered the pocket pretty heavily. Not so sure the breakout really produces much more of a shot than the combination on the purple 5 into the green 6, and definitely caused this miss on the pink.
So when Woodward passed up the chance to go 4-0 up, it sparked a real revival from Stephen Ellis. Is that miss going to have a similar impact? He needs it to, of course. Got to win 4 racks in a row now to stay in this UK Open.
He went for the kiss shot on the 6. Really got to pay attention to this tournament pool. You know, you can look back at situations and you can say, I should be okay. You figure to win. But you'd be surprised how often things change, and they change quickly in 9-ball pool, even as the favorite. We saw Albin Ocean go down early yesterday. Of course, Niels Fan losing in the 2nd round here today. Skylar losing early. Alex Pagalayan losing a match early. Of course, Alex had a really tough opponent. Any player from Chinese Taipei is going to be pretty tough.
Well, Skylar Woodward got off to a really good start in this match. Lost his way big time as the Welshman Stephen Ellis came charging back at him. Levelled at one stage at 4-all. With the help of a couple of break and runs along the way, Woodward has won 4 in a row to close it out at 8 racks to 4. And if he can find 2 more wins tomorrow, he will be in the single elimination stage of this UK Open. Skylar Woodward the winner, 8-4. Stay with us for more action from this second day of the UK Open.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
.256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
Wound up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
The 478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and Q cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone, watching around the world this UK Open of 2023 from the Copper Box Arena in East London. Now, earlier on today, we brought you some bonus action from Table 2, and we're going to do that again until the start of our next match on Table 1, which is Jack Lisowski and Robert Hart. On Table 2, one of the game's finest, Albin Ouschen, confined to the one-loss side of the draw, very surprisingly, by his defeat by Phil Wildman yesterday. But he's won a match on the one-loss side, and now he's looking to make it 2. And he's taken a 3-1 lead over Tobias Bolt. Once more, as you can see, Ouschen has a really good chance of making it 4-1. For someone like him, being on the one-loss side is a state of mind. You've got to accept the fact you're there and just get on with it. We all know that if he can battle through to single elimination and the last 64, Ouschen will be as dangerous as anyone. Dangerous. Just been joined in the commentary box by Carboys.
Yeah, just had to nip off to the bathroom. Off you got here. Albin Ouschen 3, Tobias Bolt 1. Albin's got to battle himself way through the left side, or the loser's side, as some people call it. So hopefully Bookie's place in the final 64 seems to be okay in this match. Have been in this position before. You don't always qualify through the winner's side. Sometimes you have to grind out a bit of a loose section.
Yeah, exactly. That's who I was thinking about. I think Francisco Sanchez Ruiz provides the inspiration, the belief for Ouschen. This is not a lost cause. Beat Graham Hamilton 8-0 in his first match on the loser's side after that very unexpected defeat by Phil Wildman.
Yeah, held his hand up because he didn't put that in the centre of the pocket. It went in a little bit thick.
It is, and because the loser's side matches are a race to 8, that means Albin Ouschen is halfway to victory and surviving for another day. I think you're on sticky ground if you start to apologise about balls going in off the jaw. On this one-loss side, Riku Rompainen has defeated George Hogg 8-2. Benji Buckley and Mahadi Hassan 6 each. Alan Brown 2-0 up on David Hopkin. We know about Skylar Woodward's win over Stephen Ellis on Table 1 that concluded maybe 10-15 minutes ago. Gareth Esprit representing Dominica. He's 6-4 upon Spencer Oliver, the player we saw taking on Chris Melling late on yesterday. Set to report, Darren Appleton's been beaten 8-7 by Thomas Kaplan. So Appleton goes out of the tournament. Let's hope that he can continue his recuperation and come back like his old self.
wow, I was speaking to Jason 10 minutes ago. He told me he was 7-3 up, Daz. Thought that was going to be a good win on the left side of the draw. Yeah, obviously he's not quite his full self, is he still? Which is a shame. Maybe he needs a little bit more time off. Not easy coming into these events, you know, they can be long days, especially if you go over to that left side of the draw. You know, he's always a very intense player as well. That's what made him so good.
I think in many respects there's an awful lot of similarities between Appleton and Ocean. Hard, uncompromising competitors who hate to lose.
Yeah, they also hate to, you know, play the odd bad shot. Where when you look at someone like Fuller or Jason Shaw, for example, they can just quickly forget about them shots. It's like, it's all gone, it's the past. But Albin's one of them who he seems to have that impression that he's still thinking about it.
Not one but two Nineball world titles, Carl. That's quite some crowning achievement.
Yeah, he's lost in 2 finals as well, Phil. So he's been in 4 World Nineball finals. That is some achievement, it really is.
And as always, Austria, Ocean and Mario E will provide formidable opposition for whoever they play in the World Cup off pool in northern Spain in Lugo next month. Tomorrow we were saying this month. There you go. Very efficient 5-1 Ocean. We haven't seen, since we went over to table 2, Tobias Bolt play a shot. One of the Ko brothers, Ko Ping Han, is struggling to stay in the event. He's 3-1 down to Oliver Lawrence. Mikhail Olek from Poland has beaten Ross Cable 8-6. So no TV for Cable. Wins also for Babkin Melkonian, Jake Newlove. And Joe Prince is on the hill, 7-4 up on Jorge Shrushka.
Another good break from Albin. This is a lot different now, this round, just because even if the 2 ball does bank into the left centre pocket, he's got to try and land on the red ball, the red 3.
Here's a question for you, Carl. When it happened, we assumed, didn't we, that Ocean's defeat by Phil Wildman was possibly going to be the biggest upset in the early stages of the tournament. Would you regard that still as being the biggest upset, or has it been replaced? I've got my own personal opinion.
Yeah, I think I would actually. Just on the basis of the fact that Albin is a proven winner in, you know, the new age 9-ball, if you like, you know, the World 9-ball Tour, the Metro Pool Arenas and all this, you know, the razzmatazz of the TV lights. So yes, I'm intrigued to hear your new one, Phil.
Well, based on how he played on table 1, centre stage against the player from Myanmar we saw earlier, the Gillis Stephanopoulos overcoming Skylar Woodward. That's the biggest upset for me.
Yeah, I can see where you're going with that based off his performance on one, but you know, when he beat Skylar, we don't know if he played that bad, do we? He could have played a lot better in that match where he beat Skylar, but I still think just because Albin has achieved so much in the world of Nineball, you know, we've just said he's double world champions, been 4 finals, he won the European Open last year, he's won that Premier League.
Yeah, that's a good point. You know, in 2022 he completed a Matchroom double. Anytime you can win 2 of Matchroom's tournaments in the same calendar year, you're doing well. Won the Premier League pool, overcoming Joshua Phillip in the final, and then, as you say, he was fabulous in Fulda.
Yeah, and also Philip Wildman's from England. There was a big crowd around that time, so it had a little bit of heat, a little bit of pressure on it as well. When Skylar was playing, yeah, there was a few watching, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's very cogent what you're saying, Carl. I think it's a good point. What's good is that we are seeing upsets, because you don't want predictability.
No, and let's also not forget, in pool, in double elimination format, yeah, Albin's been beat, but as we're watching, he's still in the tournament. He could quite easily qualify for that 64, and the man who beat him, Philip Wildman, may not make it. You know, the goal is to just get in the hat, get in the final 64. Who cares how? Just get there.
Stretching a little, but no problem. Last year in the inaugural UK Open, we didn't see as many individual match upsets, but I think the very early exit of Ko Pin Yi surprised everyone.
This ball to keep rolling. It's okay if he can roll forward with the cue ball. If not, he may have to stun past the 9 and play the 9 in the same pocket as the 8. Well, he's aiming at the cue ball so he can roll forward and avoid the scratch in the side pocket. Yeah, that's nice. This has been a solid performance.
Bit of a wiggler and a wobbler at the 9, but it went in, and the serene progress of Albin Ouschen is maintained. 6-1 ahead. It's a good thing here, you know, Carl, on table 17, 2 players playing on the 1-loss side, which is a relief, no doubt, because had they got to the final, these two, there might have been room on the scoreboard to fit their names in. Pierre Francesco Garzia against Christos Papageorgiou. Here's 6-5 to Garzia, the Italian. Wessam Haman and Andrew Morris with wins. Sharik Saeed, who is going to represent Singapore at the World Cup of Pool in Spain. He's 5-0 up on Mohamed Umair.
This is all working out very nice for Mr. Olsen. It really is. He's got a shot at the blue 2. The green ball is over the pocket, so he can play a combo from the red 3.
I think the best word to describe Arshan is meticulous. Last couple of racks of his defeat by Wall. He seemed to ground to a halt. He was taking an age on every shot. In this match, the pace, while not being quick, is more measured, efficient. Not pleased with that though, because he's dropped pretty straight on the 5. That's what you call manufacturing an angle.
Yeah, he's very relaxed. He's playing like he doesn't really care. That's always an advantage. And he's making everything look easy so far.
Well, that's the old sports psychologist's mantra, isn't it? You need to play as though it means nothing when it means everything. He's certainly a lot more content than he was at that Wildman match, which of course he conceded with the 8 and the 9 still on the table. So Arshan fast moving towards victory. Progressing also, Benji Buckley, 8-6 over Mahdi Hassan. Gareth Esprit, 7-4 up on Spencer Oliver. Abdullah Al-Shamari from Saudi Arabia is 7-3 ahead of Carl Williams on the hill. Yusu Newtonen, he's an 8-3 winner over Paul Taylor. Sullivan Clark, who's tracked here from New Zealand, finds himself 7-6 up on Mikhail Tarkovsky.
Ocean to break is on the hill. Loser's side action is a race to 8. Nearly made it 9. Yeah, in the left side of the draw, the losers, we always play a little bit of a shorter race. That's because there's a lot more matches to get through.
And you might think, well, one rack doesn't make all that much difference, but collectively, given the number of matches out there, it does make a big difference time-wise. By the way, must give a shout out here to Matchroom and all of the people organising this tournament. It really is a major logistical exercise, and they make it run like clockwork. Lucky pushing for a 512-man event, but they haven't brought one in yet.
Steady on, Phil. You've got enough work to do, pal. I have to get my cue up for that one.
I was being flippant, but I'll tell you what, the interest in Nineball pool these days, I think you'd get the field filled without any doubt whatsoever.
Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe there's scope for one every 10 years.
Box office lazy boys.
Anyway, back to the action. Albin doesn't really know what shot to play. It's a funny situation. He'd like to chase the 9 somehow. Just missed the 5. Play rail first, can play it onto the 5, onto the 6. Is he chasing the 9? Well, it might go. Is it going to go? Oh, has he covered it? Boy, he's going to be laughing. He doesn't smile often, doesn't Albin? But Albin will be smiling there. It's insane. Look at what he's left there.
I'll tell you one thing for definite. If someone had done that to him, he wouldn't have been laughing. His face would have been like thunder. Has to be the short rail with right-hand side, doesn't it, Cole?
Yeah, I think he can probably just get through to that. It's the pace. He might have to play it fairly soft. Well, he's going to take that this round, that's for sure.
I just thought if he played the short rail, maybe he would leave the cue ball awkwardly. Could possibly get contact with the 9, although the way the 6 is situated, I can't see that at all. And that could very easily be his final shot. Not just in the match, but of course in the tournament, because this is the one lost side. No safety net here.
The 5 just sneaks past the 6 ball, the green 6, so Albin will play the purple 5-9 combination for the match. Keyboard. Yeah, he got a bit of luck in this rack, but overall it's been a very, very good performance, hasn't it?
Yeah, lucky with the hook there, no doubt. But overall, he was totally in control of the contest, and after that very poor start to the event, Albin Ouschen is starting to look like his old formidable self. Wins that match by 8 racks to 1. Tobias Bolt given a lesson by one of the best in the game. So next up for us on table 1 shortly, Carl and myself will be back to commentate on Jack Lazowski against Robert Hart. It is the brother of a film star, a snooker player who some have said in the past has got film star looks. See you shortly.
The Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
"256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith Ranger of Ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Match 6 on Table 1, Day 2 of the UK Open of 2023 is about to come your way. We've received an awful lot of entertainment on both tables today. Defending champion Joshua Filler and Jason Shaw, the recent Scottish Open champion, both winning very comfortably on Table 1. You can't win any more comfortably than the player from Myanmar, Phone Myint Kiao, who overcame Vagelis Stephanopoulos 9-0, finishing off with a golden break. The big surprise of the day, the lengthiest match of the day, Anthony Brabin of Cyprus overcoming Neil Svian 9-8. He broke and ran in the deciding rack. It was a terrific performance from someone who isn't that well known in 9-ball pool circles. And Skylar Woodward, after losing his first match earlier on, continued his recovery act by beating Stephen Ellis 8-4. Now it is Jack Lazowski against Robert Hart. Over on Table 2, you can see all of that, by the way, on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel today and indeed throughout the week. Ko Pin-Yi was a 9-0 whitewasher of Danny Johnson. Francisco Sanchez-Ruiz 9-1 against Bash Maksud. Sanchez-Ruiz, the reigning world 9-ball champion and runner-up in this tournament last year. Alex Pagulayan received a setback at the hands of Liu Riteng from Chinese Taipei in a match that's switched first one way and then the other. Kyle Amoroto from the Philippines defeated Sanjin Pilovanovic. Yes, we've seen lots and lots of really good pool. Will we see the same here? Jack Lazowski smiling, happy, determined to enjoy the experience. The snooker player, the man from Churchdown in the West Country of England, is up against Robert Hart from the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So Jack taking the opportunity to warm up a little, get used to the conditions. I'm joined in the commentary box by Carl Boyers. And I'll tell you what, Carl, what struck me today, we've seen Robert Hart play before on the main table, and frankly, he's been overwhelmed by top-class opponents. But earlier on today, in his first match, he played David Al-Qaidi and lost, but he did win 4 racks. Then came back and beat Edward Epperson, a fellow American, 8-3 on the one-loss side. So he's clearly an improving sort.
Yeah, he knows his way around the table. Don't worry about that. He has a table at home. He travels around and plays a lot of the events. Always striving to improve. Who would have thought you would have seen that picture on your screens, Phil? You've been around Q Sports a long time.
Yeah, it's good to see Jack here. It really is. He's one of those players. He's got bundles of ability. If he could channel it, and of course have a little more knowledge of the game, what shots to play when, he could be dangerous. But from what I've seen so far, he badly needs to improve. He beat Dan Sir 9-3 first time out. Mistakes abounded from both players. And then up against Mieszko Fortunski in his second match. Guess what? Fortunski won 9-2. In at the deep end. In recent years, snooker players have been allowed to play for 10 or 15 minutes before the start of a match out in the arena. It always seems rather surreal when you go into the commentary box and you see a player out there just knocking in a few balls. I think it's a good move. I think it's fair. But of course it does dilute somewhat the entrance when you have a big fanfare entrance and music's played and the MC calls a player into the arena and they've already been in there and the crowd have seen them. So what value is this, Carl, to have a certain amount of shots on the table, get used to it? Does it really acclimatise?
Yeah, I think it would do. I mean, obviously Jack's played a match on this table Rob hasn't. So I just think, yeah, the fact that he can hit a few balls, and maybe it's more psychological, but personally, yeah, he's got to help her a little bit. I wonder what they're having a chinwag about there, Phil.
Well, I would guess Robert Hart would like to talk about snooker, maybe, and Jack would like to talk about the film industry. It's always been that way, hasn't it? I've caddied for a couple of snooker players in European Tour golf pro-ams, and you've got the golfer talking about snooker and the snooker player talking about golf. Same kind of principle here. Of course, Carl, we get to see Philadelphia, don't we, every year, because that's the major hub, the airport we fly into when we cover the US Open in Atlantic City. And the one thing that strikes me about that place, the sports complex there that houses the big stadium for the Eagles and also for the Philadelphia Phillies, and indeed the basketball and ice hockey teams, it's simply extraordinary. Okay then, Robert Hart gets the better of the lag and will break in rack one.
Be very interesting to see if there was match betting, how the bookies would price this matchup. That would be very interesting indeed.
Yeah, I was thinking about that before the start, who I thought would be favourite. I think Lazowski just, but I wouldn't back him with any great confidence. I think he will win, but as we said before, Robert Hart is definitely improving. I think it's just a matter of whether Lazowski's 9-ball naivety will trip him up. He's certainly got the ability to pop the balls.
Yeah, it's the shot he's just played, not this one. This is obviously, it was a big pocket. It weren't like he missed that ball. It was the previous shot to get on this four. He's just not used to the spin and the action. So he didn't quite get on the four ball. You give Lazowski a month, he'll always get on the pink four. That's all it is. It's just getting used to the, you know, the balls, the cloth, the spin, the bounce, the cues, the tip, the game.
Players spend years perfecting the art. You can't expect to come in overnight and conquer the game.
That was a pretty good shot there to get on the 6. He needs a bit of an angle though. He's got to get the cue ball out, anywhere out in the centre of the table. Just anywhere away from that back rail. if you've watched Jack play snooker, which obviously you have a lot of times, Phil. I've seen him play a fair bit. He possesses a lot of cue power on the 12x6 table, that's for sure.
Two words to describe Jack Lazowski: inspirational and also infuriating, because at his best he's so good. You can't believe he's still waiting to win a world ranking title. In fact, still waiting to win any tournament on the Pro Tour. The 8-9 carom, well done to Jack Lazowski, winning the opening rack. He's getting into this, and I think he's enjoying himself. So 3 snooker players left in the event. We'll see Gary Wilson tomorrow with a very tough assignment against Aloysius Yap. Playing right now, quite some way away, by the way, on table 24, David Lilley is 2-2 with Andrew Finnegan. Lilley, of course, the man who gave Mario He a reasonable game in the second round last night. Yeah, I think Lazowski, in many respects, is like a snooker player who did make a very successful transition from snooker to pool. Tony Drago. He didn't win an event, and you thought, well, surely it's only a matter of time, considering how good his best was, but it never really happened. Did win the MVP at the Moscone Cup, though, when he started concentrating on 9-ball, Tony.
Yeah, also won the World Pool Masters.
The winner of this will play Radwan Jamil Saruji of Saudi Arabia, or Adam Stankiewicz of Poland. Stankiewicz leads 2-0 right now.
Yeah, Jack needs to remember he needs to call the push if he's playing the push, so just tell his opponent. Yeah, he's not forgot to do that, so that's good.
In one of your little advice sessions before the tournament began, Carl, that was one of the things you drummed into him.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he didn't know the rule. I thought, you know, obviously 9-ball still a cue sport. I just thought he would have watched it at some point. This is going to take a fine piece of cueing, as our fellow commentator, American legend Jeremy Jones, Double J, sweating the action, and why not? Loves his pool.
The one thing I believe he did consistently well against Dan Sir, when he had a hook to play, far more often than not, he pulled it off. Okay, that was quite a simple one with so many balls down the spine of the table. But even so, I think he's got the hang of that.
Yeah, and obviously potted a 2. He rolled the cue ball through to give himself this safety shot. It's a good hit, but he's going to leave a shot for Jack. And just a quick glance at the table, the balls are sat very nice for Jack. It's just a case of connecting the dots here.
when they were coming through the ranks. Lazowski used to share a house with Judd Trump. Still very good pals.
Phil, we're talking about, obviously, 9-ball pool. I know we don't need to keep going on about Jack's snooker career, but I feel we've got to talk about it. You know, obviously, he's in the top 16. Will he ever win one of them big major snooker titles? Obviously, Judd played in some of the pool events, but, you know, we know Judd's achieved a lot on the snooker table. What's Jack lacking, if he's lacking anything? Why has he not won one of these big majors?
Well, he has been very unfortunate. He's got to 6 ranking event finals, and on each occasion he's played one of the giants of the game. In terms of ability, he's lacking nothing. He's got every shot in the book. He understands the game inside out. And at times he's had terrific nerve also. I think if he were to win one, he got every chance of winning several. But what I will say is this: the people who say it's only a matter of time before he wins one, look, I believe that he will win one, but there are no guarantees whatsoever. Throughout sporting history, you assume that people are going to do something and it never quite happens. I think he knows that as well. He's still in his early 30s, time very much on his side. And he's undoubtedly, in snooker, the best player yet to win a world ranking event. I think the debate about that is out of the window, fully concluded. But those who say it's only a matter of time are misguided. It might not be. I certainly hope they're right and he does win one. But you can't say for sure. Had a nice start here, though. In goes the 1. And the 2 is in the open.
Yeah, that's 2 breaks, 2 1-balls in the side. We're seeing pool players struggling to make the 1 in the side. He's really adapted to this break fine. This break's a lot tougher than when his buddy Judd was playing. That was guaranteed the wing ball. This is at least something you've got to do here. Oh, and that's the first big miss from Lazowski. Rob Hart. This is a good chance to get off the board. You don't want to start trailing too much.
And of course he missed a few yesterday, more than a few. The reaction of these balls, the angles, the sighting of the pots, very different to what he's used to.
Playing with his opposite hand. And boy, has he played that well to spin that round 2 rails. Oh, what a nice shot Rob's played there.
Seems much more settled than the last time we saw him on the main table.
Just needs to stay still on this one. Looks a little fat. Oh yeah, it still fell in though. I know we're talking about the 4-inch pocket a lot. We're seeing a lot of balls miss, but when you play them at the right pace, the pocket will still swallow it up fine. He's off the board.
Have to be impressed by that. As I said before, he's definitely an improving player. He just loves the game. Jeremy Jones has given him some advice and guidance over the years, and Jeremy's told me that he really does put the time in. And to win a match here shows that he's on the right path. So Lazowski's lead is reduced to 2-1. It's been a really busy day here, as you might expect at the Copper Box Arena. So many matches going on. All of the matches now, until the end of the evening, will be in the losers round 2. Jonathan Ballard 2-1 up on Matthew Wrigley. Tom Staveley 2-1 up on Rick Miller, who was beaten by Ralph Suke earlier. Niels Fine back in action on table 26 against Raivo Maimara of Estonia. Iraq yet to be won in that match. And your friend Lawrence Thomason, Carl, 2-1 down to Tayfun Tabar after winning the opener. That's on table 20. That's not recommended. The cue ball somehow finding its way into the pocket.
Yeah, that found a nasty gap there. It didn't seem possible, did it? Well, Jack was just asking which side the cue ball come out. He forgot it stayed in the pocket. That was brilliant.
He thinks he's down the pub and it comes down some chute and you pick it out of the hole.
Such a nice cueist, isn't he? You know, the way he approaches the shot, and you know, I know it looks a lot different, but stands square on and everything's technically so good.
Getting the zip on the cue ball, absolutely no issue for Lazowski, but he was going at that angle a little close to the red 3, so had to be really precise, and he wasn't quite precise enough. Has to pop this now with the bridge, or as he calls it, the rest.
Not hard enough. Yep, I wonder if he's going to play a full table bank, or will he be patient and try and look for a safe. Come on, Jack, let's have a go at a full table bank. See what you got.
You're one of those bad influences sitting on his shoulder, whispering in his ear. Play safe, Jack.
Yeah.
Come on.
He's not listening, Phil. He's not listening.
I think playing safe was the right thing to do, but he didn't play it with any authority.
Yeah, wanted the cue ball right on the top rail, didn't he? If he'd achieved that, you could have seen what Rob Hart would have been faced with. I think Rob's got to be positive in this match, because you're going to get chances, aren't you? So he's got to really take the game to Jack. He's got to try and outsmart him in these exact instances now. Play good safeties. Don't just give the game away.
That could have been very expensive. Hart was a fraction away from scratching. As it is, not too bad. Is there a bank available, Cole?
Yeah, it's hard to see from here, but if I was to take a guess from the view I've got, I'd say the 6 ball is in the way. Yeah, I don't think it's there. Smart shot. Well thought out. Couldn't really do much else, so just chips it past the middle, leaves distance, doesn't leave a pot available.
Treating this seriously, and that's really good to see. Not just a jolly for Jack Lisowski, he wants to go as deep as possible.
Yeah, he's a competitor at the end of the day, isn't he? Wants to try and get some matches under his belt, and probably wants to try and do a little better than Judd Trump did. Just for a bit of banter between them both.
The other snooker player in action right now on table 24 is trailing Andrew Finnegan 5-3. That's 3-time English amateur snooker champion David Lilley.
Don't blame Rob there for playing the cross bank. Just didn't hit the 4 thin enough.
And that was slightly easier cueing for a lefty than a righty. That will do. Against Dan Sir in his first match, sometimes when he had shots like this, he was undercutting the balls, but of course he's learnt now, apart from the fact he hasn't learnt, you have to keep the white on the table.
You all right, Phil?
Sorry, living the match.
Well, cue ball control is everything in any cue sport discipline. If your cue ball is good, you're going to be one of the top players in any cue sport. When it's loose, it's always going to be very difficult. And that was a prime example from Lisowski.
It's not heart to heart, it's heart to Lisowski to. Other Americans playing right now, Jeremy Sosik, 3-0 up on Hayato Ishikata. Michael Yednek is 2-1 down to David DeSantis, and over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, broadcasting the Table 2 play. Looking good for Tyler Steyer. He's 3-0 up on Mohammed Al-Muhana, and I can tell you, Al-Muhana just stuck the 9-ball over the pocket. So nothing to choose between them here. And the scratch could make a very big difference in the final analysis.
It's going to have to be a safety shot for Rob. There's no way you can cut this ball in. Well, yeah, I mean, you could probably cut it in, but it's very thin. Cue ball's probably going to crash into the 8 and 9 ball, so it doesn't look like there's any value. He can also play the push. I'm not saying he's going to, but it is the option after the break shot. Yeah, you could see he was not happy with that at all. That hurts. That always felt like that was one of my weaknesses, the safety side of the game. It's very underrated, you know. All the players can pop the balls, and the top players I'm talking about, they can pop the balls and run the table, break good. But when it comes to playing safety shots, it's a different skill that in the game, it really is.
And what scuppered Hart there, the deceleration, which was visible. Can confirm Tyler Steyer on his make amends tour of the loser's side, leading 4-0 against Al-Muhana. And hitting down on the cue ball, Carl, side imparted, and the 4 is wobbled.
Yeah, here's another look. Really do love these tighter pockets. I mean, they're still not tight pockets in the sense of what Lazowski's used to. But when you're playing 9-ball, and some of the shots you have to play, they look scarily small. Rob's not happy with this one because he's got the wrong angle. He can actually play a bit of a trick shot here, like an exhibition shot. I don't believe he will. But if you load this up with loads of top spin and a little bit of right hand spin, it bounces off the rail and just arcs down. Beautiful shot, but I don't think we'll see Rob attempt that. He can also cut it down the long rail. That shot is available.
Well, let's put it this way, Carl. You cannot get any closer without the ball going in.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The 5 hit halfway up the rail, and this is why we've made the pocket smaller, Phil. No ball should ever be going in when you hit halfway up the rail.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Can he hold? Or does he have to send it round? He does. This is all about speed. He needs us to keep rolling, otherwise he's going to leave himself a 50-yard line shot. That's what he's faced with. He's got to dig into this. Okay, that's one way of getting on the 9. What a shot from Lazowski.
The showmanship positional shot, showmanship shape from Jack Lazowski from 8 to 9, and he regains the lead. He was 1-0 up, he was 2-1 up, and now he leads Robert Hart 3-2. Busy time this, with lots of losers round 2 matches going on. Matthew Wrigley 3-2 upon Jonathan Ballard, 1-0 for Simon Ayres over Chris Alexander. Tom Staveley 3-1 up on Rick Miller. Sanyan Pilovanovic, one of the big names confined to the one-loss side of the draw. He's 6-4 up on Neil Margossian. Neil's fine, not flustered by that defeat earlier on. He's 2-0 up on Revo Maimara of Estonia. Tayfun Tabor 5-1 up on Lawrence Thomason. Kevin Lanoy from Belgium and Farhad Ziad of Saudi Arabia 3-3. And Angelo Salzano 6-2 up on Steve Higton. This call is the exacting, tough way to win a tournament.
Sure, I've just seen a glove on the hand of Rob Hart where he holds the cue. Am I seeing things, Phil? Or has he got a glove on his hand where he holds the cue? He has. I've never seen that before.
Happens in golf occasionally. 2 gloves, Tommy Gainey, and the current player on the PGA Tour, Aaron Rai.
Yeah, I have seen it in golf. Usually, is it with weather as well? But I've never seen the pool player wear 2 pool gloves. Okay, Lazowski's scoring airborne. This could be a highlight reel, folks.
It could have been a highlight reel, but I think we'll pass on that one.
Yeah, in his other match that he played on this table, he actually got the ball over the object ball. Not this time.
No, he hit the front side of the 7.
Yeah, he's smiling about that one.
I think that's what the younger generation call a fail. Exasperated of Philadelphia.
Yeah, in fairness to Jack there, he couldn't pot that ball. He tried to spin the ball in the pocket. So what may look like a bad shot, it actually wasn't. It just wasn't easy. He was trying to get the spin to come from the cue ball onto the object ball, which widens the angle. So Rob's back at the table. Yeah, it's not happening for Rob at the minute. Another chance here. This is the second chance in this rack. Easy chance as well.
That's the ultimate goal, the UK Open trophy, bearing the name of the first player engraved on it, Joshua Filler.
Good recovery there. He's going to need another good one though. Maybe another bank in the right centre pocket. Easy safety shot though as well, so I think safety shot may be the order of the day. Can just get that cue ball in behind the black 8 ball, can't he? There's a gap there. This is what he will be thinking about. Attack or defence. It was defence, but I think he's left the pot, you know. I think he's left the pot.
Not for the first time in the match, short on a safety. Now that was silky, wasn't it?
Yeah, you just fancied Jack for that one, didn't you? You know, when it was there, you just thought he's not going to miss this one.
He's playing edge of your seat pool, Jack Lazowski. But surely he's going to win this right now. Yes, he does. Lazowski doubles up on Robert Hart for the first time since 2-0. He has a 2-rack lead at 4-2. Going smoothly for Tyler Steyer on table 2. 5-0 up on Mohamed Al-Muhana. Andrew Finnegan on the hill against David Lilly at 7-4. In the battle of the two players, the winner will come through to play the winner of this. Adam Stankovic is 5-2 up on Radwan Jamil Touji. Jeremy Sosi made a flying start against Ayato Ijikata, but he's been pegged back, Sosi. It was 3-0, now it's 3-2. And in an all-British battle, Daniel Lim leads Dave Snell 3-2.
Dry break, but he's getting that one ball close or in every time. Just hits the point. Watch out, cue ball. This could be a nasty position.
Isn't that strange? It's exactly the same in snooker, that kind of shot. When cue ball an object ball are close together and you're cutting back into a blind or a semi-blind pocket, the amount of times you see players undercut. One shout out for Niels Fyan, who refused to be crestfallen after losing his previous match. Centre stage. He's 5-0 up on Grevo and Mamrie of Estonia on table 26. Playing in relative anonymity, Fyan, but prospering.
Yeah, his next shot, this shot, is not a nice one. The only good thing, he's got the angle, so he's naturally going to come over to the left, isn't he, for the pink 4. Just make sure you pot the ball. Yeah, he did pot it. It's bounced off, but it could have done with coming a little further, couldn't he? Because now, how do you get from the pink to the purple?
A victory to report for Sanjan Pilovanovic, who's defeated Neil Margossian 8-4.
Yeah, he doesn't know what shot to play here. He knows he can pot it in the top left. But it's a case of how do you get back for the purple. That's why he's took a little longer on this. I think he's having a go though. I think he's playing it with a high left ball. That way it would spin around the angles. Good pot. But he's hooked.
Made the necessary contact, but the cue ball flew in. And now 4-2 quickly should become 5-2. I think he's learning to a certain degree on the fly. I'm not saying that Jack Lazowski is pulling up any trees, but I think any fair observer would say he's playing better in this match than he did in his first on table 1 yesterday. Lazowski 3 racks away from progress. He leads Robert Hart 5-2.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of help though from his opponent. That is always going to be good for any player. And your opponent's giving you ball in hand and not taking his chances. Yeah, players are just waiting for the referees on his way now.
Over on table 2, which is on the opposite side of the arena, Tyler Steyer breaking off, on the verge of being involved here tomorrow. In total control against Mohamed Al-Muhana.
Yeah, Tyler Steyer was one of the stories of the first round. And not a good story for himself as he lost to 14-year-old Walter Lakerer. What a win that was for the young man. Pulled out of the junior event to compete in the men's here this week.
Yes, Steyer though, in this match, in command at 7-0 on the hill. And his break-off in rack 8 looks pretty good also. So again, Carl, nothing doing on Lazowski's break.
Yeah, I thought the 2-ball, the blue 2, was going to fall at one point, but it stayed over the pocket. It's just awkward for Rob, isn't it? He's not getting an open table and, you know, a very easy layout. He's gone for a bank. Has he made it? Yeah, that tells you the pockets are still quite forgiving. That hit the rail. Watch where the 1-ball enters the pocket here. You've still got enough room to cheat the pocket. Lost a cue ball. Now will we see Rob Hart chase the 9 here? He was playing for the purple 5 in the bottom right pocket. He's lost the cue ball. He might be a little bit frustrated now and chance his arm at it.
Well, actually, the white has come to rest ideally for that kind of shot. Entirely unintentionally, as you say, Carl. Not even close.
Well, Jack's gone off somewhere. This is what happened. Yeah, he's potted it and just gone straight in the other corner, hasn't he? I was just thinking then, that combination Rob went for, used to hate that shot, Phil. You know, you practice, you know, from a young age all the years, and you used to aiming at a pocket, and then when you have to aim at a ball, I'm not sure why Rob's not just putting the green 6 in the right side pocket. Got ball in hand. Well, he's took care of the combo.
because of the stretch, forced to apply the extension to the cue. And not for the first time, switching hands.
This is all about pace. He needs this to hold up. Yeah, it has done. Good shot. So it looks like he's going to win another rack to pull this back to just 2 behind.
No mistake. Robert Hart has more than a degree of hope. He trails Jack Lazowski 5-3. And I can tell you on table 2, as we cut to the wide shot of the arena, you can see there Tyler Steyer at the table, just 4 pots away from completing an 8-0 whitewash of Mohammed Al-Muhana. Losing to the 14-year-old from Sweden. That must have been a real shock to the system for Steyer, but he's proved stoic. Bounced back with 2 wins so far on the 1-loss side, and if he pots the next couple of balls, he will be involved here tomorrow. We'll let you know as soon as they go in. Now though, Hard breaking off, trying to get within a single rack. Well, that wasn't the most forceful break, was it?
Yeah, look at the cue ball, it's still spinning. He's put loads of spin on that, and that often takes the power away from the break shot.
Just to confirm, Tyler Steyer has kept a clean sheet against Mohammed Al-Muhana. 8-0 the scoreline on table 2. With so many big names on the 1-loss side of the draw, it means when we get down to the single elimination last 64, we're going to have some really good contests straight away.
Wow. What a shot that was. Don't think it was intentional, but look at this. Double kiss, cue ball into the 8, off the 6, in the side. Cue ball's going to come down off the left rail, and it looks like it's going to hit one of the 2 balls, the purple 5 or the 9 ball. The pink 4 is the ball after this, so he's going to have to find some gap here. Oh, he could just miss it. That's okay. He needs to slow down now. This needs to slow down. Oh, he's okay. It's a chance, this one now, after the fluke.
It's a chance I'm pretty sure he will seize upon. I think the cue ball is stopped in the nick of time. Here's that willingness again to see shots played left-handed, but that one was played very poorly indeed. Carl, so much room for positional error there.
Yeah, when you swap hands though, you just lose that touch or feel, don't you? And, you know, if Rob had that shot again and you told him to put the cue ball there, he wouldn't be able to do it. It always seems to land in that weird spot, doesn't it? I always thought that. Now there is a little bit of a gap in between the two balls, probably about a chalk's width. There you see, so he can still pot this in the corner. But the reason why he's not done that yet, or attempted it, is because he knows he can't land on the 9-ball. Don't know if he can cut in the side. These side pockets are very nippy. Oh, well done. That is a good shot, that. Whenever you can't see the pocket in your eye line, just doesn't feel right.
Let me tell you, any player of the 256 in this UK Open would have been very pleased to knock in that 7-ball to a blind middle pocket. So tough to judge the angle. Robert Hart judged it, as you can see, to perfection. He was in trouble when he trailed 5-2. Now he's right back in the match, only 5-4 adrift. One of the 3 snooker players originally in the tournament has departed. David Lilly has just been defeated 8-7 by Andrew Finnegan. So it's Jack Lazowski looking to join Gary Wilson on day 3 tomorrow. Quickly, let me tell you, Niels Fine 6-1 up on Revo Mamra. That will be a sight for sore eyes as far as Lazowski's concerned.
This needs to keep rolling. Yep, it always looked like it was going to end up behind the 3. That little flick. I love this about Jack though, no hesitation. I think he's enjoying the challenge of trying to make one of these jump shots, Phil. Needs to get quite steep on this though, because the 3-ball is lurking very close. Yeah, that looks okay.
Hitting the blocking ball. Did that a little while ago. Made contact with a 7 right in front of the the 9 into the top right-hand pocket. But he's left himself an awful lot to do, Carl, hasn't he?
Yeah, he can't afford to catch the near jaw from this angle. Oh, he slots it home now to get himself on the hill.
We had little faith, but Lazowski rolled it in as though it was over the pocket. Yes, Lazowski on the hill. He leads Robert Hart by 7 racks to 4. Neil Svyan was on the hill. Now he's heading back to the hotel, happy with a victory. 8-1 over Revo Mamra of Estonia. Farhad Ziad, another winner. 8-3 over Belgium's Kevin Lanoy. So Belgium have the world snooker champion at the moment, but their pool fortunes aren't quite so clever. Arfan Dad, he beat Terence Gulliver of Canada 8-5, and Tashunka Vitko of Spain doubled up on Matthew Christopher 8-4.
Okay, Jack has a chance here. Needs to pot a good 2-ball here though.
And this shot fits a pool player's eye far better than a snooker player's.
I think he's playing the bank shot. That was very nice.
And from the way he's just played the 3, it's clear the 4-6 is on for sure. Look at this. The end could be nigh. Should be nigh. From a snooker perspective, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. 2 out of 3 entrants going into day 3. Gary Wilson. And now Jack Lazowski. Robert Hart is defeated by 8 racks to 4. I'll tell you what, that was a better display than his first match. Centre stage on table 1 yesterday. Jack Lazowski advances. So I believe one more match to come today on our streaming service, and that will come your way pretty shortly.
Diamond Paragon Pool Table. Diamond tables are designed and manufactured from the highest quality, sustainable hardwoods, utilizing world-renowned designs. Diamond tables are unparalleled for playability and durability. After all, they are designed by players for players.
256 hopefuls go into action over 6 days.
When an irresistible force meets an immovable object, something has got to give, but nothing is given yet. Final of a Matchroom promoted tournament, the majors in the game.
End up on the wrong end against an opponent of this quality. Not quite as close as it's been for him in the last couple of rounds.
478th match of this terrific tournament in Fulda.
This championship is being played with the new Aramith tournament set. Featuring a unique molecular structure, it guarantees razor-sharp precision and unsurpassed longevity. Unquestionably the best pool balls in the world, this set is available in a TV and a value pack version, as well as in the new My Aramith range of ball and cue cases. Now you can bring and play with the best ball set everywhere you go. My Aramith, bringing new dimensions to your billiards experience.
Welcome back, everyone. Sorry to disappoint, but all of the matches scheduled for today are now being played on outside tables, so I'm afraid, having given you hope that we're going to see a 7th match, that's not going to be the case today, but I'm sure you've had your fill of pool as the day has progressed. We've seen 6 matches on table 1. Joshua Filler, the defending champion, getting his defence off very sweetly. Jason Shaw, Scottish Open champion at the weekend, also winning 9-2. I thought the player from Myanmar, Phone Myint Kiao, was excellent against Vangelis Stephanopoulos, who had just beaten Skylar Woodward. But what a performance from Anthony Brabin, who represents Cyprus, beating Niels Fine, no less, 9-8, breaking and running in the all-important 17th rack. Skylar Woodward sent to the one-loss side of the draw. He rallied with that 8-4 win over Stephen Ellis. And in our last match on table 1, we've just seen Jack Lazowski of snooker fame defeating Robert Hart of the USA, also 8-4. Over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel today, well, we started off with comprehensive wins for Ko Pin Yi and Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. A setback for Alex Pagulayan against Liu Ri Teng of Chinese Taipei. Kyle Amoroto, a youngster from the Philippines, looked good at times against Sanyan Polovanovic, winning that one 9-7. And then our last 2 matches were blowouts, weren't they? Albin Auschen hardly letting Tobias Bolt to the table at one stage, winning 8-1. And then Tyler Steyer, after losing to a 14-year-old Swede earlier on, well, he made amends in winning his last match against Mohamed Al-Muhana from Kuwait by 8-0. So it just remains for me, Philly H, to say thanks very much for being with us all day today. And tomorrow promises even more enticing pool. We begin at 10 o'clock local time in the UK. Amongst the names, first up, former World Pool Masters champion Alexander Kazakis. For now, though, from the Copper Box Arena in East London, it is a very good evening.